Good morning, everyone. If we can please take down the slide, we will begin in just a moment.
Recording in progress.
Wonderful, thank you. And we should be ready to begin, Chair Hopkins.
Thank you very much. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of our translation team please share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores. Esta reunión será interpretada al español simultáneamente. Para escuchar en español, por favor haga clic en la imagen del globo que se encuentra al pie de la pantalla y elija el idioma español. También puede hacer clic para silenciar el audio original haciendo clic donde dice Mute Original Audio. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Julie. And we'll now begin the meeting with the flag salute. Council Pittman, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to the approval of the agenda. There are a few amendments to note. We have item 14 has been removed from the agenda. Items number 17 and number 18 have been continued to November 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. With that, Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda, please?
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, we will go ahead and move on to the consent calendar, which today is items number 1 through 10. Just checking in with my colleagues to make sure that no one wishes to remove an item from the consent calendar. Supervisor Gore has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins. Don't really want to remove and go into a big update, but I just want to, there's 2 items that I'm interested in how they come back to us. Just kind of a point of clarification, maybe the county administrator or whatever is. One is it was great to read about the CDBG mitigation work that we're doing and just acknowledging that there's funding in there to support those resilience centers in our districts and in other places. But number 4, which is the Sonoma County Natural Systems Climate Resilience and Adaptation Plan. We had one of those that we reviewed with Sonoma Water before. And I was just trying to remember how this came to pass, because this is a partnership with Ag and Open Space. And is this a part of the climate ad hoc that came out? Or is this just something that we felt like we needed to do? I'm supportive of it. I'm just kind of trying to, and if you want to follow up with me later, that's okay as well, if you don't have the answer now.
And through the chair, my understanding of this is stem from really wanting to take a look at the natural features as climate mitigation opportunities. And so largely the Open Space District plays an important role in that, but this will help us hopefully draw down future funding opportunities. But I'm happy to follow up with you later with more details.
Yeah, just I saw that it's split like 73,000, looks like it's from the Ag and Open Space. I was wondering when I was looking at the expenditures on the other side, the other 73, it says general fund /WA. So I was wondering if that's the water agency. And just maybe we can, get some, it doesn't look to me like it was directed out of the board. But it does mention that it connects with some of our strategic plan pillars, which is I'm once again, I'm supportive. I think it's a great thing to do. I'm just wondering how it connects with our work.
Yeah, and I don't see any water agency funding for this. I understand the confusion given the template, but I'm looking at my notes. Sorry for that. It's from the CAO's budget for the climate division, the other half. So. Okay.
Were those your notes, or was that somebody texting you from your division?
That was Crystal.
That was awesome. Okay, I do know that if I'm asking these kind of questions, I'm supposed to let you know beforehand so that you can get an answer. So I apologize, but just to say, supportive of how this comes back to us as we continue to lean in on this issue. So it was just interesting to me. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions before we turn to public comment? Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask if we have any members of the public in person who wish to comment on this item. And I am not seeing any members of the public present in the chambers. So Marcy, if you wouldn't mind taking public comment on Zoom on consent calendar items 1 through 10.
Thank you. Please, if you're a Zoom attendee, either by phone or in the application, if you would like to comment on any of the consent items before the board, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee. Thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for a vote. Would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on the consent calendar?
Thank you. Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, we will move on to our regular calendar, on to item number 11, which is our Measure O discussion, including mobile support team and CAHOOTS programs. I wanted to first offer up if and either of my colleagues who serve on the Measure O ad hoc wish to make any opening remarks before handing it over to staff. Supervisor Gore or Corsi?
I'll save remarks for after the staff presentation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Then I will go ahead and hand it over to Tina Rivera, our Interim Director of Health Services. Thank you so much. And maybe you can introduce the whole team we have on the screen today.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. We're here to present have a discussion on our Measure O mobile support team and local cities mobile crisis response programs. Joining me today, of course, is Bill Carter, our Behavioral Health Division Director. Leah Benz is our Health Program Manager. She'll be driving our slides today. And then also joining us, we're really excited to have Brian Miller, the Deputy Chief for the Petaluma Police Department, Tim Mattis, the Director of the Public Safety for Roanoke Park. We also have Roanoke Park City Manager Darren Jenkins, Cotati City Manager Damian Obid, and then also John Cregan, the Captain for the Santa Rosa Police Department. So with that, we'll begin our presentation. Okay, you can go to the next slide, Leah. This particular slide just simply recaps the board decisions that were made on August the 31st board date. Today, what we're doing is we're going to be focusing on item number 3, which is the emergency psychiatric and crisis services. The mobile support team expansion particularly. This presentation, of course, will provide information on the distribution of one-time investments into the cities and county pilot mobile support team programs. Next slide. Staff recommendations for one-time funding are as follows. With respect to the cities of Cotati and Roanoke Park, Petaluma, and Santa Rosa, you see here on this slide the estimated costs for year 1 with these prospective programs. For Cotati and Roanoke Park, their estimated costs for the costs for the program is approximately $1.3 million. For Petaluma, $1.3 million for year 1. And then Santa Rosa's program, approximately $1.2 million for the estimated costs for year 1. Now, the startup costs for these particular programs for Cotati and Roanoke Park are estimated at about $178,000. For Petaluma, $178,000, and Santa Rosa, a little over $254,000. So our recommendation for funding, we recommend paying the startup costs for Cotati and Roanoke Park and Petaluma at $178,000, plus an additional $250,000, which would bring that staff recommendation to a total of $428,000 for each of those particular programs. And then we are recommending an $85,887 funding for Santa Rosa. Our recommendation for this particular program is simply based on preliminary budget estimates, a shortfall that Santa Rosa had estimated within their particular program. We're also basing this on the fact that, and a consideration that we, the county, our department, will be providing in-kind staffing, which are estimated at a little over $1 million for the participation, our participation in the Santa Rosa pilot program. Next slide. Some additional funding and collaboration. The county, we were conditionally selected to receive about $2.5 million from the California Department of Health Care Services for Crisis Care Mobile Units Program, the CCMU grant. Our department is going to utilize our health policy planning and evaluation team. And this particular team will help lead a collaborative evaluation for the county and city's pilot programs with respect to this particular award. What we anticipate doing is monitoring any other state and federal funding opportunities to leverage the funding that may be received, and use the Measure O funds that are available to address any gaps that we may see or anticipate in the system for any expenditures that are not covered by other funding opportunities. Next slide. And so with respect to the collaborative evaluation of these mobile support programs, our HPPE, or Health Policy Planning and Evaluation Unit, will lead these efforts and to design and implement what we will call a shared data dictionary and data platform. And then there'll be program analyses performed, and these particular analyses will identify any lessons learned. The analysis will also help us to improve program quality, and it'll also support any expansion that's needed for any more intensive mobile support services that we may see across the county or across the cities. Next slide. And some of the evaluation criteria that we anticipate using for the mobile crisis response programs would include things such as demographic data of clients that will be served, the number of individuals served, and and that are impacted by each team, average and medium response times, primary diagnoses, the percent of any co-occurring mental health and substance use disorder diagnosis, health insurance status, etc. Next slide. And then with that, I believe I'll turn it on over to Bill.
Sure. So I will be the kickoff presenter to reviewing the existing and developing mobile support systems, crisis support systems in Sonoma County and its cities. So the county mobile support team was established in 2012. At that point, we established teams of 2 behavioral health clinicians or alcohol and other drug counselors to respond to law enforcement requests for support. So as MST functions now, almost all of our responses are directly responding to law enforcement requests for behavioral health support on calls. It's currently designed to provide services in the 5 county districts 7 days a week, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. That represents where we're going. We are currently operating in all of the districts except District 4. That'll change soon as we reassign teams in response to the new program in Petaluma. And we are currently operating from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. and recruiting staff for the expansion. So we're moving to 7 days a week, shifts from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. across the county. In fiscal years 1819 and 1920, MST responded to 693 calls, serving 620 individuals with 1,679 encounters. The higher number of encounters reflects follow-up visits that the team does. And then the contacts are listed by cities and geographic regions. And as we would expect, Santa Rosa followed by Petaluma are the two highest geographic areas, with Cotati, Pengrove, Rohnert Park, Guerneville and Sevastopol, Sonoma, and then Windsor, Healdsburg following. Next slide. These are the calls separated by particular law enforcement agency. You'll see that the numbers don't always add up. We didn't collect data on all the calls. That'll be one of the improvements we make with the new HPPE outcome and evaluation project. A takeaway from this slide is that roughly 30% of the calls result in a 5150, reflecting the high acuity law enforcement has been experiencing in their communities. Next slide. So
Can you repeat that really quickly, Bill? Can you repeat that about the level of acuity for the calls? How many result in 5150s?
So about of those calls listed, roughly 31% result in a 5150, which is an involuntary psychiatric hold when an individual is determined to be a danger to him or herself or to others, or experiencing a grave disability that they're unable to care for themselves because of their psychiatric crisis. So roughly 31% of the calls we respond to with law enforcement result in a hold. So that I think,
and I hope you don't mind, just for clarity also, I've heard it, I'm familiar with 5150s, but isn't there also another code, 5250? It's a longer hold. Is that correct? And how does that work in the system?
Yeah, it's a sequential process. So the original hold placed either by law enforcement or by our team authorizes a hold for 72 hours. If it's determined by a treating facility that a person's crisis has continued beyond 72 hours, they can transition to a 14-day hold, which is a 5250. And then within the codes, which is the Lanterman-Petrie-Short Act or LPS Act, there are subsequent extensions of the involuntary hold for individuals that go beyond that. Supervisor, did that answer your questions?
Appreciate that. Sorry to bother you. Thank you.
Oh, no bother at all. Thank you, sir. Next steps for the county mobile support team. So as reviewed in the previous slides, we are in the process of an expansion. It's an expansion that covers all the county's geographic region and then moves us to 7 days a week. So the MST over the years has built step by step and expanding. So that is the next step that we have been working on. So we're going to continue that project. We're also going to explore adding new activities that are not necessarily responsive to law enforcement. So, for example, we're looking at working with hospital emergency departments to pilot a project to see if we can help move individuals out of the emergency room more efficiently. We are working with Santa Rosa to join their in-response team and provide the behavioral health component of that. And then we will begin planning program modification to reflect the models that are going to be reviewed by the cities that follow, which is creating a response program that is not only responding to law enforcement, but can be a first responder in some appropriate situations. And then, as Ms. Rivera said, we're partnering with the cities, Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Rohnert Park, and Cotati, to establish a city-county mobile support outcome and evaluation collaborative. All right, city pilot programs. I believe Captain Cragen is next to present the Santa Rosa in-response program.
I believe it's Brian Miller who's going to be first.
Sorry, Captain Cragen, and sorry. Sorry, Petaluma. So Petaluma.
Thanks, Bill. Supervisors, my name is Brian Miller. I'm the Deputy Chief of Police with Petaluma PD, representing the city of Petaluma and our Specialized Assistance for Everyone program. We also refer to that as the SAFE team. Next slide, please. So in late fall of last year, we began as a city and the community researching mobile crisis intervention teams, and through a partnership with Petaluma People Services Center, developed the SAFE team with the goal to address crisis response, prevention, and intervention for our most vulnerable community members experiencing crisis. This is related to mental health issues, substance abuse, and homelessness. The teams made up specifically trained civilian first responders who respond to and proactively address calls for service that have traditionally been handled by law enforcement, emergency medical services, and healthcare providers, and our resources. We did a call analysis and estimated that approximately 10% of our police and fire calls that we respond to annually, or about 5,300 calls for service in total, could be diverted into and handled by the SAFE team. And I think it's important to emphasize that the Specialized Assistance for Everyone team is not just about crisis prevention and response, but rather it delivers services from a whole person care approach to improve the quality of life for the community members that are in need. Next slide. This is a picture of the actual vehicle the team's using at the moment. We're also upfitting a few other vehicles as we expand services. We began operations in July of 2021 with a staggered 7-day approach, starting with 12 hours shifts per day, 7 days a week, and then growing most recently, starting this month, to 24 hours, 7 days a week in the hours detailed there. To staff that 24-hour model, we're operating 10 employees from Petaluma People Services, 5 of which are crisis intervention workers with a minimum of 2 years experience in crisis intervention or delivery of mental health services, including non-traditional settings. We also have 5 paraclinicians who have a EMT certification, and 1 program supervisor who oversees the daily operations of the team and coordinates as a liaison with the city of Petaluma. We dispatch and have completely integrated the SAFE team into our public safety and first responder system at the earliest opportunity possible, which we find to be the most appropriate opportunity to reduce unnecessary impacts on our limited police, fire, and EMS resources. We also have the dedicated number detailed on the slide, 781-1234, which will call into our dispatch center or to a direct contact with the team if it's a non-emergency request that the team can field at any time later. Next slide, please. So far, since we've been in operation since July, we've been servicing the city of Petaluma within our city limits. We've been averaging 8 calls per 12-hour shift and have completed over 80 individual transports to a variety of services and organizations throughout our region and the county. There's a breakdown of percentages of what we're seeing by the call types experienced so far. It's just for reference and clarity. Public assists are generally where an individual themselves is calling, requesting services, or experiencing crisis. And welfare checks are generally third party, so a passerby or a family member or someone reporting an individual known to them that is in need of services. Next slide. So as indicated by Tina earlier in the presentation, we approximated our first year total costs, including startup, to be about 1.3 million, with estimated ongoing annual costs at 1.1 million. I think one of the most remarkable and telling statements is what the hourly cost breakdown of our program is, which is roughly $125 per hour in that year ongoing budget. What we've experienced and seen in other programs that we've piloted down in our community from the Petaluma Sober Circle program is that we anticipate to reduce costs and increase resource availability. And specifically when we look at individuals in crisis or in substance abuse in the model from intoxicated serial inebriates, we've seen that on an average, they spend 3 hours approximately in the hospital using resources at a cost of over $4,300 an hour. Next slide. And so as Bill spoke, I think it's really important in all these programs that we look for measurable outcomes and success stories. And we've already, in our limited time in operation, seen a number of those. We've assisted community members that are inconsistent in taking their medication or mental health medications and experience crisis or challenges related to not properly medicating, become medically compliant, or following up with medical care so that they're not ending up in emergency rooms or in other services. We've assisted individuals who have been shelterless, secure housing in our local shelters or enter coordinated entry programs. We've alleviated a number of public safety responses stemming from calls for service from individuals experiencing mental health issues, organic decomposition from dementia, or a variety of other just crises in family settings or in the community. We've connected community members with psychiatric services and with the crisis stabilization unit and assisted in de-escalating a number of incidents. I think the most telling for my organization came within literally the first few days of operations, where we responded to an allied agency's request outside of our jurisdiction right on the border for an individual that had barricaded themselves in the home. They were in mental distress, and basically they were refusing to come out for our officers and allied agency partners unless a social worker was present. So we had the safety team respond to the scene. They made contact with the individual and introduced themselves and spoke with them for less than 5 minutes, and the individual agreed to come out. The incident was completely de-escalated and resolved, and they were connected with services without incident. And our staff was quickly able to clear the scene and transition the whole call to the SAFE team and get back to priority emergencies that were better suited for police response. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit more information about our program. We have it both on our website and Petaluma People Services, because I know this is a really, really brief presentation. There's a lot more that we could speak of. But in closing, I just really wanted to highlight that this mobile crisis prevention and response model not only demonstrates a positive example of how jurisdictions can reimagine policing, but how we as government and public-private partnerships can deliver high quality, efficient, and cost-effective services to increase overall public safety in our jurisdiction and in the region. Thank you. And I have no further for my presentation.
Joining the presentation next, representing the Roanoke Park and Cotati, two cities partnering to bring up the next mobile crisis team. We have the Director of Public Safety for Roanoke Park, Tim Mattos, the Roanoke Park City Manager, Darren Jenkins, and Cotati City Manager, Damian Abid.
Hey, thanks, Bill. This is Darren Jenkins. And Brian, what a great presentation you did. Supervisors, we were asked to keep this presentation, pretty tight. So I'll just say we're doing what Petaluma did, and we're doing it together with Cotati, and we're working with Petaluma People Services. And Sonoma County, if the supervisors fund the staff proposal, will really be at the forefront of a nationwide issue, and that is, how do we respond to crisis situations with something other than law enforcement? And the difference with the SAFE team is that they will be a first responder. And so for our jurisdictions, that means that they'll go to about 100 times as many calls as we've been using the mobile support team. And they'll go to different types of calls. And that will, we think, better serve our public, and also better support our officers of not putting them in these situations that really are not law enforcement calls, but have people who are specially trained specifically for crisis. And we support your staff's recommendation. We appreciate the Measure O subcommittee recommendation and the work that they've done. And this has been a really great example of the cities collaborating and the county collaborating with us. And we all worked together on like a 2-week turnaround and applied for and got a state grant that will help over the next few years with these programs. And so just really appreciate Bill and Tina and the Board of Supervisors for taking this up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. So I don't have a lot more to add, really. Most of it's been said, but I will just point out, as I think Darren mentioned, our program is the same as Petaluma's, and that was intentional, even all the way down to the name, because we're looking at something that will hopefully, from a public point of view, be the same to the public. If they have a mental health crisis, they can call the SAFE team. It doesn't matter if you're in Petaluma or Roanoke Park, Cotati, it's all the same. And in fact, the program is the same to the point where they could be interoperable at some point in the future if there's future expansions that we decide make sense. And I did also just want to again thank the ad hoc and the county staff for the collaboration. I think it's been great, and I'm looking forward to working together with DHS, Bill, and the other county staff and Tina on establishing a real solid foundation to evaluate and get better as we get through these programs. And I certainly support the staff recommendation. I think the startup costs are always, both in costs and resources, are always the most intensive. So I definitely appreciate the recommendation for the year one support. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we will transition now to Captain Cregan, who will be introducing the Santa Rosa In Response program.
Thank you so much, Bill. So my name is John Krieg. I'm a captain with the Santa Rosa Police Department, and I've been organizing our efforts to get our mental health team off the ground. So I'll quickly go through this slide presentation. I wanted to mainly put a couple more slides in here, just part of the public presentation, and for people can have this as a resource. The city of Santa Rosa, though, in May and June of 2020, we saw a local and national demand to reimagine policing in our community. And I'm proud to say the city of Santa Rosa responded. We're one of the few cities in the state or in the nation who entered into a consulting agreement directly with the Whitebird Clinic, who is managing the Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. And we've worked to model our program as closely as possible off the Cahoots program. If you go to the next slide, please. But one of the things that we're proud to say, we've taken the foundation of what they've done in Eugene, Oregon, and we've made it that much better. And the county of Sonoma has been a key partner in making us get there. So we affectionately refer to it as the Cahoots Plus model. And so we've taken what they've done, but instead of having mental health clinicians, we'll actually have licensed mental health clinicians through our mobile support team here in the county of Sonoma. And that gives us an enhanced level of training and expertise, but also an important element of being able to put individuals on 5150 holds and transport directly without ever having a police officer in the scene, which is such an important element to our community and to our police department. The second thing is having actual paramedics versus EMTs on our vehicles, and that's going to have an enhanced level of medical expertise on our vehicle, but also be able to work toward diverting more calls from our local emergency rooms, which we see saturated with unnecessary low-level medical calls in our community. Another thing that we've started examining teams across the nation is seeing what a homeless nexus these teams have. And we all know here in our county of Sonoma what a significant issue that we have of finding appropriate housing and resources for our unsheltered population. So we're going to embed it directly with our team of homeless outreach specialists, which is going to provide this enhanced level of service and be able to provide that immediately to get some of our unsheltered population into permanent supportive housing. And then such a key element for us is a supportive wraparound services. And this team is going to be working to help those who our team has had contact with, and they'll be doing follow-up visits with them. They'll be helping them make sure they're getting their medications, going to doctor's appointments, and helping them navigate, which we all know is a rather complicated system here in Sonoma County throughout the state of receiving some of these services. So some of the key partners in that, we're going to have the Santa Rosa Fire Department. We'll actually have our paramedics. The County of Sonoma, Director Carter has been an invaluable resource for us throughout this process, meets with us very regularly, and being able to have the huge support of embedding the county's mobile support team directly on our vehicle. Catholic Charities is going to provide the homeless outreach specialist. Buckaloo Programs is going to do the wraparound supportive services and also a program administrator for us. And an exciting new team that we're working with right now is Humanidad, who's going to focus specifically on the mental health services for our Latino community, and that we have bicultural and bilingual staff, which will be part of them. So it's going to be such a key part, and we really feel that we're going to have all the services that are there and be able to provide the best level of service to our community. Next slide, please. So the scope of services we'll go through quickly, and you heard some of this from Deputy Chief Miller, and our team's very similar to what the calls that we were responding to, but definitely focusing on the 3 key pillars of mental health, substance abuse in our homeless community, but also going to a wider array of calls of welfare checks and helping with emergency and death notifications, and making sure that we get those who need housing in our community the support and services they need. Next slide, please. So it's important for us in the community to understand, though, what some of the service restrictions are. These teams are not armed. They don't perform law enforcement duties. They're not going to be going to any calls that involve an active crime, a hostile person, or any type of dangerous situation. So it's important that we don't put our unarmed staff into dangerous situations. And it's important that our community understands that. And specifically, our team is going to be restricted, obviously, to the city limits of Santa Rosa. But we're hoping that this is just the beginning of this program for the county of Sonoma, and we see this team start to spread throughout the rest of the county. Next slide, please. Our calls are all going to receive through our dispatch center, and our team is going to carry police radios and have direct contact with our dispatch team. And they're also going to have mobile data computers, just like a police car or a fire ambulance rig has. So they'll be able to directly both radio and through our mobile data computers be able to receive calls for service and be able to have one-on-one contact with our dispatch team. Next slide, please. So our team, we're really proud of our team. We work with a local branding company, NAMI Sonoma County, and so many other community members came together for us to help us create our team. And our name is really symbolic to how this team was created. And our team very proudly was created directly in response to cries for change from our community. And we're also in response to the direct need that we have in our community to better address the mental health, the substance abuse, and the homeless issues, which are such a significant issue across Sonoma County. So in response means so much to us. The colors is green is for our mental health awareness color. We wanted to strategically stay away from blue or red of not having any indication with law enforcement or fire services. Make sure our community understood what this team is and that you don't have a uniformed police officer responding on this team. You have the hands here, which are kind of doing our supportive hug that we're doing, and then the mental health support team. That's the focus of this team, is focused on mental health, but being absolutely a support team for those who need the support in our community. Next slide. Our vehicle, we have 4 of these vans that we've ordered, the Ford Transit vans. This is just a mock-up of them that we have, and they'll just be white vans that don't look like police vehicles, that have just the in response on them. And that's really important from some of the community feedback that we received, that they don't want it to look like a police car. They don't want police officers responding to these non-violent and low-level mental health calls. And so we really believe that we're going to have an advanced level of training and expertise that's going to be able to go to these calls and help those in crisis. Next slide. So our team, this is actually just a photo of our partners in Eugene, but they're going to be wearing similar. Our team's going to have gray polo shirts and just wearing khaki pants with that, but they won't have any weapons. They won't have any insignia that representing with the police department. And we really feel that that's going to help those in our community be more willing to reach out for the services of this team. Next slide. So what does success look like? And for us, that's such an important thing. This is such an investment for our city and the county of Sonoma. We obviously believe that we're going to have a better response model. Working with NAMI Sonoma County and some of our other key partners, we really feel that there's going to be a lot of people who are reaching out for services who don't reach out to the services now. We've heard people that the police officer responding in a uniform, that some family members currently, when they have a son or a daughter or husband, wife, a family member, they're not calling 911 because they fear that there could be some type of escalation. There could be force use, or God forbid, there could end up being some type of officer involved shooting. So they're not reaching out for their help that we need. So we believe that we're going to see more who need the help in our community reaching out for those services. We believe that once we have a full 24/7 response model, that we could see approximately 5,000 police and fire calls diverted to this team. We don't have police and fire staff responding to those teams. What we're really looking to more holistically is seeing, are we going to see reduction in jail bookings? And we see so often that people who go into crisis commit low-level criminal offenses, and they end up going and sitting in our local county jail. And we believe that this team is going to be able to provide the enhanced level of service and give them truly what they need to address the root causes of their behavior and getting into some of the mental health support that they need. And then lastly, we really believe it's going to have a direct impact with our unsheltered population. So many who are struggling with sometimes mental health or substance abuse issues, or just need a supportive hand. And we believe this team is going to be able to help them navigate that system and give them some of the support that they need. Next slide. So for our budget, we're starting for a 10-hour, 7-day-a-week model, and that's where the County of Sonoma has been really helping us get to there. Our next level is we're working in 2022 to expand to a 17-hour and then a full 24/7 response model. The only thing that's holding us back right now is the funding and then the team capacity of hiring the staff to do that. We talked earlier about one of the grants that we're working with the county on to get some assistance. We're also working directly with our federal partners to get some federal assistance and have several other grant applications, and some of our local private funders from some of the local hospitals here in Sonoma County are assist. So our goal in the calendar year 2022 is to be able to get to the full 24 response model and to be able to have this standard level of training and expertise provided 24/7, 7 day a week here in the city of Santa Rosa, and then continuing to work with the County of Sonoma to see this team expand throughout the county and be able to provide the same enhanced level of service for our community. Next slide. So I know we went through that very fast, but I wanted to have this information here. My email's here, my phone number. We also have on the city police department website, we have a whole page dedicated to the in-response team. If anyone has more questions, needs any community presentations, or wants to provide any other community input to us, please reach out to me and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
And then I'll just go through our recommended actions. And that's to accept our staff report on the mobile support team and CAHOOTS programs, to allocate one-time investments of $428,000 to Cotati and Roanoke Park and Petaluma, and then also the $85,887 to Santa Rosa, for a total of $941,887. To authorize the interim director of health services to enter into funding agreements with all of our city partners to assist these jurisdictions in developing the mobile support team programs for that total of $941,887, and to direct staff to lead the collaborative evaluation in January through December of 2022 for all of the mobile support team programs, using the evaluation criteria that's suggested. And then lastly, to adopt the resolution that adjusting the Department of Health Services budget for fiscal year 21-22, the final budget, by increasing revenues and expenditures by the amount of $941,887 to fund these one-time investments to assist these jurisdictions in developing the mobile support team programs. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Hopkins, for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that informative presentation, and really appreciate the participation of our city partners and sharing their firsthand perspective and allowing us the opportunity to learn more about their programs. I will bring it back and offer first to the members of the Measure O ad hoc to say a few things, Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Gore.
Thanks. First of all, I just want to thank and congratulate the cities who are involved in this for responding to what really was a community call for something different. All of this came to a head last year after the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, but really through the Black Lives Matter movement and the realization that not every call for help requires a police response. I think it's amazing that we've got 4 cities here who have made this change, or making this change in a pretty relatively short amount of time. This is not an easy thing to do. So first of all, thank you for that. I think it's really important for us to provide this seed money through Measure O to take these programs that can be a game changer for our community, and a game changer for the people who are in crisis, for the people who are responding. I mean, we're not going to be putting police officers into these kind of situations where they really don't need to be, and probably don't want to be either. Game changer for both of those participants, but really for the whole community. With our assistance through Measure O, with the assistance that is most likely going to be available from the state, about $2.5 million, we can create this and then monitor and evaluate these different programs over the next couple of years, figure out what works best. Our own mobile support team at the county is going to be going through some changes too. But let's find out what works best. Let's keep our eyes down the road on the goal of creating a county-wide program. So we're not trying to do a 24/7 operation in different cities, different areas of the county that requires 24/7 presence in each spot. If we do this in collaboration with county and the cities, it'll be much more streamlined, much more efficient. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to the support of our colleagues here today for the recommendation from the ad hoc. I do have a couple of questions real quickly. First of all, I understand that these folks on safe and in response will be dispatched through 911, but Petaluma also has a separate number to call. Do Roanoke Park, Cotati, and Santa Rosa also have a separate number that they want to provide to the public at this point?
The city of Santa Rosa doesn't have a dedicated phone number at this point. We have just our non-emergency line through the police department, but that is something that we may look at or just create our own dedicated number right now. But everything right now will just go to our regular dispatch center.
Okay, thanks.
Same for Roanoke Park. We want to just keep it simple for people, just one number to call, and it can be 911 or the non-emergency number for public safety.
Okay, great. I wonder if any of you could talk a little bit more about transport. We're talking about a game changer here, and I think that transport is an important part of that. I understand that ambulances can only transport people to a hospital, which results in a lot of people being in the emergency room that really have no need to be there. It's not good for them. It's not good for the hospitals, and it's not good for the people who really need emergency services. So as I understand it, these programs, Safe in Response, can transport people to their home if necessary, to the crisis stabilization unit, to a shelter situation. Is that right? And what do you expect can you describe the benefits of that for the community?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at answering that first. Just geographically for South County agencies, transportation is a significant challenge and impacts us more greatly than our partners up in the county seat. Accessing services and that drive is significant, whether going to CSU, to the trauma center, Orinda, or to county jail, frankly. And those are issues that we've seen, and we've seen a great improvement already from the 80 transports that we've done. And you're right. So our model's slightly different than Captain Cregan's. We don't have a fire paramedic on the team. We are not doing patient assessments. We have an EMT certified paraclinician. But really, our model is focusing on addressing first aid and basic care needs before they become needing a paramedic or a medical triage that will enter into the EMS system. If it's something that we encounter where someone has a concussion, a laceration, a wound, or something that's significant, then that will be something that we're still referring into our fire department to do those triage and those transports to the appropriate medical centers. What we've experienced, though, is basic hygiene issues, wound care, bandages, things that don't need an emergency response or necessitate a medical need that needs to go to the hospital. And we're able to address those at the lowest level possible before it even enters into the medical protocols or needs to go to the hospital setting. We transport a significant portion of our clients to the Petaluma Healthcare District, where they can receive that in a non-emergency setting, or we assist them in checking into a hospital or other service provider through a normal public access point. So it's not immediately impacting the EDs or bed space available. And so all those things we've seen significant improvements on the availability of our fire personnel from police response as well, because we're not transporting out of our city to some of these services, and also creating that resource availability when we do need those priority emergency services to be accessible. They're available because they're not being impacted by people that may not need to be prioritized with such a level, but that historically have used those services because it's the only service available.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Miller.
Yeah, and from the Santa Rosa Police Department, our program is going to be doing those same responses of doing direct transports to the crisis stabilization unit, the Orinda detox facility, our local emergency rooms. But then the second part of our program is those wraparound services. So having Buckaloo programs and Humanidad, they're going to be working out of our office, and they won't be responding in the van. They'll be doing the follow-up appointments. But what they're going to do is take people directly to fill their meds, to doctor's appointments, even to go to Social Security, make sure they're getting their bills paid to be able to stay housed. So we're going to have kind of two modes of transportation. Of the van is going to be doing more of the acute crises and responding to those in immediate medical need. And then Buckaloo and Humanidad are going to be doing the follow-up appointments and really focusing on that upstream approach. And we really believe if we focus heavily on getting people the support and services, getting their meds, making sure they're going to their doctor's appointments, that we can prevent them from ever going into crisis in the first place. And then you're reducing 911 calls and really helping those in need in our community.
Thank you, Captain. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, just a few things. First of all, echoing what my colleague said about thanks to you all for stepping up, and thanks to your city councils for jumping in as policy leads, and thank you for implementing. On the other side, I want to stress that even though this is a recommendation that comes through an ad hoc, that this response, especially with the funding to support the startup of your programs, comes directly from your request, and it comes from our staff leadership. Tina, Bill, and others is taking to heart what the entire board had to say last time we reviewed this, and making sure that we build what is needed here. My colleague Supervisor Corsi has championed since the beginning of this process with Measure O, is identifying opportunities for all of us to win, for the cities and the county to have true multi-jurisdiction success. And I think what we're finding right now is that it's okay that we don't have it be a part of a perfect system right now, but that we have to get going, and then we have to also thread it together as we learn more from each other each and every year. I also think, just like I want to reference again my colleague Supervisor Corsi, I agree with him in his statement he's made in the ad hoc a couple times, which is, doing this right and making it really lean in further and further could be the pinnacle of Measure O, not only what it was designed to achieve, but it as a base level for what not only our community, but others need to do. Early intervention and getting people into the right places at the right time, and not waiting until we devolve into a world where 40% of our jail, 50% of our jail mental health issues, 40% homeless issues. Taking care of that stuff is the ultimate upstream investment. And I just really appreciate my colleagues on the dais for providing direction that this is something that they wanted us to bring back. And I want to thank staff for bringing it back.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I very much appreciate that. And hey, look at this. District 2 leading the way with Petaluma, Cotati, Roanoke Park. So I'm glad to see the cooperation, the collaboration going forward. And Darren, you said that you were supporting of staff recommendations. Here I was worried about the $72,000 gap from your request to the staff recommendation. And so I do want to ask staff about that, though. I am concerned, and let me just say that following up with my colleagues' thoughts, I can't remember a subject that has been embraced by all jurisdictions within the county so quickly and action taken so quickly as well. And significant program, I mean, really, the amount of employees overall and the amount of dollars flowing through. It is really admirable, just wonderful that you were able to get going so quickly. And congratulations to everyone. I think everyone is on the same page, seeing that this is quite honestly the first step in really trying to fix a broken system that we have. And I know I've talked to Bill and Tina in the past regarding, it's one thing to have that initial contact be a positive and get that person the wraparound services they need. But we all know that many of these issues are chronic lifetime issues that need to have constant care. And we need to make sure that people don't fall. We don't want these vans to be picking up the same individuals over and over and over again. The idea is to actually break that pattern and get folks on a positive path forward. And I've said this before, 5150 doesn't cure much of anything other than having the person not be harmful to themselves or others, perhaps after 3 days. 5250 only helps if it's long enough for the physician or the medical staff to make a diagnosis and for the medications, if they're new, to get into the person's system and start to work, quite frankly. And I speak of this from personal experience. And that's why I think it's so important to have this going forward, because we do have to start, we have to keep building. We have other pieces to continue to chip away at to make the outcomes better for all going forward. So I really thank you for that. I am worried about the ongoing, and I do have questions to staff or to the ad hoc regarding making sure that we can continue programs that we think are going to have very positive outcomes. I've already met with Chief Savano, Elise Hempel. I know the numbers already are, I know Deputy Chief Miller, the numbers already are pretty staggering in terms of the amount of responses by the SAFE team as opposed to the police. I think that's a great thing. We need to make sure that that's not an aberration. I think that's going to continue for quite some time. And I want to make sure the program is going to be fully funded going forward. And I want to make sure that Measure O is not going to be allocated completely and leave an important program short. And to that extent, I'm curious from staff how the request and the recommendation and then they came to be with the dollar amounts. And then I guess the other question I heard a few times, and as someone who represents both the unincorporated and incorporated areas, I heard a few times that within city limits and whatnot, but Deputy Chief Miller, you mentioned one call at least that was perhaps outside. And I'm wondering how that's going to work logistically or financially for that matter, to make sure that, it's the larger area. There's a lot of, quite frankly, I know in Petaluma, there's been a lot of calls, and I think the same thing would be true in the other jurisdictions, calls on the borders, or whether it's encampments or whatever it may be, where we have a need to address those issues, or if that's then picked up by MST, or if there's just an exchange from the county to the individual cities. So really, it's about how do we come with the final dollar amount recommendation? What's left in what's unexpended in Measure O to make sure that we can continue this program going forward, and that we don't get caught short or looking for a different dollar amount. I recognize fully the state opportunities that exist, and I don't want to supplant what they should be paying for as well. And then I just logistically want to make sure that it's the bigger, broader areas, or that we're working collaboratively should there be a crisis, just outside the border of the incorporated cities. And again, thank you for all the work.
Well, Supervisor Rabbit, with respect to the funding, this is a subcategory within the expenditure plan, so it does not expend all the funds. We took a look at what the startup costs were, so we wanted to ensure that those were covered. And then we wanted to just provide some additional one-time dollars. We wanted to just be responsible to evaluate these programs, because the goal is, as Supervisor Coursey mentioned earlier, we want to look at a collaborative model what's working, what regional model can we all participate in. So we wanted to be responsible with that, and therefore the collaborative evaluation we thought would be necessary as we move forward to evaluate all programs to see what's working, what would be working best across all of our jurisdictions that we could make sustainable investments in moving forward. We would be evaluating these programs collectively and collaboratively over the next year to 18 months or so to see what programs are, exceeding, and then what we could all perhaps model regionally together. And then just take a look at the dollars that would still be sitting in this pot, drawing interest, but then also leveraging other funding. With the CCMU grant, we have the $2.5 million that are immediately ready for these programs. This was an opportunity, but we also are keeping our eye on additional funding that will also be available for all of these mobile support programs. So absolutely, as your board takes a look at sustainable funding moving forward, these dollars will be available with Measure O for these programs.
And then just real briefly, jurisdictional boundaries. Is it a hard line or is it a soft line? I guess is really the question.
Well, I'll just chime in with my 2 cents on that. I think it's like mutual aid, right? So if there's a situation in the unincorporated, and the sheriff calls for help, we'll respond based on mutual aid. I think the ultimate goal is that we should have a first responder system for everywhere in the county that's a crisis team instead of only law enforcement. The first step to do that is to get these pilot programs up and running. And I think, like you've already seen in Petaluma, they treated it as, and Brian can comment more, but, as a mutual aid request, right? Hey, we need help. And they were available to help. That's distinguished from us being a first responder right now in the county. And, but the ultimate goal, I think, is to have that. And I will say it doesn't necessarily have to be one system. In other words, what works for Rohnert Park and Cotati, it doesn't have to be the exact same thing in Sonoma Valley, right? Sonoma Valley may have a different nonprofit that's great there and a little different mix on the team. But I just think it's important that everywhere eventually have access to a team.
And I actually very much appreciate that, because I don't think one model fits the entire county just because of the geography of the county, the demographics and whatnot as well. And if we just on the mutual aid thing, I just want to be assured that if we need something more formal, if we need a different financial arrangement, let's address it sooner than later, and not kind of creep and then argue about where the calls are. And I don't think we'll get there, but I think that there's going to be a number of calls that are going to be within those the boundaries of the jurisdictions, and I want to make sure that we can continue to move this program in a positive direction, that and there's no hiccups. So I do appreciate that. Thanks again for all the work.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Gorin?
I also want to thank our staff and all the cities for investing and discussing and developing these models. I think it's a really important direction going forward. And we need to thank our chair, Linda Hopkins, for raising the possibility of a cahoots model in Sonoma County during our budget discussions. We at the county have been looking for this kind of approach for the county. And the county is probably a little bit more complicated in administering this program than the cities are, because you're sort of self-contained. And I guess that's my question and certainly thinking about the discussion you just raised about what would the model be in Sonoma Valley, when most of the valley is managed by the sheriff's department, and in the small city of Sonoma with their chief of police and police department. So are you absolutely committed to only responding to calls within your city boundaries and not just to those areas outside the boundaries?
I think for speaking for the city of Santa Rosa, the county has been a key partner with us, and our goal from day one was to kind of pilot this program and then to be able to examine, because the Petaluma and Roanoke Park Cotati model is distinct from the Santa Rosa model, but they both have unique pros and cons. So we want to look at like what are the metrics once we've had 12 months to do this, and the same we have, as Mr. Jenkins said, that we have built into our MOU that you can request mutual aid, and we would go to respond out. But right now, our program is 90% funded by the Santa Rosa General Fund. So it's going to be in the city of Santa Rosa primarily for the calls, but we're going to work as quickly as we can to determine what the best model is and work with Deputy Carter and the rest of the county staff to see this expand countywide as quickly as we can.
Thank you. I think that speaks to the importance of collaboration. And of course, we need to thank our voters for supporting Measure O for the funding that we can distribute for this and other issues and other focus groups. And I need to thank my two colleagues, Supervisors Corsi and Gore, for working on the Measure O ad hoc to get to this point. And it is just an important contribution for resolving these kind of issues, law enforcement issues, mental health response issues, but also homelessness, because we know there's a strong connection between mental health outbreaks or psychoses and those folks ending up in the jail. And we've recognized previously how important it is to institute mental health services in our jails. And this is the epitome of an upstream investment to reduce those entering into our judicial system. So I think it's fabulous, but I do have some concerns similar to Supervisor Rabbit, because you look at the trajectory of the costs of operating the programs, they're not inexpensive. And the premise of this is that it may reduce costs in law enforcement and hospitals and jails. And I guess this question is for you, Tina and Bill Carter. How are we going to really look at the efficacy and the cost savings potentially embedded in these programs?
Well, that's part of the analysis as we move forward, to address that, to look at not just the program evaluation, but the cost efficiencies. What that's going to look like as we move forward. So we'll be taking a look at that. What kind of cost savings with respect to one model over another, whether we're using law enforcement or not using law enforcement, where those savings are, and are those models working better than the others? So we'll be able to take a look at that over the next year and see with respect to cost, with respect to program measures, and just be able to evaluate that and bring that back to you, and bring that back to the ad hoc also for further evaluation and discussion.
I know we will have an opportunity. We are evaluating how this model could be extended countywide, east, west, north. And so we'll have an opportunity to have that conversation, but I am a little nervous about how we transition from the mobile support team approach to this approach, which I think is a much superior approach, but I think it's more expensive. And are we going to get the funding out of Measure O or from our general fund contingencies, and how we keep the costs on sustaining the programs in the future from escalating as many of our other costs have. Thank you to the cities so much for your support in the cities. And I look forward to following the success, and I know you will have success as you implement the program and start up the program. And just a personal anecdote, I had a friend with a grandson who went into a mental health crisis and was shot by the Santa Rosa police. And this is exactly the kind of program that is trying to avoid that outcome. So thank you. That is a great motive to move forward.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin. And I just want to start off by saying that I am so damn excited about this. And I really, really mean that. This is phenomenal work. This is the true meaning of partnership and collaboration, of working across jurisdictions. I am so proud of the way that staff has stepped up and led, and all of the staff, not even the staff who just work for the county, but our city partners, and also the way that we have been able to collaborate at the elected level as well, working with our city councils. You know, I also am proud that this, even though I recognize that Supervisor Rabbit was taking some credit for the second district over here, you know, wasn't really about who gets the win, right? It's like, hey, you know what? A win for the county is actually a win for everybody. And we have this amazing opportunity to try out, to float these different models and then to see what works, and hopefully to move towards a countywide system that truly bolsters every single resident, every single community here in our county. So I just want to start off on that note of gratitude. I am just really grateful. And I know that this is not something that came together overnight. I know this has taken lots and lots and lots of work. And I'm sure, you know, many late nights and early mornings, but really appreciate all of the work that has gone into this. And thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi and Supervisor Gore, for serving on the ad hoc and for steering this for the Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate it. I do have a few questions. One is sort of a specific one, and we've been having a lot of conversations in our office regarding the need to have a map of homeless encampments. Particularly, we're thinking about, you know, fire danger in West County. There's this concern around rural homeless encampments. And, you know, there was this great slide that you all shared that talked about a common dictionary and a common data set. And I'm wondering if sort of geolocation is part of that conversation. Might we have opportunities to sort of note where these incidences are, ultimately with the goal of creating data that can be shared across jurisdiction? Because at least in unincorporated areas, right, we have a lot of different agencies that interact with our unsheltered population. Fire and emergency services, right, the sheriff's office, local nonprofits, and then of course, HART AMDT, and sometimes also regional parks or transportation and public works. So I'm really interested in the idea of being able to share data, right? And that would also allow us inside city limits to sort of track where those hotspots are, and then of course adjust our county resources and like HART and IMDT teams accordingly. So I think my first question would be, is it possible that sort of this idea of mapping becomes part of this project? If not, do we have another path forward for mapping? And then also, if you could touch a little bit on the interface with HART and IMDT and how they might intersect and interact with some of these fantastic in-response teams and others.
I'll jump in on the first question about mapping. So all of the jurisdictions involved here, we use a common computer-aided dispatching system that is GIS based and geographically based. And so each one of these calls will be tied to an address in the system. And so we will have the data on just exactly where these teams are responding.
Great. And is there a way, can I ask, to sort of like, if it does wind up being affiliated with an unsheltered encampment, to sort of flag that, I guess, in a particular category, as opposed to sort of a, you know, just a general call for service? Because I think that being able to sort of track that and track the movement of folks potentially, you know, might be helpful to all of us.
Yeah, what's nice about having, you know, one system and that is supported actually by county IST is that we are able to do a little bit of customization on that. And so we can add codes, for instance, along the lines of what you're talking about to identify that. Yeah.
That would be great. And Tina, would you be able to touch a little bit on the intersection with HART on IMDT and also, you know, again, that sort of ability to share data across these different teams that will be sort of actively potentially engaging with the same population at times?
Yeah, that's certainly going to be important. Our teams, you know, our IMDT teams work closely with our behavioral health teams. So there is an intersection and integration of work. So there will be sharing of data. I think it's interesting that you do bring up the mapping piece, because that's certainly something that can also integrate with our Access Sonoma initiative with the data sharing piece there. So that's something that we can certainly take a look at and look further into as even a hub for the data to live. So we certainly, and we've been having discussions with our city partners about broadening our multidisciplinary team and involving city staff. So these are other intersections and integrations with respect to this work as we launch and broaden not just our mobile support teams, but boots on the ground with dealing with these clients, because we will be dealing with all the same clients. So absolutely, there'll be some integration of that data sharing.
Great. Well, I love everything that you just said. And I think our job up here is to make sure that you have the resources necessary to accomplish those tasks. So please do let us know, what you need, because I think that data sharing piece is critical. And I'm just going to briefly look at my colleague to see if we have sort of thumbs up on the importance of mapping homeless encampments in the county so we can track them. I'm seeing a majority of the board in support of that. I would also, I know that there were conversations, and I don't know if I've participated in a point in time count that has had this system, but I know there were conversations around an app that potentially could be used during the point in time count, which we should be getting into in the next few months, as opposed to, and I know that in the previous iterations, we've had kind of printed maps, and then you sort of make X's and circles, and there's different kind of codes, which requires, of course, a lot of then input as all of your CDC staff reviewing those and putting them into a data system. But do we have any update on that? Because I would also imagine that the point in time count is a great opportunity to get that data as well.
Yeah, I don't currently have an update on that. I'll have to check in with staff, but that is, there are other counties that are using apps, which certainly makes life easier. And it would be great for us to bring that kind of technology and that resource into Sonoma County to make our future point in time counts easier as well. So we can have an update brought forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And last question, I swear, I really appreciate that welfare checks were sort of listed, as a statistic. And I think that's such an important capacity for these teams to be able to do that. It was something that I actually was getting text messages from folks who are concerned about unsheltered residents who were, camped in floodways right before the floods came. And so I'm just wondering, is there a potential role for some of these teams in also supporting disaster response, or sort of, for supporting vulnerable populations during, say, the floods that we just experienced, or potential wildfire events? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think they're going to play a key role in that. And I think that we saw with the floods just from this last week, and we saw throughout the whole county, that these teams can play a key role in supporting help, and not only the trauma that involves for both our sheltered and unsheltered during that, but being able to do those welfare checks and even assist with transportations. So I think countywide, you'll see it be a valuable resource, whether it be fires or floods or whatever catastrophe we may be facing.
And I would echo that. We've experienced that both during the drought and the severe heat over the past few weeks, and then, like John said, with the recent rains. So our team's been going out. We have regular areas that they do proactive outreach, is what we refer to it as, where they're going into unsheltered communities and checking on the status of individuals in those encampments. They're passing out socks if they have wet clothing. They're giving blankets if their linens are soiled or damp. They're checking for bandages. We've been giving out water during really high heat days and trying to avoid people, becoming heat stroke or having exposure issues. So we're already seeing the dividends of some of that outreach during those crises.
Historically, the county MST team has been an important resource during disaster response. They have supported the shelters and also been a linkage between folks who are not getting to the evacuation shelters and the shelters as well. So they are great resources for that.
Thank you so much. And I briefly saw our interim director of the Community Development Commission, Dave Kiff, pop on the screen, and then he disappeared. So I don't know if he was able to share any additional information about the point in time count.
I can, yes, Supervisor.
Perfect. And did you hear the question, or do you want me to?
I did, yeah. We'll be using that app. We'll roll out a little informational item for you. We're just starting to work on the point in time count. It's the last weekend of January 2020. We're excited about doing one because we haven't done one in 2 years. So we'll send out an informational memo on that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Well, thank you all so much for your wonderful work, and I will bring it back to my colleagues for any final questions before. Great. So let's go ahead and see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to comment on this item. And I don't think we have one. We do have one member of the public in person, so I would welcome them into the chambers. Thank you, Darren, for getting the mic ready so the battery doesn't die. Welcome, Victoria. Good to see you today.
Thank you very much. This is part of my service commitment to be here with y'all on Tuesdays. Anyway, my name is Victoria Yanez. I'm active with Homeless Action as a volunteer attorney and also active with Sonoma Applied Village Services, SAVES. I really am impressed with this program, and I would love to see it go county-wide because the county needs to do its county-wide programs to serve each community. Now, I'm very impressed about the way the homeless issues are addressed in this matter. You know, Homeless Action is usually here protesting or criticizing, but this time we're commending. However, this of course reminds me of another county-wide program, which is general assistance. And if this program would have been used properly, we would not have a homeless problem. Now, Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000 says that the county shall provide for those with no other means of support. So right now, the program gives 3 months of aid a year, no housing. And this is a vestige from the Depression era welfare programs. This is the last safety net, general assistance. The feds take care of the disabled and women with children. The state takes care of the unemployed and temporarily disabled. And it's the county that has that last safety net. It doesn't work. I would like to see that program reviewed. And I'm always going to mention it every time I come here. But today, I want to just send greetings to the Board of Supervisors from Steamer Landing Encampment. We've been trying to get people into shelters at Mary Isaac Center since last Wednesday and have not been successful.
That does conclude your time, Victoria, but thank you very much for trying to get folks to services. And by the way, I love your hat.
Thank you. My friend made it for me.
It's beautiful. With that, I do not see any other members of the public who wish to speak in person. So Marcy, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you.
Thank you for our Zoom participants. If you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. Okay, and the commenters are Michael, followed by Kelsey, and then Ellen. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Michael's Tone. Hey, so I think it's really great that these programs are off the ground. It's definitely true that law enforcement shouldn't be responding to incidents involving mental health crises, incidents involving homelessness. These are problems that in the case of a crisis, you know, having someone who's trained is a good idea. But I also think that we need to emphasize the importance of lived experience as well, because from what I've heard, there are a lot of people who have been traumatized by the institutionalized mental health services that have been provided in this county and in a lot of counties around the country. So I think we need to emphasize, you know, not just, you know, getting peer-to-peer support, but also in the evaluation of these programs, hearing from the people with lived experience and people who have experienced the system. And then I also wanted to just briefly comment that it was brought to my attention that these meetings, it's not possible to comment using by phoning in a comment or through email. And, you know, it was possible. I don't see why we should step back from being more inclusive. These meetings happen on a Tuesday morning, which is not a good time for anyone who works to participate in these meetings, which are important, in which their voice can be heard. So I really recommend going back to having the most inclusive possible ways for people to participate in these meetings. Thank you.
Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name before beginning?
Hi, my name is Kelsey Barrow. I also am happy to be hearing about the progress that's made and all of the calls that have already been diverted, and understand that the pilot programs will be evaluated and there's concerns around how they're going to like work together and be different from each other. I feel like many of us are following that closely because it is a big concern, and also those places that don't have any of these services yet. I just have been waiting to hear a conversation around the funding and support of the actual services that people are going to. If we have teams that are trying to connect people with services, it has always felt like those services are not adequate necessarily, and that there aren't enough options for folks. Like, you know, some unsheltered people will want to go into a shelter and that will work for them, and others will need something like a sanctioned encampment. And just that when we're reimagining the response to connecting people to those services instead of sending law enforcement, that we also need to reimagine the services themselves, and that especially will include mental health institutionalization. And a lot of why people wouldn't call at all is like fear of those places and trauma from those places. And so, you know, how are we looking into that and whether they're adequate? And that includes if you are in a place where calling 911 is the option, that we need clarity around whether or not it's possible for law enforcement to be called. Like, part of the point of an alternative would be that someone could call and know that law enforcement isn't who they're calling, but if you call dispatch, we're not sure who that's going to be. So just transparency and clarity around that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Ellen Opsler, pronouns she and her. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. I want to thank you so much for placing this item on the calendar and recognizing the need for a county-wide mobile crisis response program, because there are no borders when it comes to the need for non-police responses. I do have a suggestion about the evaluation criteria listed in the presentation. It does not include whether the service providers have cultural, linguistic diversity and any lived experiences with the crises that they are responding to, because that information may help gauge the effectiveness of the service. For example, peer counseling is one of the most effective intervention techniques. I hope you will expand the list of criteria. In addition, and I know this is off topic, but I didn't know if I could attend this meeting, and I plan to submit a comment in advance via email. I'd like to echo what Michael said about going back to accepting comments in advance for more inclusive public participation. Thank you again for very much, and thank you for your consideration.
The next commenters are Anita, followed by Melissa and Peggy. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, it's Anita LaFollette, and I wanted to comment. Thank you for attending to this problem in our community. And I just want to note that there is one problem, and that is that none of these services can be utilized unless the police department decide to use them. And when there is a situation of the person has a warrant, then the police department's procedure tells them they have to attend to the warrant first. So in the cases that I presented to the board by paper, I gave them the ILR reports, both of those had a warrant for their arrest. So they were sent to jail instead of being able to access any mental health services. And as you know, there is no mental health in jail. They were asked how they felt. That was it. They weren't given medication. So I want to say that you need to attend to that procedure by the police department. They do not need to be the first responders. Or if they are the first responders and it's a 5150, they should in fact then attend to the 5150 rather than the warrant, because homeless people have warrants. Homeless people have tickets. They can't get to court. They're criminalized human beings. And they are out there taking all their time to eat and sleep, and they can't go to court. So they do have warrants for their arrest. And then they're put in jail and they can't access any of these beautiful services that you've outlined here. Thank you.
And Melissa, if you can please state your full name and begin your comment.
Hi, my name's Melissa. I am an educator and future mental health clinician. Yeah, I just really want to echo what the previous person said, that folks' mental state should be attended to first over, criminal past. I think that's really important, that we don't automatically criminalize people if they have tickets or warrants or whatever, if they are not doing anything violent, that they should definitely be getting the services they need. So I appreciate the previous commenter bringing that up, because that is really, really important. So thank you for informing the public and the Board of Supervisors. Secondly, I really want to stress that we lack the services we need to support these beautiful programs that are happening. Like I love that we are getting people connected with homelessness services and mental health services, but the problem is that we don't have the infrastructure to support them. So we really need to make sure that we have enough of everything to go around. Otherwise, these support teams aren't really going to be very effective. So please make sure that we, boost our infrastructure around homelessness and mental health as well. And that pretty much concludes my comments. So thank you so much for having this item on the meeting.
The next commenter should be able to unmute. Please state your name.
Peggy Flynn, Petaluma City Manager. I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors and the Ad Hoc Committee, Cheryl Bratton, Tina Rivera, and Bill Carter for their incredible collaboration and the creativity that has been shown since the start of this program has been unmatched, I think, in this county as far as collaboration. So I want to thank everyone. I want to give a big shout out to Petaluma People Services and Elise Hempel for stepping up and assisting us with the service provider end of the operation. And truly, it's been our commitment to our whole person care for our community to get this program up and running, and it'll only get better given the collaboration that we are seeing on a countywide level. So just really want to thank everyone, and we're looking forward to this next season working together 24/7. Thank you.
And the next commenters are Allegra and Lee.
Hi, good morning. My name is Allegra Wilson, pronouns she, her, and I am calling, really, I feel like all the people who are calling in this morning are saying very similar things. I super appreciate that Sonoma County is looking at alternatives to law enforcement response. I would love to see these programs be mental health first and law enforcement last. Like Kelsey said earlier, when people are scared of what's going to happen to them when they're in a crisis, they don't reach out, and then we have people who are just not taken care of in our community. So I think that that's really the key here, is to let people know that they aren't in trouble and they aren't going to get in trouble when they are having a crisis, that they will be supported instead. I also wanted to point out what Ellen said about criteria of evaluation, and make sure that there is an equity lens being used, and make sure that we are evaluating based on best practices, including peer support and including other alternatives that, again, aren't these institutionalization methods. They aren't law enforcement methods. They are, however, proven methods. So if the evaluation criteria can look towards some of those, I think that would be great. And I too just want to say that accessibility and inclusion in these meetings is really, really, really important. All of us calling in today have the luxury of being able to be here live, and not everybody does. That means teachers, that means social workers, that means so many other people, restaurant workers, retail workers, essential workers, basically, who cannot have their voices heard in the same way. So if we can go back to the more inclusive model, I think that would be amazing. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. If our next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Lee Vandeveer. I am actually calling, I'm a person who has been 5150'd. I'm a person who has experienced mental health crisis. I'm a person who has experienced loss of career and had to maintain a life despite having a hidden and devastating mental situation. I'm calling to say this because I've lived through this with incredible privilege, and I'm terrified just imagining a 911 call. So what I'm asking is that you consider making sure, like Allegra said before, that people's voices are heard, and most especially the voices of those who have actually experienced mental health crisis, and especially those with intersections where they have other issues in this world that keep them in situations that are not good. I don't have words because this is too big, and I'm going to keep talking here because I got almost a minute left. But I just want to impose upon you the importance of having people who have actually had direct experience with trauma from the helpers, because those voices need to be there. We need to tell you who is helping and who is hurting. And you don't know that until you listen to us. And we need to be included. And I mean, we who have experienced these things, who understand. I think a cahoots model is absolutely imperative. It will save lives, but the mental health of the community means investing in the community. It means funding the community. It means having places so that crises don't even occur in the first place. Please open these meetings to more of the community. Thank you.
And the next commenter is Alan. If you can please unmute and state your full name.
Hi, my name is Alan Worstel. I'm calling to echo the sentiments of everyone else I've heard calling in, that police should be the absolute last resort in situations like this, and that people who need help should receive that help from people who have gone through similar situations that they are going through. So including a peer support model is imperative. And that focusing on diversity and cultural competence is also extremely important. And also, I wasn't sure that I would even be able to join this meeting, and I had been previously calling in comments and recording them, and I'm disappointed to hear that that's stopping, because I won't always be able to call into these with my job, and I'm lucky. I get to work at home. Not everyone does. You know, teachers in our community, they can't put their class on hold so they can call into the Board of Supervisors meeting. So please bring that option back. Thank you.
And thank you. There are no additional commenters at this time.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And thank you to the members of the public who called in to participate today. I really appreciate the thoughtful and heartfelt comments. I will bring it back to any final comments from my colleagues before I look for a formal motion. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. I appreciate all the public comments. I do want to respond to a couple of themes that I heard in public comments. And one is, I'm not sure, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it sounded like there might be some confusion about what this model actually provides. And it is absolutely an alternative to law enforcement response to people in crisis. Whether it's the SAFE program, the In Response program, the CAHOOTS program, it's designed to have mental health and health workers and human services workers respond instead of law enforcement. That's what we're doing here, and that's the purpose. As far as the services that are around this, you know, we're talking. This item is specifically about the crisis response programs that these cities are standing up, but we haven't forgotten the other services that are necessary to back up these type of responses. Our next item on the list is housing for homeless folks. We have a robust peer support program, peer mental health support program in Sonoma County, and Measure O will provide additional mental health services above and beyond what we're talking about on this item here. And finally, just on participation in these meetings, folks are always welcome to call in, participate by Zoom. And as far as email, we get hundreds of emails prior to every board meeting that we have. I read those emails. I think my colleagues all read those emails. You're welcome to email, call, or be participating on Zoom. Nothing has changed about that. So just quickly, I want to respond to my colleagues' concerns about how this gets funded in the future. And, you know, it's absolutely legitimate to be talking about that. You know, we're talking about some pilot programs here, but I think we need to remember that to date, when mental health crisis response has been provided for the last 10 years or so, it's all been on the county. The cities have not been participants in this program until now. What we're seeing here from these 4 cities is a recognition of the value of this type of response. You know, they're putting their own budgets into this. We're helping them, but it's an investment in an improvement in the system, an investment in the future of both law enforcement and mental health services in our county. I think that we'll see over time that this takes pressure off of police departments and fire departments. It'll free up resources elsewhere within cities, within the county. And also, let's remember that this particular bucket of Measure O has about $3.6 million a year available in that bucket. That's, by my bad journalist math, probably somewhere around 16 or 17% of the total of Measure O. This item that we're talking about today of $942,000 is less than 5% of Measure O. We have the ability to expand this now, but I think it's just been a great collaboration, as has been said many times this morning, with our staff, with the staffs of these cities, to figure out a way to use just a small part of Measure O to bring forward, as I said earlier, a game-changing initiative in our county. I hope that before too long, it is a county-wide model. Until then, we still have the mobile support team, and we're talking about expanding their role to more look like the role of in-response or SAFE. But eventually, I hope we just have one that covers the whole county, and I'll look forward to that day. And Madam Chair, when you're ready, I'll be happy to make a motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Any other supervisors wish to speak? All right, Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And yeah, I just wanted to make sure, while I'm very proud to see District 2 here today, I also recognize wholeheartedly that we need a countywide program. But I think the calls for service were going to vary so greatly throughout that area of the county that what model of program should be implemented is still to be determined. And I think that these programs will help us, give us more information. We do have MST, which is great going forward. And I know that that's all part of that. I just want to make sure that I don't see this going away. I don't see this being a pilot per se. I see it being a full implementation and it needing a budget allocation jointly. I recognize the ability of the cities to also contribute. I just want to make sure that we don't turn around at some point in time and wonder where that money is going to come from. I always worry about that. I want to make sure that it's there. Petaluma has been up and running since July, and I think they've already see the success of the program. I see nothing changing on the horizon, both in Petaluma, Roanoke Park, Cotati, and certainly with the model underway in Santa Rosa, which is unique to that city. So yes, countywide program. We need to learn from what we're doing, but we also need to be financially good stewards, make sure that money's there and available. Ongoing operations are expensive, and it's our responsibility to make sure that we're being good fiscal stewards. So very supportive of this going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Any final remarks?
Just again, want to thank everybody for stepping up. This is so important for our county and regions, and I look forward to following the success of the programs. And thank you to my colleagues for working on this as well.
Supervisor Gore, you sure you're resisting? Everyone else had a time. Well done. Got some will there. All right, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the staff report on mobile support team and CAHOOTS programs, and also move the recommendations that are made by staff on slide number 30. Second.
Great. Second by Supervisor Gore. Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item, please?
Supervisor Gorin.
Enthusiastic, aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you all so much for your work. That does carry unanimously. And that will bring us on to our next agenda item, but we are going to take a brief break. So we'll go ahead and reconvene at 10:35 for the next agenda item. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you and welcome back. We are ready to resume. Wonderful. Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Please feel free to begin.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So we will be moving on to item 12, which is another positive step, I believe, in our investing in our safety net services here in Sonoma County, Project Home Key. And I'm just waiting for the screen to be magically populated by our awesome staff. I believe that we are about to be joined by our Interim Executive Director of the Community Development Commission, Dave Kiff, and also our Interim Director of Health Services, Tina Rivera.
Thank you, Board Chair Hopkins and board members. As Board Chair Hopkins noted, we'll be joined by Director Tina Rivera on this item. And this is indeed, I think, to use a phrase of the last item, it's another game changer, so it's an exciting day. We're going to talk first about the Project Home Key in general. So Project Home Key, again, you go to the next slide, Susan, if we haven't already. Project Home Key is a state program funded in part by ARPA dollars. There's about $1.45 billion released for 2021. The notice of funding availability is available now. And generally, it's the first applied, first received. There are early application incentives if we get applications in by January 31st of 2022, but we may end up trying to get things in quicker than that, as a lot of applications are already coming in. It does require a local or tribal sponsor. Actually, the state could sponsor that as well, but the primary sponsors are local and tribal. And it allows the conversion of motels, hotels, apartments, and other spaces into housing for the homeless.
Pardon me, Interim Director Kiff. I think we're seeing the presentation view of your PowerPoint slides.
Susan, we may have to switch screens on that to make sure you're showing the right screen.
All you need to do is in the top left, there's 3 menu options and one says display settings. And I think if you swap or duplicate, I think either works. Thank you so much. Looks great.
Thank you, Marcy. And thanks, Susan. In the Bay Area, there's a certain amount of money available. It's $165 million. This is a regional allocation, and that's provided for capital funds via the state's allocation under ARPA. There's also another $34 million available for capital operations, and the state is funneling this through its general fund. And we do expect to see another Project Home Key this time next year. So if we're making proposals this year and we don't get in, there's a good chance there's the same amount of money next year. So we're excited to see that. I'm going to talk next about our own region's Project Home Key 2 plan. The cities are submitting applications on their own. In fact, we know Roanoke Park is in, Petaluma is in, Healdsburg is about to send theirs in. The county may submit applications as well. And that's in part why this agenda item is here with a special note to George's Hideaway. There is a critical need, though, for the cities and the county, and that is operational funding. So this item's main purpose is to talk about a funding framework that sustains hopefully all of the region's Project Home Key facilities for at least 7 years. And that's important because if local governments like us show funding for 4 years, the state will provide some of the funding for 3 more. The state plan envisions about $33 to $46 per person per day. And that depends on whether or not you are chronically homeless. Housing for chronically homeless would secure the 46. Housing for all others who are non-chronically homeless would secure the 33. We do think, though, that local costs are going to be in the range of about $80 per person per day. Next slide, please. The 80 person per day assumption, what's likely included in that, you see the list. It's everything from staffing to laundry to security to meals. What might not be included, though, is the more intensive behavioral and related health services. And this item also talks about a new Project Home Key cohort that Tina can expound upon. Next slide, please. Our funding framework that's in your main resolution today assumes these things. It assumes that we're able to secure as a region about 230 beds. Now, the applications that are already in or going in are already about at 140 beds. I do think 230 is still optimistic. It'd be great if we got that many. I think we'll get a little bit less than that, just because of the competition statewide. It also assumes we want to secure the state's 3-year match. That, in other words, we would provide 4 years. So in other words, this is a 7-year funding plan. And I'd note that at year 8, we will start to have a shortfall or need to transition out of some of these facilities. Again, assumes $80 per person per day. It also assumes this new cohort that Tina will speak to a little bit for high needs behavioral related services. And these would be provided to any of the region's home key projects, whether you're in a city or unincorporated area. And then this framework of the framework's focus is on regional dollars and don't at this time tap into any jurisdiction's general funds. Next slide, please. This is a little bit what it looks like. This is what it looks like. In the orange is the estimated ongoing revenue on an annual basis. We take about 2.2 million from HAP, and that is the Homeless Housing and Assistance Program from the state. And we get about 4.1 million, and the continuum of care gets about 4.4 million. So there's a total of 8.5 million in HAP each year. Again, we're assuming those funds will continue. So we're proposing designating 1.1 million from each of the COCs and the counties HAP to fund 2.2 million a year to support these home key facilities. Next, there's a section of Measure O that is specifically dedicated to permanent supportive housing. This is indeed what home key is. It's supportive housing. So we're proposing to take all of that allocation for this purpose. And then our housing authority run here within the CDC is able to allocate vouchers for these projects as well. And you can see that's a significant amount of revenue that the vouchers would bring in. All that builds to about a 5.2 million annual funding framework for operational expenses. Now, we're also proposing that we designate residual HAP 1 funds from the county from our own organization as a one-time early capital match. And so briefly, there is a benefit for home key applications that include an early capital match. In other words, if you can match your per unit cost up to $100,000 per unit, you get an extra $100,000 from the state for those purposes. So it's a good thing if we're able to identify some early capital. Next slide, please. So continuing on with the kind of confusing math, if we're able to combine our 5.2 million every year with the state's assistance, and you can see the blue bar is the state's assistance. And remember, the state is assisting at $33 to $46 per day. So we've got to fill in those buckets. So if we can generate this $5.2 million revenue stream for 7 years, we can then take the state's match, combine it with a little bit less of our money, and then we bank our money. And then those last 3 years, 2026 to 2028, you can see the cost is a little bit more at 6.7, but we've accrued that amount that we've banked above the 5.2 for the first 4 years. Next slide, please. This is on the early capital match. It's just a kind of a rough estimate of what we think the region might ask for, anywhere from 40,000 to another, 40 million to another 20 million next year. And so the early capital match is really small. It's a small percentage of that, but it's important because it does allow more of the state to send us more money just because we've matched it. Next slide, please. I'm going to stop talking about the framework now and start talking about possible county project home key applications. One that we're focused on is George's Hideaway. Folks are familiar with this one. It's about 2 acres further down Highway 116 from Guerneville. The asking price is about $150,000. we would partner with West Coast Community Services. And then we're working on a plan right now, assuming you authorize us to apply, that would involve an interim housing solution leading to a permanent supportive housing solution over the next 3 years, but we'd be able to house people fairly quickly. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that one. I'm going to go to the next slide, please. There's also another project that's maybe potentially of interest to the board. It's certainly an interest to the community, the transition aged youth community, because we've been looking, firstly, Sonoma County has a significant problem with homeless transition aged youth. We have a good provider, TLC, that's interested in partnering with someone on a motel project. There is this motel, Redwood Inn in unincorporated Santa Rosa along Santa Rosa Avenue, approached us. The owner approached us and said, we may be interested in selling. So if that's an interest to the board, TLC is interested in partnering with us on this project, which again could involve housing for transition aged youth. There's also spaces for RVs in the back, so it might be a good mix of that. Almost next slide. You will hear, I think, and it's mentioned in the staff report, a discussion from Homeless Action Sonoma. They have also asked for a partnering relationship. And remember, in order for them to apply, whether it's TLC or Homeless Action Sonoma, they need a co-applicant that's a government. And Homeless Action Sonoma, they may be in public comment today, and they've asked the county to consider applying with them. There are good reasons to apply. There are also good reasons to be concerned. We need to make sure that the funding commitment is there for the long term. And our resolutions that your board would adopt, the second resolution today, does make a pledge that we are committing to at least 5 years worth of funding, and then in some cases a 10-year plan to further that. So the recommended actions today are to adopt a resolution regarding this funding framework and early capital match. What this does is it allows the county, our organization, as well as cities, to kind of staple the resolution to their applications for home key to say this is where our operational funding is coming from. Secondly, there's a resolution that authorizes county staff, and this involves Tina's department and my department, to begin filing for a George's Hideaway project under Home Key 2. We're ready to move on that. And importantly, actually, I should stop there and let Director Rivera kind of talk about the measure of the cohort, because we didn't have a slide on the cohort. It's an important thing to talk about. Director Rivera, do you want to kind of offer your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, with the Project Home Key cohort, this would be a services cohort, and it'd be coordinated by the Department of Health. And this particular cohort would offset the professional services costs at the Project Home Key site. For instance, the George's Hideaway site. We would expand and incorporate additional city partners. This cohort would, of course, combine our county staff who have behavioral health and clinical experience with our city partners who perhaps do not have that level of expertise. Some of the feedback that we've received from our city partners is because they don't have that clinical experience, but perhaps they would have the outreach experience or the navigation experience or the referral experience, but then coupled with our county staff who do have that higher level of experience, and then developing a cohort such as this, providing these wraparound services and supports that are so necessary to encourage and keep clients stably housed would go a long way to the success of the program. So that's just in a nutshell what the Project Home Key cohort would do. Just as we do at Los Guilacos Village, where we've seen the success and had the great success of transitioning folks from a transitional project into permanent supportive housing in Los Guilacos. We would see the same thing here at George's Hideaway while it's in its transitional period, but when it converts into permanent supportive housing, keeping those clients permanently supported and housed. We'd have a case management, connecting them to CalFresh benefits, getting them to appointments, getting them into substance use and mental health services, things of that nature. So this would be our Project Homekey cohort. Back to you, Dave.
Thank you, Tina. I think everyone's excited about that cohort to get it rolling. So I think it's an exciting part of this proposal. So item C again would be to approve the use of Measure O funding for the cohort. Item D is to authorize us to study and seek a potential partner for a Redwood Inn Homekey project. If we do find that, we'd come back to you quickly with a consent item that would allow us to apply for it. Because again, we're excited about that project. There's a carve out for transition aged youth in Project Homekey. So optimistically, we don't think the time crunch is quite as significant as say a project like George's Hideaway. So we could take a little bit more time to develop the TAY project at Redwood Inn. So with that, Chair Hopkins, I know Director Rivera and I are happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. I'll bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Supervisor Gorin?
I think this is a report that we've all been looking forward to. We know that, especially given the horrendous rain we just experienced, we need, with all due urgency, need to collaborate and provide housing for our homeless. And we know that that's expensive, but often the most expensive part of providing shelter are the wraparound services. And I think you've just outlined clearly how important Project Homekey is to funding, at least for a couple of years, those wraparound services. And those wraparound services are the direct support that allow our homeless individuals to reintegrate into the community successfully, accessing jobs and education and housing. So my question really is, and thank you, Dave, for outlining your discussions with Homeless Action Sonoma. And this is a group that came up out of the grassroots, didn't even hear of them until 6 months ago. And suddenly they are raring to go. They've acquired a site and they have as their model Homeward Bound at the Hamilton Air Force, former Hamilton Air Force Base, a little microcosm. And we are working on outreach for them, with them. So and thank you for contacting them and offering to be a co-applicant for their application. But what does that mean for them and for us? And I use as a context, yes, you all know I didn't support the location of Los Guilacos Village because it was not close to services. And when the homeless folks in Sonoma Valley are encouraged to go to shelters, they say, no, I don't want to go to LG Village. I don't want to go to Petaluma because it's not my community. And so I guess I have two questions. One, what does it mean to be a co-applicant? And secondly, what could we consider for the future of LG Village, knowing that other locations are looking for small huts, pellet shelter homes? Could we consider breaking up LG Village and moving the shelters to other appropriate locations? And that would mean maybe a savings for the operation of that facility.
I think I'll start with the first half of your questions. I'll let Director Rivera take the LG Village side. Your first question was about what does it mean to be a co-applicant under Homekey? Again, a government agency needs to pair with a service provider. Homeless Action Sonoma doesn't have a lot of track record as being a service provider, but they certainly could qualify as a co-applicant with us. what Director Rivera and I have discussed with them is that we'd be happy to talk to the board, to your board, about this right now as we're doing. We have some concerns that we don't quite have the bandwidth to help them with their application. So if we were, because the applications are not easy, they involve very detailed plans and documents. Again, we'll move down the pathway of Georgia's Hideaway, but with Homeless Action Sonoma, they did say they'd be willing to do that on their own. In other words, fill out the application. And then the second question for your board is, if you decide to be a co-applicant, we need to be clear that there's a funding commitment made, and that commitment varies depending on whether or not the project is interim housing or permanent housing. The funding commitment is one that the state uses to go and say, okay, this project is going to live more than a year or two. So arguably, if Homeless Action Sonoma's project falls below the region's 230 beds that we've made with this funding framework, then it probably could fit within that funding framework. But so one of the good things about this process is that it would allow us, if your board chose, to be a co-applicant, but then if we were awarded the grant, to go ahead and kind of reprioritize and stop and take everybody's temperature and say, is there enough funds in the operational support side to support this, to actually complete and accept the grant? And that, so that's kind of a backstop to being overwhelmed, I guess overwhelmed in a good way, with lots of home key beds.
Thanks, Dave.
And then with respect to your Los Guilicos question about moving Los Guilicos or breaking it up and parsing it out, perhaps, I would say that I'm not certain that we would gain cost efficiency or return on investment, if you will, with moving Los Guilicos Village. I think we can probably gain some cost efficiencies by perhaps looking at some of the maintenance costs, perhaps the shower trailers, things of that nature, which we are doing, and analyzing how we can gain some cost efficiencies with respect to how it's being run now. Now, of course, it's certainly up to your board how long that particular site continues to run and remain, but moving it, I think, of course, would add costs. I don't believe that we would, realize any savings by moving it. With respect to serving the Sonoma Valley residents, we currently have 16 Sonoma Valley residents living there at residing at LG Villages now. We have 2 at our trailer sites in Santa Rosa. We thought individuals wouldn't go there, but I believe because of the non-congregate style of the site itself, and because of the services and supports that it offers, and then the supportive services, and I believe because of how it's run, individuals all across the county see this as a prime location. And that's why it's one of our successful models. It's a successful model that others look to, and that we've had others from throughout California come and tour. So it truly has served its purpose and continues to serve an incredible purpose throughout our county with respect to not only our homeless clients, but also a model throughout California for others who are standing up shelters such as this.
Thank you, Tina. I really appreciate your work with St. Vincent de Paul and LG Village. For the most part, it operates successfully and quietly, but it is expensive with shuttling and 24/7 security. That was a concession to the senior community across the street. And we have promised that area that this was a temporary site. And now we've put all kinds of buildings and equipment on the site, and those pellet shelter homes are movable. So does it make sense to duplicate even a portion of that somewhere else using new pallet shelter homes, trailers, mobile homes, rather than thinking about relocating or dividing in half the equipment in the pallet shelter homes. This is for the board's consideration. I would say that if we're looking for cost efficiencies and reintegration of our homeless community into a community, let's put them into a community, not out 10 miles from Sonoma, 10 miles from the city of Santa Rosa. So there may be other questions, but I look forward to hearing the discussion. But I want to thank everybody for working so hard on the Project Home Key applications. It is fabulous that we have Petaluma, Rohnert Park, and the West County stepping up to provide homeless services in this way. And that's exactly what this funding is intended to be for. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore?
Thank you very much, Chair Hopkins. I'll keep it to the home key applications in the report. First thing I want to do, Mr. Kiff, is I want to thank your staff and you and Tina for an exceptional board report. I sat with my colleagues before we got going and just looked around, and we didn't talk substantively about it, but I just looked and said, this is damn good work. It's thoughtful, it's thorough, it's deals with the complexities of doing work in the government, the amount of bonuses in boxes to check as a part of these applications, the amount of outreach required to do this in the right way. And the fact that this started off as a very, let's call it a angst-driven portfolio, and it's come to our board right now with such fruition and such maturity from our city partners and also from us. To me, it gives me more hope than the actions we've taken so far. Our community is stepping up, whether that's in Cloverdale passing a resolution and putting in for a proposal for a home key application on the edge of town, whether that's Petaluma, Rohnert Park, whether it's the things that we are still identifying, the opportunities, people looking to put money on the table, actually yield results. It gets me excited about public service because the old system of whack-a-mole don't work no more. And so I want to applaud you for that. So the big thing that I'm interested in, number one, is the discussion around how we look to support the cities outside of ongoing dollars. Is there a request from the cities that are putting in applications for us to help with the 25% match or initial capital costs? I'm interested specifically in those three areas where the cities will be leading as primary government entities in their applications. And what is our support, either in name or in writing? And obviously, I'm thinking about in excess of what was put into the report with respect to HAP funds, right? And the chart that really laid out the ongoing and the other things. I'm just interested in what's the feeling with those applications on the ground and the negotiations that you've been having.
A good question, Supervisor. The applications vary in their requests. Some are more interested in the ongoing support. Others are more interested in the capital support. For instance, Healdsburg's application does envision a significant capital infusion that they would match with capital on their side. I think they're suggesting $1 million from the early capital match program. I think we would also include some for George's Hideaway just to get an additional bonus there. I think kind of given some of the funding sources you mentioned, if the county administrator wanted to take a look at those sources, you folks know it better than I do as a new person to the county, but just so you know, the 1.3 million would be absorbed quickly by some of these applications.
When we actually submit those applications, does that all have to be set in stone at this point?
It does not. So that does allow us a little bit of time to work on that.
Okay. The reason I say that is because if we're figuring out a solution with mostly the ongoing money in the chart that you guys put out and with the additional one-time money that can supplement, I just want to state that as a supervisor sitting across this entire dais, if there's tangible projects that get approved, I am going to be interested in us coming back and making sure we find out what the delta is to move things forward. We do this in our County Fund for Housing program. It's not new to us to look at issues with housing costs and with other things, but obviously we don't want to ever spend more than is needed. But with this unique opportunity and not knowing the future of HomeKey, even though we hope it goes into many more iterations, if we get approvals or if cities in our jurisdictions get approvals that deal with this cumulative program and need in our community, I just want you all to know that doesn't, I'd love to hear from my colleagues, but I don't fear having that conversation and you all coming back to us and saying, here's what we have, here's what we've talked about with our cities, and here's what's really needed to put that out, especially if it's one time. I did love how in the staff report, it did mention that one of the reasons that there wasn't more county proposals is because the county administrator doesn't want to agree to, I love that reference of that discussion. And I actually honor that because we went out on our own for the first two. And our goal was really to find out if we were going to partner on these other ones. And I'm actually very emboldened that the cities are willing to put them on their own and move forward. So, the only other question that I have for you, and this is as much to Supervisor Hopkins, is the 1.2 million set for the shelter in West County. You've gone through many iterations of like looking at that, how that works. There was a discussion in this about putting 500,000 of that 1.2 million towards it. I'm just interested in what the thought is around the other funding. Is it to continue to pursue other options for one time outside of this? How does that work? So whether that's for the supervisor or for staff, I'm not sitting here asking for the entirety of $1.2 million to go towards one project. Just wondering what the thinking is around it.
Yeah. So there are actually a couple of different possibilities. One actually, which recently maybe dissolved, was utilizing that to help leverage the acquisition of the Bank of America building in downtown Guerneville, which it looks like it was just taken off the market. I'm trying to follow up with realtors and the owner and sort of figure out what was going on there. But that's used for health and human services provision, both by local CBO as well as the county. And so it would benefit the county in the long run to be able to own that building rather than leasing it. Also having ongoing conversations with the service providers surrounding sort of both the need for navigation services at that site and also for sort of homeless outreach in terms of the rural encampments that pose the fire danger. And so those are some possible uses for the rest of the funds. But I believe that amount is sufficient for the local match to help us sort of get into the category of drawing down additional state dollars. But I would leave that analysis to Dave or Cheryl.
When we went through the process with George's Hideaway before, wasn't it the septic stuff that throttled it, the cost of moving in with? I assume it's because we didn't have a 75% potential match from the state.
So that was actually before I was on the board of supervisors. It was just before I joined, but I remember having conversations with then Supervisor Carrillo regarding sort of the reasons why. And, ultimately it was sort of the shape that the infrastructure was in. The sewer hookup has always been a known cost, and that was kind of already factored in. But since that time, the owner has made some investments in terms of just sort of the fundamental stability of like the foundation of the structure and its structural integrity. And so it was sort of the due diligence where that deal fell apart last time.
Thank you very much. That's what I got for now.
Other questions? Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. And I want to echo the appreciation for the work that staff has been putting into this. I'll start by saying I really support the funding framework that's put forward here. The use of HAP funds that, from both the continuum of care side that includes the cities that are applying for this and the county. I think it's a good collaboration. Using about a quarter of our total HAP allocation to me bodes well for the future. if housing is truly the way that we cure homelessness, we'll be needing to do this more and more in the future. What I see as a rather minimal commitment from HAP is a good start here. Wanted to ask a couple of questions. First of all, Hotel Azura and Sebastopol Inn are not included in the 230 beds that I can see. Can you tell us how we are funding the supportive services for those two projects right now?
Currently, the supportive services for the Sebastopol and Hotel Azura fall under the FEMA reimbursable pot, but we have operational services and supports from Project Home Key 1. And then also we have the $2 million from general fund contingencies that was approved by your board over a year ago. And then we also have whole person care housing pilot dollars in the amount of about $4 million that will kick in at the end of December. And then once the conversion happens, many of those individuals or clients who will be residing in those hotels will have housing vouchers.
And at what point do we expect that conversion to happen away from FEMA?
We anticipate, well, the construction's already happening at the Azura. And then Paul is looking at a timeline in the next 6 months to begin the conversion over at the Elderberry Commons or the Sebastopol Inn.
Okay, that's great. And I actually misunderstood your use of conversion. I was thinking, you're talking about converting them into
Permanent supportive housing.
Units with kitchens.
Correct.
I was thinking the conversion from being paid for by FEMA to paid for by us. When does that occur?
Now that'll occur at the end of December.
Okay. So on the operational expenses that are listed in table 5 here, there's no escalating factor here. Are we assuming that the amount of services will go down instead of the costs going up, or is this just a generalization type of table?
It's a generalization, and again, it would assume too that the revenue sources increase at the same level that costs increase, which is a fairly optimistic assumption, but not totally unrealistic.
Okay. And Dave, I think you mentioned that in year 8 we will need to make some decisions, either transitioning out of some of these projects or figuring out other funding options. But who owns these buildings when we transition out of using them for permanent supportive housing, if we do?
That's an interesting path, and it's one that the county administrator has asked about as well. But there is certainly a model that works well, where we, either the CDC as an entity or the county as an entity, holds the facilities for a certain amount of time and then transfers them either at zero cost or at some cost to a housing developer like a Burbank Housing or something similar, and then they would hold title to it. And I think that's probably the model that we all prefer versus county ownership of these for the long term.
Yeah, I think that's something that would be great to look forward to when these don't need to be permanent supportive housing, but they probably should be deed restricted, very low income units, something like that. Just wanted to mention, the operational costs, as Tina mentioned, they don't get smaller as we broaden this. They get bigger, and particularly a bunch of these sites that are small have the same or very much the same security costs and some of the other operational costs as a few sites that are bigger. So, I would encourage, rather than, breaking up a Los Guillicos village, expanding it, maybe elsewhere, but not breaking it up into smaller places, because it's not efficient as far as the finances go. I'm very much supportive of the cohort from Department of Health Services working on this, putting county professionals with city folks who are doing outreach and navigation and those types of things. I think is a great model to follow, particularly in light of the last conversation we had this morning. Another way to kind of expand our force on both ends, both cities and the county. On the Homeless Action Sonoma and Redwood Inn proposals, I'm wondering if those might be better looked at for Project Home Key 3. From what you're saying this morning, it sounds like, well, they may be ready, but I'm not sure that we are to take those on right now. And I wonder if you can comment on that.
That's a conversation that Director Rivera and I had with the Homeless Action Sonoma team yesterday, is that maybe there's an opportunity for them to stand up an indoor-outdoor shelter for a period of time, whether that's a year or year and a half. In fact, they've applied under your board's NOFA for the $2 million. They're in that mix. So there could be a potential model where they start with that shelter, get a little bit of experience with that, and then apply on Project Home Key round 3. Similarly, the Redwood Inn could go that way as well. I do think there's a great need for the transition-aged youth housing sooner rather than later, but certainly I think it's reasonable to assume that we're going to get that we're going to be oversubscribed in our region for beds, given all the applications going in, and we may not get awarded even if we tried.
So what happens if we throw all of these applications onto the pile that's going up to Sacramento, and all of them are granted, and we don't feel like we have the capacity to deal with it? How do you manage that?
Well, we would come back to your board, especially with the county side of projects, and prioritize them, because the contract is not executed for a Project Home Key award until the board agrees to that. Agreeing to apply is different from agreeing to the grant. Okay. So we'd have that opportunity to revisit our resources and our limitations at that point. Okay. Yeah, and I just want to make it clear, I would love to get all of these up and running, but I want to make sure that we can handle what we can chew what we bite off. So that's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Ramett?
I appreciate that, because that's really what I've been trying to make sure I watch out for as well, is to looking over the horizon, understanding that year 8 is going to be an issue no matter what, but really making sure that we can do as much as possible, but also be able to, quite frankly, afford it and not run short. And so I do appreciate that. I think, this county jumped quickly on Home Key, and I think it's been proven a success here, and I encourage us to continue in that vein. Did the state, I'm curious about the per person per day charge. Did the state determine a certain percentage, or does the state determine that to be reasonable? And I'm just trying to tell me about the delta between what we know locally and what the state was proposing. I suspect they probably knew it and weren't going to go to the full number, but I'm just also, do we need to look at our services and try to bring that number down to close the gap, to extend the amount of services that we can do as well? Can you just speak to that real briefly?
Certainly, and Director Rivera may have a comment too. I think the state looked at what was kind of median across the state and typical for these services, and kind of landed there versus in an area where labor costs are a bit higher. And I think as as Supervisor Corsi noted too, there's certainly economies of scale issue that would bring down cost per day into that range that the state sees as more reasonable. But even our larger projects, like Roanoke Parks project, is up into the 80s and 90s.
And I'd add, the cities have really had to get creative to bring those costs down. As you really get into these projects, we're living in an area where costs are quite a bit more expensive. And so I think, you can make an estimate and a projection, but when you begin to operate and run, I think, unfortunately, costs are not going to be as cheap or as, at that median range that the state anticipated or that you as the provider anticipated either. So I believe, that we can be cautious and there's going to be some concern with this rate.
I add one more thing to that too. The rate will also depend on the type of housing. An interim housing that is kind of immediately or very much akin to a non-congregate shelter will require more security costs. But once you move to permanent supportive housing, a lot of those costs can be addressed in other ways. And sometimes some of the models will have persons with lived experience providing some oversight once it gets to that point of a PSH model. So there, again, wearing my optimistic hat, you could see where some of these projects transfer from a high cost model to a low cost model once they're fully established as PSH.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And it kind of confirms the suspicions on the state's motivations, but yeah, it is what we're dealing with, and I appreciate the work. So thank you.
Any other remaining questions or responses to any of the other questions that were asked? Supervisor Gorin?
I'm not going to spend a lot of time arguing the future of Los Gulicos. You know where I stand. How many pallet shelter homes were destroyed in the glass fire last summer?
4.
Well, actually, I think there were 6. There were 2 damaged and 4 destroyed.
Yeah, 4 destroyed and 2 that were repaired.
I know there is a security card at the entrance of Los Gulicos, the whole campus, and we are expending more money for security of the campus. Is that security guard being covered by St. Vincent de Paul? In other words, are we paying for the security guard, or is the county general fund paying for that security guard?
Now, General Services has a security for the campus. So the county, expends for security for the entire campus. So that, is an expense that the county covers. So that security guard not only, secures or oversees Los Gulicos campus, but all the other buildings that are across the campus. But St. Vincent de Paul is responsible for the interior security. That's on the Los Gulicos interior specifically.
Supervisor, if I may add to that, we spend $432,000 a year in general fund for the campus security right now. And also based on the most recent analysis we've done, LG Village is costing us roughly $129 a day per occupant without counting the HERT team services. So just to give you a frame of reference.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important information, and I'll have some comments and maybe additional questions later. Thank you.
Any other questions? I did just want to take the opportunity to share a couple of data points from the Guerneville community. We did host a town hall a few weeks back, wherein we did real-time live surveys through Zoom. And the majority of the folks were actually residents of the Russian River. And I think we had more than 150 attendees at that Zoom meeting. So in terms of, we actually asked them which locations they would support for homeless services in Guerneville. George's Hideaway was far and away the most popular option, 66% yes, 19% no. So 66%, 2/3 support for George's Hideaway, which was really excellent. Next was the Park and Ride, which was 62% yes, 26% no. That's Hall, 39% yes, 44% no. Bank of America, 33% yes, 45% no, and Johnson's Beach, 32% yes, 47% no. So I did just want to state for the record that we had some strong support, honestly, from the community for this particular location and this particular project, which is really heartening to see. I have no further questions, so I would go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person. Seeing none, I would ask Marcy, or wait, there is one. Hello, Victoria. Thanks for joining us again.
Hello. I'm speaking as a member of Homeless Action ! Here in Santa Rosa. We're very proud of the work of Homeless Action Sonoma. And we are very happy that the board is receptive to their work. The Home Key project should give Sonoma County plenty of money because nationwide, we have one of the worst homeless problems per capita. So we've been working on this problem for a while in the organizations that I'm in, and we've tried to find properties to put safe parking on or something, and we can't find any. So then we get radicals like me saying it's time for agrarian reform in order to house these people. Land back. So anyway, I'm affiliated, Homeless Action is affiliated with the Western Regional Advocacy Project in San Francisco that does a coalition of homeless support groups around the nation. And we talk about strategies regarding police sweeps and stuff. So they made posters and t-shirts and stuff with the saying, house keys, not handcuffs. And I think that that is very important to consider, that we're resolving other problems by taking advantage of every program that comes along. I think it's our duty to do that, our duty to the poor people of this county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment in person? Going once, going twice, seeing no more, I would hand it back to Marcy to accept public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone attendee to comment on this item. Thank you. And the commenters currently with hands raised are Dawn, followed by Annie, and then Gregory. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Good morning. This is Don Schwartz from the City of Roanoke Park and also on the COC board, and want to just say thank you so much for considering this. This is exactly what we need to be doing, is looking at funding holistically. Earlier this year, we had a hard time on the COC getting to think about funding streams outside of those we directly control, and here we are talking about merging county streams, funds from the health department, funds from Measure O, city dollars. It's just great to be thinking about this strategically and holistically, and really appreciate that. And to me, it's an extension of the conversation earlier today on the Cahoots type programs, where we're also blending funding streams from different sources. So, standing ovation for thinking strategically in that way. Appreciate that. Also for bringing vouchers into the conversation. Marin County has had considerably greater success than we have in Sonoma County in addressing homelessness in a very tight housing market. And vouchers have been really kind of the keys to the kingdom in Marin, and a big part of their success. And appreciate Dave Kiff bringing that proposal forward here to help address the gaps that we have. And I hope we can do more with vouchers outside of Home Key as well. We do recognize in city land that the county is bearing significant costs now from your general fund for homeless services, and will be in the future with the 2 hotels, with Los Gillicos Village, with the $2 million coming for your decisions in December on the short-term projects. And cities are putting in more than ever before. And I want to thank Cheryl Bratton, your county administrator, for engaging with the cities, and Tina as well, looking at the cohort from IMDT, and particularly Dave. There's much work to be done on this system, many improvements to be made, and I'll just say, oh, what a difference a Dave makes. Thank you so much.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Annie Felendez. I'm the president of Homeless Action Sonoma. We serve the Sonoma City area. The Sonoma City area has had no shelter for 2 years. 5 members of our homeless community died last winter. We have 2 proposals. One is for a Quick Haven Houses winter shelter beginning this December, running for 2 years. This will be replaced by a permanent transitional facility modeled on the Homeward Bound of Marin, and construction starts August 2022. We are in the planning and permit process for both these facilities. We are looking for home key funding. We have a state home key ambassador already. We understand that the CDC is presently overextended, limiting the ability of the county to be our local entity. Homeward Bound of Marin and Daniel Iacofano, with his business MIG Incorporated in Berkeley, are willing to help us do the heavy lifting needed for the application process. Under these conditions, we would like to be included in the home key application process.
And Gregory, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Gregory Farron. I'm on the board of Sonoma Applied Village Services. I want to echo Don and others' comments about how much we appreciate the county and the cities stepping up to put their own general funds, sometimes monies they can obtain from the state or the federal government. This is a time in which the true talent of being able to see all of the various ingredients and put together intelligent pictures and intelligent applications is really being tested. And I think your staff is doing an excellent job. You all know that we specialize in, what people think of as truly interim housing that is 1 step up or 2 steps up from the street. Safe parking and tiny homes and things that are up to about 2 years ago never really thought of as housing, but now they're becoming useful ingredients and tools. We have applications into Santa Rosa and to Sonoma County, to Sebastopol. We had one into Runner Park. So SAVES is becoming a serious player in more than just coming and telling you what you should do, trying to actually do it with you. And I just wanted to remind you. So we appreciate being considered in that reign, and we will perform if given a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If our next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Stephen Sotomayor. I'm the housing administrator for the city of Healdsburg. I just want to say thank you for considering this item today. It really shows a collaborative approach to addressing the needs of those experiencing homelessness in our county. We at the city of Healdsburg plan to submit our application tomorrow. It's great to have leadership from Dave Kith and Tina Rivera, along with Cheryl Bratton, on helping us to get these funds put together so that we can work collaboratively. Also like to thank the leadership of Supervisor Gore. About 2 years ago, we started a regional homeless planning effort led by his office. And today is the day that it comes to fruition of us applying for a shelter, which has been a long missing piece in the North County. That collaborative is the town of Windsor, the city of Cloverdale, and Healdsburg all planning together to work together to address those experiencing homelessness in our community. So really happy that you're considering this today, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, and Chair Hopkins. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. And I didn't know if staff had any responses to any of the members of the public who commented, maybe particularly Annie Falandes, who was speaking about the Marin project. Any response to that?
Chair Hopkins, I think we're heartened to hear Annie talk about her partner and helping with the application. I think that's going to be an important lift for that effort. So that's how I'd respond.
Great. Thank you very much. And now I will bring it back to my colleagues to share their final thoughts before we move forward with a vote on this item. Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I'll just state it direct and be done with it, which is I'm a yes on all of this. And then figuring out what we do. I think it's I don't just think it is, it's for all the times that we use the words historic and unprecedented these days with our disasters, our floods, our historic rainfall in the middle of our historic drought, we do have a historic opportunity to lean forward and make substantial change. The kind of numbers that you're looking at, the kind of collaboration that you all have built on the ground, it gives me the chills, which is the good stuff in this world. The fact that we have folks in the community from Saves and others who have gone from being activists to being advocates to being proposal writers to being managers and understanding the complexity that we deal with as well, for them to call us out for leadership by both electeds and also staff, and for us to lean in. I am hopeful that we get applications in early, and I want you guys to come back to us and force us to make tough decisions on how we support not only our county applications, but the cities, and then the other ones that are there before us. I think my constituents, what they want to see more than anything is they want to see compassion, but they want to see results on the ground. And under our Martin v. Boise scenario that we live in right now, for us to be able to have compassionate love and then also tough love and do what's needed in our community and move into conservatorship discussions and Laura's Law and link this with cahoots and the issues we face in our jail, it requires this kind of a community response. This is what did not happen back in the day when the state started to dismantle its mental health substance abuse systems. And those needed to be reformed, but just putting them into a community where nobody developed any solutions except to look the other way, those days are dead. So excited for what you brought forward. You have one supervisor who's going to be not only a support for this staff direction, but who's looking to vote for you to put on the afterburners and force us to do what needs to be done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Gorin.
I want to echo the comments of my colleague. Thank you both so much for your work, and CEO Broughton and her team in working with the cities. This collaboration, I actually think, is unprecedented. It's what we've aimed for and haven't been successful achieving. But we also need to thank the governor and our legislator for providing the continuing stream of funding with Project Home Key 1, 2, and hopefully 3 next year. And I think it is time to not only build capacity, which we are doing, and I think we're doing successfully, and analyzing the results. As we've seen with LG Village, there are a number of folks who've been very successful in reintegrating into the community. But let's re-examine our models and our assumptions, what makes sense. Supervisor Corsi talked about maybe economies of scale. Does it make sense to build a little bit larger? Certainly not at LG Village. There is no capacity. I've asked Caroline Judy about that. But are there locations in the county that could accommodate more than maybe 60 of the homes, or a mixture of the pallet shelter homes as well as more permanent transitional housing? And I think that should be the goal. But we also I've been a really strong advocate of regional solutions, north, south, east, and west, as well as the central area. And I think what we're seeing is the emerging regional proposals, which is as it should be, either between the safe parking proposals that are now going to come before the board in the near future, as well as Project Home Key funding. And I hope we think about the pipeline for future projects that take advantage of the Project Home Key funding 3. We need to work with, if we're, and thank you for agreeing to be the co-applicant for Homeless Action Sonoma. I think it's a really important statement that the county is stepping up and supporting the activism of the and experienced leaders in the activism and creating a shelter there, and also maybe the Redwood Inn and other locations soon to be discussed. I hope you work with the cities and the continuum of care to say, we're open for business. Let's talk. What proposals do you have? And let's start early in helping them develop the proposals moving forward. The amount of funding to support the wraparound services is a conundrum, but we know that that is the secret to success. And so there's 2 elements in this proposal. I'm absolutely going to support the proposal, but I would ask that somehow we give a nod to the other 2 proposals for Homeless Action Sonoma and the Redwood Inn if we're moving those forward. How do we include them in the conversation? Whether they can be funded now or later is another question, but I think we at least have to acknowledge the energy that they bring forward. The fact that we are looking for space for transitional youth is absolutely important. They were one of the categories of our homeless population who, for the most part, were unsheltered. And we need to, along with SAY and other organizations, we need to include space for them. I would ask also that my colleagues work with you, Tina and Dave, on a strategy for reusing, repurposing those facilities at LG Village. It makes no sense that we have 44 or 45 people from Santa Rosa and elsewhere living in an area far removed from their community. I know in Sonoma Valley, we have, we asked for 10 beds, then 15 beds, and now we have 16, and had to scramble to get that many beds when we have a waiting list of 5 to 10, and we probably have 10 to 20 who are not necessarily interested in locating at either COTS or LG Village. How expensive is it to move the pallet shelter homes, to repurpose them in communities where the residents originate, from where the residents originate? And would those residents then graduate or transition into some of the facilities that are being proposed now and potentially funded by Project Home Key? I said at the beginning, this was not a good location. The glass fire confirmed it. It was a scramble during the evacuation that night. 6 pallet shelter homes and the residents' belongings were destroyed during the fire. The very same reason that Supervisor Corsi put a sense of urgency in moving the archives is the reason why we need to move the vulnerable population out of the path of fires. Sadly, it will happen again. And I want to encourage us to develop a long-term strategy for this temporary location. So great work in bringing this forward, absolutely supportive of this and the pipeline going forward, and looking at where it makes sense to locate our homeless services and wraparound services. Thanks to all for working on this issue. I'm holding a virtual town hall in Sonoma Valley regarding homeless services and lack thereof in Sonoma Valley, and the threat of fire from some of the campers and the threat of floods to those campers on Wednesday night, 5 to 6:30. And thank you both for participating, along with Sonoma Overnight Support and Homeless Action Sonoma, and as well as a lot of other folks in the community. So I look forward to that and more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. I'll look to my left. Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. I'm going to be supporting A, B, C, and D here. I do have some concerns about, our capacity to operate all of this if we receive all these grants, particularly with FEMA going away from Hotel Azura and Sebastopol Inn. I'm not sure that we've got let me put it this way. I don't understand exactly what the plan is to pay for all of this. I appreciate the outline, the framework that you have here, but I'd like to get some more detail as we go forward. But for now, I think we should throw all the noodles against the wall and see what sticks, and keep this going. Thank you again for the work.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I kind of echo some of my colleagues, both comments and concerns. Obviously, operation costs, the growth assumptions, whatever it may be to get to that year 8 going out. The one benefit that I think we do have at this moment in time is that we have those years in front of it to plan and save accordingly. And historically, I think we've done well to expend one-time costs with the overall plan of doing that in a way that by the out year, you've got the bulk of the dollars assigned. And I hope that is the case here going forward as well. And I think, as was said by Supervisor Gore, I too am for all of the above. And I think Homegi has the potential, and I think it started off being very good for this county, and we need to kind of continue in that vein. I think collaboration, regional approach is key. It is obviously easier to achieve when there's a lot of dollars on the table to share. But I think it's also about a variety of housing options. And I think that is key as well, including safe parking and all the others, to really have that portfolio of housing options to be able to offer the unsheltered, to really pull them in, to then make sure that we can get those wraparound services going forward to break that cycle and really make a dent. But I am for all of the above. I do think that at some point we need to track financially our obligations that are yet unfunded, unallocated at least, to have a plan in place. And to do that sooner than later will make sure that we can be successful in the long run.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rabbit. And I would also echo many of the thoughts of my colleagues. And I especially appreciate Supervisor Gore bringing up this idea of the dismantled system that really was never, ever replaced, right? There sort of was this, tear down under the Reagan era of our mental health institutions that was supposedly going to be replaced by a community-based system that was never really funded or built out. So I actually was trying to Google and see, is there a word like mantling? Because we're not dismantling, we're mantling. Turns out mantling is the drapery of a knight's helmet. This is what Google tells me. So dismantling was to remove that drapery from the knight. Just little factoid. But I think that, we can also look at making progress rather than sort of being stuck in stasis, which I think that we have been for far too long. So I'm really, really proud of this work. And I just want to commend staff on excellent work bringing forward all of these projects. And I too will be supportive of all of those actions today. And it looks like, Dave, you got something that you wanted to share. Any commentary on Knights of the Round Table or anything to add on that one?
I did want to say, Chair Hopkins, and I want to certainly defer to Ms. Bratton on this issue. If you're kind of throwing all the noodles to see what sticks, go ahead.
If I may interrupt. I think I know where you're going, and what I'd ask is if your team can pull up the recommended actions from the board item, because there's been discussion beyond some of those recommended actions, and we as staff need clarity. And your staff also has recommended against being a co-applicant at this time with Homeless Action Sonoma. So we should make sure we're clear on what the board wants to do with that. And then I also heard from Supervisor Gorin a request around looking at LG villages. So if we can get clarity And maybe we want to start with the recommended actions first and go from there.
Is that what you're looking for, Dave?
That is, yes. And I was going to share my screen if I can with the recommended actions. So the recommended action, I think A is fairly clear. B is a resolution which includes items which say we'll be a co-applicant with West County Community Services on George's Hideaway. Then it has a section that's blank, and it allows the board to add or not one or more projects to that. The resolution also has a section, I can pull that up if that's helpful, that says we can apply up to a maximum of. Right now, it's 10 million in capital and 1 million in operational. If we were to add another project, we need to consider increasing those numbers. And the other thing I'd add to that resolution, just in thinking out loud with you, or sorry, into your recommended action, is a requirement that we come back to you with a a picture once things have been awarded for a further analysis of the fiscal costs and the appropriateness there. Other than that, the C is an appropriate action to take. D, you could do the staff direction or include that in the resolution under B. And I'm sorry this is so confusing, but it's a fairly complex little resolution. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. And I do think it's important to respond in particular to the sort of East County issues that were raised. I did actually want to respond to Supervisor Warren, which is that I just have a lot of hesitation around looking at dismantling something at this point in time. And I will be honest that one thing that you said kind of gave me pause of sort of this idea of sending people back to their communities. I mean, in Camp Meeker, when that was open, we accepted folks from Sonoma Valley, from all over the county. And I think that we need both local as well as regional solutions. And that, if there are places where folks are succeeding, the idea of sort of displacing them, I guess, gives me a little bit of cause for concern. I worry that we would then backslide. And so say we set up George's Hideaway, are we then just net neutral? Because we've sort of taken down one solution, and set up another. So I guess that I have some concerns with, but I would love to hear your thoughts, Supervisor Warren.
Well, you remember vividly that during the initial conversation, all of the residents at Redota Trail were essentially from Santa Rosa and elsewhere, and then moved across the city 15 miles away. And what I'm asking for is not a dismantling now, but looking at the economics of, does it make sense to rebuild the same facilities that exist at LG Village in a different location? Why shouldn't we repurpose those facilities in communities where it makes sense? Why are we asking for $6 million in funding for Sonoma Action Sonoma to rebuild essentially the pallet shelter homes? Why can't we consider moving the beds into Sonoma Valley, where the residents come from? And I'm not necessarily being parochial and saying, sorry, no residents from elsewhere at LG Village. What I am saying is, let's look at a long-term strategy and figure out the best way to repurpose that we erected at great expense out there, and maybe recognize some economies of scale and appropriate settings elsewhere.
And a follow-up question for you. Will you be asking the board to sort of support the Sonoma Valley application moving forward? And then also, I don't know, actually, is it in your district, or whose district is the unincorporated Santa Rosa? It's in the third. Okay. So I just a question on that.
I thank you. And I thank you, CO Broughton, for clarifying that. I am asking the board to support this as defined by Dave Kiff, with the county being a co-applicant on this process. I'm under no illusion that we have the ability or the finance to support wraparound services for everything. We may have to make some hard choices, but I think here's a viable proposal, and I think we need to include that along with the Redwood Inn and other proposals that the county is working on.
Okay, thank you. And then I would ask Supervisor Corsi, because the Redwood Inn is in your district. I recall you saying maybe that would be more appropriate for Project Home Key Round 3, referring to these projects. So just curious to see where the board's at, and I'll go through everybody.
Right. And as I said, I'm concerned about how we're going to fund the operation of all of these. But I hear a majority of the board saying they support all of the recommended actions here. So I was supporting that as well. I do have a question about the Homeless Action Sonoma and what was stated by Ms. Felandes about a partnership or a sponsor of the application from Marin. Is that new information to you, Dave? And does that change anything about what we've been discussing this morning?
She mentioned, Annie mentioned that to us last evening when Tina and I were on a call with her, that they would have support in developing the application. They still need a co-applicant and some entity, and it needs to be a government entity. It needs to be the county or tribal, or I don't know if the city of Sonoma could do it. But in order to open the door to the application portal, they need a government co-applicant, and they don't have that yet.
Thank you. I think they're looking for technical expertise to fill out the application, and thus they're asking Homeward Bound to provide that technical expertise as well as the MIG experience in filling out the application. It is untenable for the city of Sonoma to apply as a co-applicant because this site is not in the incorporated areas, in the unincorporated area, which is why it makes sense for the county to be the co-applicant for this proposal.
And so just also clarity on process. I thought that I had read that the resolution as it currently stands is just sort of George's Hideaway, and then the board can proactively add in other projects if we so choose. So that was sort of the question that I was calling, was do we want to add in those additional projects, and do we want to do one, both, or none of them? So it sounds like Supervisor Gorin supports both of the projects. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I'll support that with the obvious caveat that, as you said, Supervisor Gorin, we're going to have to make some tough choices, most likely, as this goes forward.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I mean, I want to maintain as much flexibility and going forward. So I would support that, but with that same caveat, I think we just, do worry about that at the end of the day, those costs that we don't have the dollars on hand for.
Great, thank you. And I think
Supervisor Gore, see some thumbs up. And CAO Bratton, did you want to lean in?
I think I said afterburners, which double thumbs up.
Afterburners?
Yeah, put on the afterburners. Go after them.
Just clarification on the Homeless Action Sonoma, that would be the applicant preparing the application. So it sounds like everybody understands that because that's a workload capacity issue. We can still be a co-applicant. And then on the Redwood Inn, the recommendation is to pursue a master lease for 5 years. And so that's what staff would be engaged in, talking to the motel owner and other partners in order to pursue that one.
Great. And I have a question also, which is just in terms of timing. I know that we're a lot further along on the George's Hideaway process than we would be on these other two projects. Would we still be sort of moving forward to get that turned in as quickly as we can, knowing that this is a time sensitive application? So it seems like it would be good to get sort of one in and then, get the others lined up as quickly as possible. Whereas if we hold them all up, there's a possibility that none of them get funded.
That's right.
Okay, great. Supervisor Warren, did you have another question?
And that was my expectation as well. Congratulations and good work on working with your community and all of the folks involved on creating a possibility for George's Hideaway. Always been discussed by this board for a number of years. I just need a slight clarification to see where the board is. I know you expressed reservations in dismantling LG Village. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for a long-term strategy and evaluation of the cost of providing services and operating the facility there, and an analysis of whether or not it makes sense to move partially all of those portable buildings to a location that it makes more sense to set it up. So I would ask your support for consideration of a long-term strategy, not short-term strategy.
So one question, because I feel like this is something that I've been asking for as long as we've been, back when we were serving on the COC, was sort of this ongoing evaluation, assessment of sort of what are the most expensive and most effective and, most cost-effective solutions in homelessness. So I would just ask, do we have that data and could we provide that analysis not just for LGV, but I would love to see sort of Los Galicos Village compared to all of the other sites to see which is more cost effective, you know, which models are more cost effective and which models should we be pursuing in the future. So question for staff.
And I do believe that the CAO Broughton suggested that the cost per resident at LG Village was $120 versus 80 or 90 in other locations.
And if I may respond to that, that's exactly some of the work that Dave, Tina, and I are doing with the city manager subcommittee, looking at kind of the whole system and where we can achieve efficiencies and effectiveness. And so LG Village would be part of that analysis. And preliminarily, it does look like LG Village is roughly $129 per day per occupant without the HEART team supported services. And so we're looking at all of those elements along with the strategic plan that the COC is working on for homelessness. And so I do think this information will come back in the future. I just don't know, you know, is that 12 months from today, shorter than that or longer than that, but it is part of the data collection.
Would it be possible to bring it back? I know that Dave recommended an update post awards. Do we think that would be sort of too short term, or would you be able to at least sort of present preliminary findings at that point in time so that we can at least start the conversation and then, you know, segue to a future date after that being more long-term conversations? What's cost effective? Where should we be investing our dollars?
I hesitate to commit just because I've been having Karen Fees help kind of shepherd some of this work. And, you know, Karen's taken a little bit of a hiatus, I think, from the work. And so I need to coordinate with Dave and Dina to see, you know, realistically when we could come back with the information, as well as working through the data with the city committee.
So is that something maybe then we can discuss when we have our calendaring conversations in January of sort of getting that on the agenda for 2022?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you wouldn't, that'd be great because we may not all remember them at that particular meeting, but if we can get that on the list of calendar items for 2022. So it looks like we have board consensus on adding those two projects. That would also mean that we would need to increase the cap for application amount. Does staff have a recommendation if we are looking at considering both of those two projects? You had 10 million that was, I think, just really focused on Georgia's Hideaway. Are we looking at 20? Are we looking at 25? What's the recommendation?
I think if the county administrator is comfortable with this, I think if there are 3, I would bring it up to 30 and then 3 on the operational side. Okay. 30 million as a cap and 3 million in the operations.
CAO Broughton?
Mr. Kipp, if you can explain, are we obligating any county general fund with that additional resolution?
It's my understanding, again, that these would be, the operational side would be funded within the funding framework that is the other resolution today. On the capital side, we're never committing our own capital necessarily. It does allow us to, if we did commit something, we would apply to within this early capital match, as well as consider, as you noted, the Georgia's Hideaway reserve there. So no general fund.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so I am hearing board consensus on supporting sort of those two additional projects. Give me a thumbs up on the 30 million and 3 million sort of cap increase for the resolution. Was everyone supportive of that? And then what about Dave's suggestion of a requirement for an update post awards, which I think would address the concerns that I heard from a majority of the board regarding the ongoing fiscal solvency. So that would sort of allow us, right, to look at what the funding awards have been, and you know, if there's a gap or if it feels like we'd be going out over our skis to accept all 3. But okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. So I would, and I think we're at that point, unless anyone else has anything to say, that I would entertain a motion. If anyone wants to.
I would move the resolution as amended and support the 4 actions recommended by the staff.
Great. And then also include, we have direction given to staff regarding calendaring that conversation.
And include a calendar for a post-award update and discussion regarding how we're going to fund services and recognize that Sonoma Action, Homeless Action Sonoma is part of the resolution and the recommendations going forward. Thank you so much.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and move forward with a roll call vote, please, Marcy.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you all so much for your work. And as you know, good work begets more good work. So I think we've added to your plates, not insubstantially at this meeting, but really, really appreciate your excellent work on this and look forward to continuing to move the needle in the future. So thank you.
And can I ask that resolution, that updated resolution, come not necessarily back to the board, but forward to the board so that we have the corrected language?
We will do that through the clerk of the board's office.
Great. Does anyone need a break, or can we get, hopefully this next item will be not terribly long. Great. All right. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to our next item, which is the inmate medical and dental agreement. And I will hand it over to Sheriff Essick for the presentation.
Good afternoon, board members, colleagues, and members of the public. I am here today to update you on some of the concern and address some of the concerns that the board has expressed over the last few months as we have moved through the medical agreement for both medical and dental services within Sonoma County's detention facilities. At last direction of the board, the sheriff's office re-engaged our primary contractor who won the award, WellPath, which is WellPath California Forensic Medical Group. And through engagement with them and further negotiations on their contract, we worked with county council and the vendor to bring in additional language that the board had supported and indicated they would like to see. So I'd like to go over just briefly with you those items. They are in your board packet and in the summary report. The highlights of those that I would like to draw your attention to is what we are calling the corrective action plan. That would be on both page 1 and 2 of the agreement, the agreement, which is also in your packet. And it sets performance standards for the contractor and sets up a corrective action plan, or a CAP, that upon the request of the sheriff's office, a corrective action plan will be taken when the sheriff's department determines that progress has not been made on any parts of the contract when it comes to staffing or performance. So we have that corrective action plan that's been included. The next item I would direct your attention to would be staffing reports on page 3 of the agreement. And that would be item number 1.4E. We've added some language that the contractor shall submit staffing reports to the sheriff's department on a monthly basis, comparing the staffing plan that's in Exhibit B with the actual shift coverage, including vacancy data by position and type. Next, I would direct your attention to item 17 in the contract. This is a new section completely, and this is what requires quite a bit of negotiation and feedback from the board. We've added a liquidated damages clause to this contract. And the clause is somewhat lengthy, so I'm not going to read it verbatim, but essentially what the liquidated damages clause provides is that if the contractor fails to perform at the levels as described in Exhibits A and B, the county has the authority to exercise liquidated damages against the contractor in the amount of up to $1,500 per day. Finally, I would draw your attention to Exhibit B, which is the staffing report, or the staffing schedule that's on page 31 of the contract. And in the staffing report, we have further specified exact types of coverage, times of coverage, and actually included a staffing plan with a matrix showing the number of people assigned at various times of the day and throughout the week, what their licensing would be, and what their hours per work would be. So this further adds specificity to the contract and would assist us if we needed to proceed down a corrective action plan, or if we needed to proceed with liquidated damages. So that's really kind of in a nutshell what I have to present to you today. There's really not a ton of new information. That's why we did not provide a new PowerPoint presentation. We simply went through the contract, addressed the concerns of the board, and that's kind of where we're at. So I have Assistant Sheriff Ingram with me here today. I don't know if he wanted to add anything to that.
No, Sheriff, I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
Any questions?
All right. And in the board's interest, we also have Josh Myers from County Council here with us today, who has assisted us in negotiating this contract and further refining it at the direction of the board. So Mr. Myers is available to add any additional comments. Mr. Myers, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Sheriff. I'm here to answer questions if there are any.
Very well. And finally, if the board so chooses to entertain, we do have a representative from WellPath, Mr. Justin Sorrell. He is currently in the gallery, and if the board wished to hear from him or ask him any questions, we would need to elevate him to a panelist, but he is available as an executive vice president with WellPath to answer any additional questions the board may have. So with that, I will conclude and entertain any questions.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Essek. And I also want to say thank you, Assistant Sheriff Ingram and Josh, for all the work that you've put into this and the briefings that you offered in advance of this meeting. I will bring it back to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but I do want to just thank the sheriff and all the staff for the responsiveness to the board's requests on this. I know it's taken a while, but I think we've got a better contract at this point. And I appreciate that work.
Any other questions? Supervisor Rabbit.
Just want to say the same thing. I appreciate very much you addressing the concerns, working through that. I actually, quite honestly, appreciate the organization, WellPath, also agreeing to these changes going forward. I think it is better for us. We have more tools. We hope that, quite honestly, never to have to use them. But it's good to have them in the kind of the quiver, so to speak. So thank you for all that work. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Gorin.
I want to echo the comments of my colleagues. Thank you so much for all of your work on this and the representatives of WellPath for recognizing our concerns that we are committed to providing the best quality care for our inmates at the jail, a vulnerable population. And we want some assurance that the staff presenting or providing the services are well-trained and absolutely share our commitments. So I think we have that wording in the agreement and the contract to give us that assurance. So thank you all so much for working on this.
2 thumbs up from Supervisor Gore. With that, I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment in person on this item. And I do see one member of the public who wishes to speak.
How much time do I have?
You will have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, let's see. I'm told, I've read where nurses and medical staff are very concerned because the services are insufficient and in general lacking. And so my comment is this, and you can check the net to see if it's true. The mask mandate is over. Be clear. Let's make passionate love free of all fear. Most all American seaports are shut, striking for freedom for Leonard Peltier. Veterans, longshoremen, and truckers refuse to remain on their knees to genocidal corruptors. That's why they have pulled out all the stops, refusing the swabs, poison vaccines, and mandates, just like our cops. How many unions be striking as well? This beautiful freedom strike welds the cracked Liberty Bell. How many unions striking? At least 22. Speaking through my heart to the hearts of you. Listen, learn, discern, or burn. Be it true liberty, justice, and freedom you yearn, standing up and striking together. It's my turn. Through the Christos light and love and power, rosebud, rosebud, beautiful flower. Such pretenders, such posers, yes, pretending to be free while serving two masters, maintaining all disasters. Trust in their version of science, trusting Sundari Mace, Nazi science delivered by liars with a straight face. Time to be bold. Mace is but reading a script doing as told. This is all connected. Thank you very much. It's all connected.
Contract.
It's all connected. All right. So nanotech laden swabs shoved next to your child's brain and injecting your child, you'd have to be insane, and the bodies in the morgue are quite
I
cold.
am failing
This
see
has
the
to do with the
connection
contract.
To the current item. Thank you very much for your comment. I would encourage you to come back for comments not on the agenda for the rest to finish it off. With that, Marcy, I would ask if there are any members of the public who wish to comment via Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pete. Why don't you go ahead and come back during public comment, not on the agenda. We'll see you in the afternoon. Take care. Take care. It's time to exit the chambers. Thank you. Thank you. And now back to our regularly scheduled public comment via Zoom. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For our members of the public, if you would like to comment on this item in Zoom, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone-in attendee. Thank you very much. I do see that we have at least one commenter. If you can please unmute, state your name, and begin your comment.
Hello? Am
Hi,
I
Anita.
coming through?
Yes.
We can hear you.
I have very unstable internet service. I apologize. I did want to bring up the issue of IOLERA. Where are the reports that I've made about the mental health services that have been
Unfortunately, Anita, I can't hear you now, so I think you're cutting out. Marcy, did we lose her entirely? And she might consider calling in if sort of clicking the Zoom link is having a hard time.
One moment here, let me see. Unfortunately, it looks like Anita's completely out of the Zoom. If anybody is colleague or friend, any comments can always be emailed to our BOS at sonoma-county.org email. Sorry about that. I'm just looking, and that does appear that concludes public comment. I do take that back. I did see the commenter. Let's try this just one more time. Welcome back, Anita. Are you able to make the comment? Anita, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had to unmute. It just takes a while on this computer. But I did want to say that I have 2 IOLERA reports that have been unattended to, and they were exactly about this point. There is no mental health services at the jail. I have 2 cases that I've given to Mr. Corsi that show that the documents show that they had gone into jail on a 5150 and their mental health needs were not met. And I have 2 reports. Now, where is IOLERA in all of this? I don't see anyone here from that organization? And is this not a very good case for looking at oversight, civilian oversight, one that is responsible and will follow through with the needs of our mental health patients? Now, we have 2 reports showing this very same thing happening. And I'm repeating myself because you have them right in front of you. How can you just ignore them when they haven't been attended to? These people went into jail with a 5150. They were suicidal and they only had a minute or two to say, I'm fine. They didn't have any mental health services for them. And how come, Mr. Corsi, you're ignoring the very documents that I took the time to send you? And what is an IOLERO not included in this evaluation? And this is, I think this is a very poor rendition of an evaluation.
Thank you very
of
much.
our
That does conclude the time. Thank you, Chair and Board. That will close public comment.
Thank you very much. So I will bring it back to my colleagues for any final comments or questions. Seeing none, I would ask Marcy to go ahead and lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Goring,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you all so much for your work and bringing this item back before the board with the amendments. Really appreciate it. I'm glad we could get this across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Take care. So with that, we will be moving on to public comment on closed session items, which is items number 14. Actually, no, I believe we eliminated 14. So I believe it would be 15 and 16 today. So I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment in person. Seeing none, I will hand it over to Marcy to accept public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. If anyone would like to comment on items number 15 or 16, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And thank you. There are no commenters.
Thank you very much. So with that, we will be adjourning into closed session and we'll be returning at 1:45 for a cannabis ordinance multi-tenant moratorium and to briefly open and continue items number 17 and 18, which will be continued to a time and date certain, November 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. With that, we are adjourned into closed session.
Good afternoon. We will begin the steps to resume the meeting.
Marcy, may I share the screen and put up the PowerPoint?
Hi, thank you. We'll just have I think we have report out from closed session and then we can jump on into that. And Chair Hopkins, if you're able to hear me, you should be able to begin.
Thank you very much. So I will go ahead and hand it to council to report out on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 14 through 17 on today's agenda. As noted previously, item 14 was withdrawn prior to the meeting and not considered by the board this afternoon. On item 15, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, the potential initiation of litigation on multiple matters. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to council and staff. On item 16, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to the labor negotiators. That concludes today's report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Council Pittman. And that will bring us to items 17 and 18, both of which have been continued to November 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. So I'm going to formally introduce item 17, which is CSA 41 Water Salmon Creek Proposition 218 hearing and adoption of the amended water service ordinance. And I will formally open that public hearing and then formally continue that item to November 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 and close that public hearing. I'm going to be doing the same thing for item 18, introducing CSA 41 Pitch Mountain Prop 218 hearing to adopt the amended water ordinance. And I will open that public hearing and then I will announce that this item has also been continued November 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. and formally close that public hearing. So I will see you all on November 2nd, 2021 on those two items. And with that, the moment that many people, I believe, have been waiting for, and thank you for your patience as we had a rather lengthy closed session calendar discussion. We'll be introducing item number 19, which is the extension of the urgency ordinance number 6354, the cannabis ordinance multi-tenant moratorium. And I will hand it over to Andrew Smith, our Ag Commissioner. He is accompanied today by Sita Kutera, Deputy County Counsel, and Scott Orr, our Deputy Director of Planning. And I also see Jennifer Klein from County Counsel. What is your formal title? I'm looking at Council Pittman. Chief Deputy.
Chief Deputy Land Use.
Chief Deputy Land Use, Jennifer Klein.
Can everybody see my shared screen?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins, board members, county administrator, and county council. We're here before you today to discuss the moratorium on ministerial multi-tenant cannabis cultivation permits, which we brought to your board just over a month ago on September 21st. We're here today to adopt an extension of the urgency ordinance to extend this ordinance to September 10th, 2023, thereby prohibiting larger scale multi-tenant cannabis cultivation permits under the cannabis land use ordinance. We are also here today to recommend the extension of permit terms for current issued or renewing multi-tenant operators. We are also here to approve the issuance of a report subject to Government Code Section 65858 subsection D, describing the measures taken to alleviate the condition which originally led to the adoption of this urgency ordinance. And finally, we're here to recommend that the board utilize $200,000 of general fund contingencies to refund those with current applications submitted for multi-tenant projects. The Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures and the Permit and Resource Management Department were authorized to issue multiple ministerial cannabis cultivation permits to different applicants co-locating on the same parcel. While established with good intentions, the multi-tenant operation provision found in section 2688-254 subsection F2 is flawed. As previously identified on September 21st, this provision was intended to reduce barriers to entry for small farmers, especially those that were zoned out of AR and RR zoning designation or acreaged out by the initial minimum parcel size of 5 acres and subsequently the minimum parcel size of 10 acres. It allowed a property owner to lease to multiple small-scale operators, each of whom could obtain a ministerial zoning permit provided the property size and total cultivated canopy did not exceed the maximum allowed, or 1 acre. Because each of these multi-tenant operators permits are ministerial zoning permits, each permit is approved if it meets the set standards in the cannabis land use ordinance. The ministerial zoning permit process does not provide for public comment or administrative appeal. The provision as currently written and implemented is focused more on the identity of the applicants and the relationship between the applicants rather than on the land use intended by the projects. The current standards do not allow us to effectively distinguish truly multi-tenant operations that would meet the board's intent of the provision. In several instances, the same multi-tenant applicants have applied for ministerial zoning permits together on 3 or 4 separate and in some cases contiguous parcels. As a result of this, there are many multiple acres of cannabis cultivation that have been subject to ministerial review instead of discretionary review, and thus cumulative impacts that have not been evaluated over a landscape. This has led to the perception by industry, citizen stakeholders, as well as staff to perceive this as an abuse of the provision and its original intent. It is untenable to have 2 separate pathways to the same scale of permitted land use, a use permit that allows up to 1 acre of cultivation and a sum of ministerially issued zoning permits that total 1 acre. Finally, the state licensing authority as the lead agency for CEQA compliance has determined recently that more environmental review may be necessary before they will issue a state license, especially in the case of contiguous parcels. They have ongoing correspondence with cultivators in the county about this need. While multi-tenant applicants may have a path to streamline ministerial permits at the local level, they may still need to undergo full environmental review for their state licenses. It is preferable from the state's perspective that this environmental review be completed at the local level. If our multi-tenant provision and permitting pathway presents applicants with a hurdle to achieving state licensure, then it again is not fulfilling its intent. Also, to reiterate from the September 21st board meeting, a moratorium on multi-tenant operations at the local level does not prohibit multi-tenant operations from existing. Rather, it identifies that multi-tenant operations be achieved through state licensure after the cumulative maximum intended land use is reviewed through a discretionary process at the local level. This is why staff identified a need for change back in September and are recommending an extension of the moratorium on the multi-tenant provision, section 2688-254 F2 of our current cannabis land use ordinance. On September 21st, we came to you with a recommendation to establish a moratorium on the multi-tenant provision. After public comment and deliberation, your board voted to enact a 45-day moratorium and pause the review and issuance of multi-tenant permits. Staff were directed to research policy options and return to your board today with solutions to the impacts of this urgency ordinance extension. With respect to possible solutions, staff's takeaways from that September 21st board meeting were: preserve the ability of those already permitted to continue to operate with that baseline activity, which has been ongoing in some cases for nearly 4 years. Mitigate as much as possible additional costs to permittees and applicants in the process, and address the certainty of permitting with respect to permit terms. This brings us to the policy options we're presenting to you today. Policy options for moratorium extension include that staff recommends continuing the moratorium until September 10th, 2023 on larger scale ministerial multi-tenant permits, while still allowing smaller scale multi-tenant uses that cumulatively do not exceed the cultivation area allowed under one single ministerial permit, up to 10,000 square feet as applicable based on Table 1A. We have crafted 2 alternative policy options for the board to consider, and they are Alternative A, which would extend the moratorium to September 10th, 2023, on all multi-tenant cannabis cultivation permits, regardless of aggregate cultivation scale. And alternative B, which would allow the moratorium to expire, and thereafter we would continue issuing multi-tenant permits using current code provisions and interpretations, which may produce a local authorization to cultivate that ultimately requires more holistic environmental review according to the state licensing authority. It'll provide what it'll provide is staff time to come back with a permanent ordinance revising or eliminating the multi-tenant provision. Next, we have prepared policy options related to issued and active permits for multi-tenant operations. Those with current issued permits or those that are subject to renewal. Staff recommends extending the permit term for 5 years. The term for active multi-tenant permits would be extended to 5 years from the effective date of this urgency ordinance, and these operations would be subject to a minimum of 2 inspections per year. Permittees will continue operations in compliance with their issued permits and the cannabis land use ordinance, and this includes all enforcement mechanisms up to and including revocation for noncompliance. At the end of the term, permittees could apply to renew their permits in accordance with the land use regulations in effect at the time. This permit term exists in the ordinance already for discretionary permits. It preserves the ability of those already permitted to continue to operate, thus creating more certainty for the operators, provided they maintain compliance with the ordinance. Alternatives to the staff recommended policy option include removing permit expiration dates altogether, meaning that current multi-tenant permits would run with the land essentially and not expire. The operations would still be subject to a minimum of 2 inspections per year and would still need to comply with the issued cultivation permits and the cannabis land use ordinance, which, as I said earlier, includes all enforcement mechanisms up to and including revocation for noncompliance. Additionally, if permittees ceased operating for 1 year, the permit would expire and authority for the use would terminate. Another alternative policy option would require that a use permit be obtained. In order to continue a large-scale multi-tenant operation, current multi-tenant permittees would need to apply for a use permit prior to expiration of their current permit. For those applicants that have already submitted ministerial renewal applications, they would be afforded 120 days from the effective date of the ordinance to submit a complete use permit application. Multi-tenant uses would be allowed to continue in accordance with their permits while pursuing the use permit. To reiterate, the 5-year extension is referring to the active permits that are less than or equal to 10,000 square feet. While the moratorium would expire in September of 2023, the 5-year permit term extension for current permittees was selected by staff to align with the intent to have an EIR completed and new ordinance language and policies adopted that upon expiration and renewal, these multi-tenant operations would be subject to. What are our options for resolving the issue with those that have submitted multi-tenant permit applications for review, or those that have already received some review ahead of this proposed moratorium and proposed moratorium extension? Staff recommend that multi-tenant applicants be required to modify their cultivation area to fit within the newly prescribed limits. This means withdrawing all but one small outdoor cultivation permit for 10,000 square feet, or withdraw all the ministerial permit applications and apply for a use permit. Out of fairness to the applicants and to meet the social needs of the community in this effort, staff proposes refunding all the permit fees, even those already spent for multi-tenant permit application review that are no longer eligible for issuance under this moratorium and proposed extension. The Department of Ag Weights and Measures currently has 52 non-renewal ministerial applications, and Permit Sonoma has 5 non-renewal ministerial applications. All of these would be rejected if the moratorium on large-scale cultivation is accepted. Again, the moratorium extension will allow for a closer look and closer review and pattern of multi-tenant current issued permits and future multi-tenant interest. And that moratorium extension ideally will line up with overall cannabis program updates after the EIR. Okay. So in conclusion, we want to, the staff recommends that we continue the moratorium until September 10th, 2023, and allow multi-tenant uses that meet the cultivation area allowed under one ministerial permit to continue. and extend active multi-tenant permit terms for 5 years with increased inspections and continued compliance with ordinance, including all enforcement mechanisms. And then finally, require multi-tenant applicants to withdraw applications and pursue use permits or modify to fit newly prescribed limits and refund all permit fees for withdrawn applications. We will handle some questions now.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Smith. I'll bring it back to the board for questions on the presentation. Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you, Andrew, and all of the staff participating in the discussion and policy options. I really appreciate the efforts that you put into this, but I have a couple of questions. Andrew, it's your recommendation that you extend the permits out for 5 years. Why 5 years?
A few reasons, actually. The 5-year extension would afford people the opportunity to make some of their investment back in the cultivation activity that they've undertaken on these properties in preparation of either phasing out or being subject to new ordinance standards or policies post the EIR, as well as to get them out that far so that hopefully the EIR is completed and new standards have been developed in accordance with the EIR's results, and then we're ready to start handling permits again, and that should get us out to about 5 years.
And the question that I posed to you yesterday, I believe, is why 5 years and not 2 years? How do we know what investment they contributed to the permitting of this application? And would the harvesting of a couple of different harvests over the year help to pencil that out in a year or two versus 5 years?
Well, I'll just start by saying that staff has not done a detailed amortization analysis, but we are aware that the startup costs, taxes, state and local, state licensing can be high between these things, as well as falling prices. And, we could do some more detailed analysis, but we felt like 5 years was going to get us out that far and allow folks to recoup the investment they'd made thus far.
And I guess, and I'm not expecting you to answer it now. Of course, every applicant is going to be different regarding the level of investment and taxes and all of the items that you recognized. But I'm wondering if we can get any data about the costs that they have sunk into these applications to help us quantify what that period might look like and how their investment could, I'm not saying pencil out, but to be fair to the applicant as well as fair to a public policy. So let me see. I think, I know. Excuse me. I'll repeat the question to Mr. Orr that I posed yesterday. And that was looking at the workload of Permit Sonoma. Sorry. Tickle. If we required these numbers of permittees to go through the CUP process, how long would it take them to get through the process?
Certainly. Thank you, Supervisor. So in the past, I've given an estimate or number that on average, it takes a cannabis use permit about $50,000 to get all the way through the Board of Supervisors. So that's under the assumption that it has gone to the Board of Zoning Adjustments, it has been appealed, and then it comes to the board for final discussion. On the other side, the kind of my example of poster child for best cannabis application in the best place that did have to go to the Board of Zoning Adjustments, that took about $20,000. And so that's really a difference of about 133 hours for the perfectly easy one that still goes through public hearing process, and about 333 hours for the average board item. We do get ones that go more, we do get ones that go less. So when I think about staffing impacts, I'm looking at that temporal aspect, how many hours does it take a planner to get through it, and how many hours do we effectively have in a year? So if we assume that there's about 1,500, maybe 1,800 hours for one person to work in a year, they could maybe get through 5 that are extremely challenging, provided they worked on nothing else for the entire year and everything was turned around in perfect time. Or if they were all kind of more on that easy side, they didn't have a appeal and kind of conflict associated with it, someone could probably get through 10 to 12 in a year. So when we're talking on a scale of potentially 20 use permits, that's what I'm looking at. So I hope that gets to your question and kind of framing up what the workload impact is on use permits.
It does. So let me ask a provocative question. What happens if we did away with all multi-tenant operations?
Well, for starters, they would all have to get use permits up to the maximum of what is allowed. Andrew is a little more familiar with the numbers on what that would be.
Yeah, and I think it would be safe to say that if you took all of the 10,000 square foot small outdoor zoning permits and divided that number by 4, we'd end up getting to somewhere between 40 and 60 total use permits, depending on how those entities chose to amalgamate themselves into a single 1 acre use permit. And move forward through the discretionary permit process. So I think if you divided the number by 4, you'd get the number of use permits we'd be dealing with.
Okay, those are all the questions that I have for now. I may have some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that chain of questions about starting with the 5-year permit to transfer the 1-year requirement to 5 years for these folks. I understand the idea of allowing people to earn back a return on investment. But as we've gone through this process, we've heard about the lack of actual small farmers who have been participants in this process. We've had the phrase gaming the system used quite a bit. And I'm wondering, who is at fault here? Is it people who are gaming the system, or is our system at fault? If it's our system, I see a reason for allowing people to earn back some of their investment. If it's their fault for gaming the system, I'm less inclined to help them make their money. Who is at fault?
Well, I think that what we discovered through the last 4 years of permitting was the provision itself is flawed, in that it provides a de facto alternate pathway to the same scale of cultivation that could be afforded through a use permit. And when you're looking at the cost of permitting and you're looking at the time of the permit turnaround as an applicant or prospective applicant, you're always going to take the path of least resistance. And what that means is finding a way to support smaller farmers that can network together and move to apply for 4 separate zoning permits that equates to 40,000 square feet on a given parcel to avoid going down the use permit pathway for the same level of cultivation. And so I think if anyone, regardless of what industry you're in, if you look at 2 alternate pathways and one's easier and less expensive, you're always going to take that pathway. And that's an unintended consequence of what was designed as a pathway to provide those that were zoned out or acreaged out of the original ordinance to be able to pursue a permit on a 10-acre parcel by pooling resources together with other small farmers.
do we have situations where we've got larger LLCs falsely portraying themselves as individual farmers? Is there a case of that? Do we know that that has happened?
What we do have is many small LLCs, single person LLCs that work with other individual LLCs to apply on 4 separate parcels, each of which applies for a 10,000 square foot small zoning permit. And then the same 4 people apply for the same permit scale on another 3 parcels. Effectively, 4 small individual LLCs have 4 separate 10,000 square foot cultivation permits on 4 separate parcels. And the cumulative is that it's 40,000 square foot on each of those 4 parcels. So not one of them exceeds the 1 acre limit per the county's limit on cultivation, and not one of the parcels exceeds the 1 acre limit.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we know of anyone deliberately misrepresenting themselves in this process.
We could speculate, but we would need to review all of the LLCs and their affiliations with their employers, et cetera.
Well, I'm wondering if that kind of review has ever been done. You know, we had emails last week and this week that alleged that out of 63 permits that were looked into, about 2/3 of them were affiliated with 2 large cannabis companies in Sonoma County.
Yeah, I think
Have you verified that? Do you have any opinion on the veracity of that claim?
We haven't specifically verified that. What the department created was set criteria for determining whether applicants meet the multi-tenant provision, which include that there is no overlapping owners and that the owners are not close relatives. So shareholders owning 20% or more and corporate executives, based on reviewing incorporation documents supplied to us in the applications, it's not clear that any one company is the one doing this. The complexity of corporate ownership structures is varies widely too, and among applicants, and the ministerial standards are a fairly blunt tool that cannot really account for all of those complexities.
Okay, let me take us down another path here. You mentioned at the beginning that we've got a situation with these multi-tenant operations where cumulative impacts are not being evaluated. Basically, we're creating 1 acre cultivation areas that aren't being evaluated the same way that other 1 acre cultivation areas are being evaluated. And that it's untenable to have 2 paths to basically the same thing. So I'm wondering again about the extension of the existing permits to 5 years. That basically is doing exactly that. It's creating this two paths to the same thing. It's not fixing that. And it's not evaluating those cumulative impacts. So I'm wondering about why your recommendation is to extend the permits for 5 years rather than the second alternative that you list, which is to require these 1 acre cumulative, multi-tenant parcels, operations, to immediately get into the application process for a use permit.
I'll look for some assistance from council here, but there's a baseline activity that's been ongoing for multiple years, and that's different than projects that haven't yet been approved or permitted.
Are you not saying though that these shouldn't have been permitted in the first place?
If I may jump in here, I think that each of these projects met the standard in the ordinance and the way that we defined and set regulations for that standard. So the multi-tenant standard, as Andrew explained, we created internal or department level regulations for what that meant, either corporate ownership more than 20% and no close relatives and overlapping ownership. And each of the applicants met that definition. Some of the rationale we've heard for why there are larger companies involved with the applicant LLCs is that they might be the larger distributors, manufacturers, retailers that provide various business services to the small companies that do business with them, that provide permitting services. A lot of our applicants use similar consultants in the county. So there are a lot of reasons that there might be these overlapping interests between the companies, but it doesn't rise to the level of being cannabis business owners that would make them, it would cause denial based on the multi-tenant provision. So they all met the provision. And in reviewing this and a lot of the complaints from the public, it really highlighted the issue of focusing land use permitting on the applicant. And so staff's recommendation is to move away from that, both with the amendment to the multi-tenant provision, where we wouldn't review ownership of these companies or how they choose to do business in the private sector, and also with extension of the permit terms, that any of the permits that we've issued, we honor those for 5 years in order to allow flexibility for those applicants, regardless of the identity of the applicant.
And what would our expectation be after 5 years? What are we expecting to happen then?
I think staff sees 3 different pathways for the current operators. Either they use those 5 years to operate under their current permits and phase out. They could apply for a use permit under the current ordinance, either to do the activity that they're doing or to maybe expand into mixed light or indoor, some sort of different activity with processing. And their current permits would allow them to continue operating while they got a use permit now. Or it allows time until a new ordinance is adopted, which I think staff has estimated at about 3 years from now, but then it takes time after adoption for the ordinance to go into effect for staff to be ready to implement it and begin accepting permit applications. And then for applicants to put together a use permit application based on the criteria that the county's set. So the 5 years was intended to allow applicants to go down any one of those paths.
Okay, thank you. Last question. What was the purpose of the change of the severability clause in the ordinance to a non-severability clause?
So this was intended really, I think the severability clause was kind of an oversight. It's a standard provision that we have in our ordinances, because usually our ordinances have a lot of different policies in them, more of a comprehensive policy. And we would want the rest of the policy to stand if any one provision was struck down. In this case, it became apparent to staff, and we looked back at the direction that we had written down from your board in the last hearing, was that the board's intent was really for these 2 policies to go together, that if we were establishing a prohibition on these multi-tenant permits, that we provide a pathway for those that are currently operating and have permits. So the change in the provision was intended to meet the board's intent of linking those. And if any one of them falls, then staff would need to find another solution that achieved both of those policy objectives.
And does the non-severability clause have any come into play if any of the alternative recommendations are chosen instead of the primary recommendations?
As long as your board intended for both of the policies to go together, then I would recommend that we continue with the non-severability clause with either of the alternatives. If your board decided that you wanted, for example, the moratorium to stand, even if an extension on permit terms was struck down, then I would recommend that we go back to the non-severability clause. But it can go with any of the policy combinations that your board is looking at today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Who else? Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. And thank you, staff, for all the work on this particular issue. And I realize it's frustrating, probably for all of us. And I know that there's been a lot of time and effort in. And as I look at what's being asked of us today, I don't think, extending the moratorium to the end date, it could always be rescinded earlier. So that seems to be a very prudent thing to do, given the amount of work in front of us. Obviously, the urgency findings are what they are and not a problem, as is I believe, the refund of permit fees. I don't have an issue there at all. And I guess that it really then comes back to, that what to do with the interim, with the projects in the interim in 5 years versus any other years. And I appreciate the questions asked, because those are exactly mine. And what that 5 years is tied to, really, especially on the first item of return on investment, especially, again, the ministerial permits are they're a 1 year permit, right? I mean, so it is one to be expected to put an investment on that piece of property that exceeds the permit that you hold in hand. I don't know of another type of use where one would do that, and why we would then say, okay, let's go to 5 instead of something less than 5. I get that the EIR is going to take some time to come through, and it should be thorough and go through the process, and it will take some time. I get that we need to have new standards in place. I think we now know our flaws that we're trying to fix, and the standards can kind of, hopefully, come into place on a parallel track almost, in my opinion anyway. So I guess I'm still reeling and trying to understand the 5 year on the return on investment for essentially a permit that runs for 1 year. Granted, there's an expectation that they'd be renewed, but then why do we have the 1 year in the first place? It's just it's a difficult one to kind of wrap around. And then I guess in terms of those projects that are already up and running, notwithstanding, I believe, the issue of having to come up with 4 LLCs and the expense that must incur through attorneys and whatnot. I'm not sure, certainly if the intent of the ordinance was to try to get small farmers, I'm not sure if every small farmer would create 4 separate LLCs to go off and avoid a $30,000 difference in a CUP versus a ministerial permit, which I believe, or I'm sorry, actually it would be more than that. It would be up to $50,000, but even up to $50,000, I don't know what it costs to form LLCs, and if there's some online piece that can work for that, but one starts to question how that comes to be and makes sense. And again, I go back to the 5 years and how that relates to, we haven't done the calculation on return on investment. We're just assuming on that. We're assuming on the EIR, which is fine. We're assuming on the standards in place, which I think could be done quicker. But I don't know of another project. Me as an architect, can I build a building and tell you in all honesty that I'll get to the environmental review in 5 or 6 or 7 years from now? It doesn't seem like the state would allow us to go forward with that. So I'm perplexed in that regard. I know that the biotic resource study and the hydrogeologic studies review cumulative impacts for the single ministerial permits, I assume, so taking into account the neighboring groves. But I know that there are other site-specific potential impacts that haven't been studied. And are we comfortable letting those impacts go for another 5 years without studying, without mitigations, without conditions, and seeing what happens? I'm just asking because I'm not sure. This is such a unique circumstance. And I don't think it matters whose fault it is. I think there's plenty of blame to go around. We didn't hone in as much as we should have. And I think, if there's a loophole, people are going to take advantage of it. I think the IRS has learned that years ago. So I think it's an interesting conundrum that we're in. But for me, it always comes back to the 5 years as opposed to anything else in the process. And then the environmental review that's not happening in the interim. And potentially, we don't know those impacts. We don't know if they're getting worse day by day. We don't know what happened last weekend in terms of any of the potential environmental impacts with the amount of rain that we had. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we feel comfortable making those decisions going forward? So I guess that's both a statement and a question all in one.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. I would say that, you know, we've been wrangling baseline activity in the outdoor cannabis industry, those that are subject to multi-tenant ministerial permits issued by our department since 2018. And many of them have renewed in 2019, 2020, and now 2021. So they are all intending to continue operating and continue renewing. And in the case of renewing for 3 years in a row, I think that's a good number. I think I think that definitely provides staff with an opportunity to work towards something more permanent as we approach the completion of an EIR and start working on policy based out of the results of that EIR. And of course, the board is free to deliberate on a number of years that they feel is better than 5. If you, of course, you feel that is inappropriate collectively, and you know, we're here to support that decision and move forward accordingly.
You know, I appreciate that. I mean, you know, for me personally, I think Supervisor Gorin asked, for me, when it comes to numbers, it's always why 5, why not 4, why not 3.5, or, you know, whatever it may be, to really try to have some comfort about landing on that number. And the same thing is true on the finances that we wrestle with as we make appropriations and whatnot. And that's why I keep going back. You know, personally, I feel more comfortable it was tied to, you know, something specific that we already have in place that we can point to and say, no, that's why this particular date or this particular amount of time was picked. So again, I appreciate staff's work. I appreciate the options that you've presented in the summary report, and look forward to hearing from the public, my colleagues, and having a discussion on how to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, got some questions. Come at this from a little bit of a different approach. I don't assume that conforming with the ministerial permit as was laid out invokes malintent by everybody. I think this is a very difficult one to generalize to that level. In fact, the only reason we're here is because one specific set of applications in a specific area we received CEQA challenges on. That's why we're here. We started to get notices in. I didn't see any issues that I heard of in my district or others before that. And I think it's important to take account for what is out there. And that's why I want to ask some questions about what is out there and what is being worked on right now. You talked about the applications that are in the system, the 52 non-renewal ministerial applications in ag weights and measures, and in Permit Sonoma, the 5 non-renewal ministerial applications as well. Remind us, if you can, real quickly, what's out there in our community already on the multi-tenant applicants and applications, Andrew, if you can.
Well, for those that have already been issued, excuse me, there's 85. There's 85 that would be subject to the recommended permit extension. And then there's that additional 52, excuse me,
54.
Yeah, that would be subject to the need for withdrawal. And
the 85 that are out there, as much as you're kind of giving us a review of what the 50, well, I guess it's 5 and 52, the 57 that would have a change in process. The 85 that are out there, we've heard a lot of different public comment from folks who have attested that they've used this in the right way. Others that have said they've really conformed to what it is. Can you speak the best of your ability, not to go through 85, but give an idea of a smattering of what you guys have processed and what you see out there currently being operated?
Yeah, we had about 120 applications come in last year. We processed most of those. There were some that were withdrawn because of issues with cultural resources and the need for more cultural resource evaluation. I would say of those 85, there's probably maybe 10 to a dozen that are operators that exist only on that one parcel, and there may be 4 of them that exist on that one parcel, and then those entities don't have permits on other parcels. But a lion's share of those multi-tenant, those subject to multi-tenant provision and those permitted by our department have, the same 4 entities on multiple parcels, and they could be spread out throughout the county, but the same 4 operators on multiple parcels throughout the county.
Okay. The by and large, what you've seen on, as you say, the lion's share out there, is it, as you say, multiple parcels, multiple 10,000 square foot applications on individual parcels as well, right? So that's where you talk about having 2 contiguous parcels, but maybe, or let's say 2 owners with 2 contiguous parcels, or
Sure.
and then there's each has a 10,000 square foot grow on each parcel. Is that?
That's correct.
That's to kind of.
Yes. So LLC A, B, C, and D each have a 10,000 square foot small outdoor permit on parcel 1. And each of those same 4 LLCs also has a small outdoor zoning permit on parcel 2 and parcel 3 and parcel 4. So not one of the individual LLCs exceeds the limit of an acre, and not one of the parcels exceeds the limit of an acre, but effectively, each one of them has secured 40,000 square feet of cultivation. These applications come in. They come in with an individual lease agreement per LLC per parcel. We're not aware of any other master leases that exist. We haven't scrutinized down to that level. We haven't found another way to evaluate that offers more scrutiny and accuracy based on the who. And quite frankly, we'd rather focus on the what, which is the land use. That's one of the other reasons that we wanted to address this provision.
One of the things that we've heard in comments to us in email and other areas is people saying, this is applicants saying that in consultation with our Permit Sonoma and Ag Weights and Measures steered towards this as an opportunity to stack permits. What would you say to that?
I would say that we're allowed to accept an individual 10,000 square foot application from anyone. We don't turn the application away. It's only through the scrutiny of the application that we would deny it or recommend that they withdraw it based on the scale or scope of the project, and that we're able to accept up to the cumulative of an acre. We've been doing this for 4 years now, and it by just explaining the multi-tenant provision to people, I think they can figure out that's was, at least until up to today, a viable pathway to achieving cultivation status. We were processing individual ministerial permits a little bit quicker than our sister department, and I think that was very appealing to a lot of people.
Yeah, I guess, the thing I'm trying to get to is the same question that Supervisor Corsi asked, which is, if we're in a fault finding pattern here of which we're trying to set policy on versus just straight up kind of talk through it, it's a difficult argument, because knowingly we had staff members who were approving stacked permits. let's admit to that today, that was,
Absolutely.
that wasn't, I mean, I'm just gonna say there's been all this discussion about people gaming the system. We also had on our side of our interpretation in county, whether it's county council, ag weights and measures, and then permit Sonoma, was that we were knowingly approving applications that had stacked multi-tenant usage.
Because yes, we were. That is exactly correct and accurate. And is because
And I
the
don't- and I- and I don't-
ordinance allowed.
I don't subscribe any shade or throw any shade at your staff or anybody according to that. I think a big part of what we've been doing here, we've acknowledged every time we've taken up cannabis, is that we're making land use policy for the first time on any single issue, and learning it on the fly and seeing what works and what doesn't, and what exceeds cumulative impact versus what's actually benefiting. So the reason I say that is because I think let's also realize that the reason that people are using this method is because, even though Mr. Orr, I appreciate the comment about the CUP process and the cost of $50,000. Is that really our costs, or is that the full loaded costs of somebody going through a CUP process?
That is, so the hourly rate of
Yeah.
planning work is about $149.
Yeah.
So these are processed on an ad cost basis. So we try to move them forward as efficiently and equitably as possible. But that's the amount of work it takes county staff to process the permit. So that is passed through to the applicant.
Well, I think that's one time I got a lot line adjustment with the county, and the county's costs were $1,600, and I spent $10,000 on a lot line adjustment. Because you have to do the required studies, you have to get the folks out to do their work. So I just want to be clear about the reality of the situation for folks who are listening, who have gone through the conditional use permit process, who hear $50,000, they would say add 4 or 5. I mean, I'm just giving voice to the fact that the CUP process has been something that has been highly antagonized. It has been attacked from all sides. Even at different times, our board has accelerated original jurisdiction to move things forward. Pushing everything into a discretionary process is looking back and looking forward, a very difficult thing. That's why I've been supportive of the right kind of ministerial process. I'm not saying that this is Loctite, but because when we overload planning system with conditional use permits, I mean, basically what I've seen is a de-evolution over the last 4 years. And I want to thank the folks who are working hard on this, but when you have 140 conditional use permits to get before a planning commission, I don't envy that for anybody. I just want to state that. So a part of this is the broken system, which leads us back to the conversation about what do we do now and what do we do going into the new EIR. I will save my comments for a little bit more, but one of the things that last questions that I really have on this front-loaded side, Andrew and Scott and others, is not just our licensing, but I always am reminded of what the state does after we grant approval. So, these applications, the 85 that have already been processed, do they all have either provisional or long-term approvals from the state to do their grow operations? And how does it work for that to happen with the 57 that are in process still? Like, usually do we approve it ministerially? Do we send it to the state, or does the applicant get our approval and then send it to the state to get their provisional approval? Bigger question that I think you can ask, you can maybe address as a part of this is what's the interchange between the actions that we take here today and what could happen with the state, one way or the other?
The state, we came up with a site-specific CEQA document pathway with Cal Cannabis Cultivation Licensing, now the DCC, back in 2018, 2019. They worked with us to approve a document packet pathway that provided for a project description, the review from our county supporting maps, site plans, and documents that were reviewed by us that could be submitted to CDFA at the time to help CDFA make a determination of a categorical exemption and issue an annual license, or in the case now, continue to issue provisional licenses. A few of the operators that were subject to permitting through our department have obtained annual licenses, but the lion's share of those that have local authorization from County of Sonoma are still working with provisional licenses and will be doing so for the next 2 to 3 years. And I think it goes. We've been in communication with the DCC several times since the beginning of September to try and work with them to find a viable pathway that won't be scrutinized as heavily as it's being scrutinized now by their environmental review staff. Specifically, an amalgam of 4 10,000 square foot small outdoor permits that equate to 40,000 square foot of cumulative cultivation. They want to see the cumulative cultivation addressed when those folks apply for a state license, and they don't want to see, oh, I'm applying for a small outdoor license. They want to see, I'm applying for a small outdoor license, and my license is part of a cumulative 40,000 square foot of canopy on this site. And the sites that they have specific issue with are those that share access and egress, those that are contiguous parcels, or those that don't have substantial differentiation and separation of individual permittees on those sites, where they perceive it as one operation and one project rather than 4 separate ministerial projects. I don't know if you'd like to add anything, Council.
I'll see if there's any follow-up questions and then I can add to that.
Yeah, what I'm thinking through is for those that are already in the system, we're talking, one question that we have is, as my colleagues have talked about, is it a 5-year? Is it an open-ended transition into a CUP, a conditional use permit? Is it on the other side, a force into a CUP process? But I think no matter what, we want to make sure that no matter what we decide upon this, is that they have an option to go into a conditional use permit to continue with a provisional license from the state as well. Because once again, this gets back to our point about us processing and green lighting projects and where we're at. So I just want to, I'm kind of thinking through the state applicability if we allow, is that an important thing for us to allow folks who have already been permitted, I guess I would say. Because if now there's going to be folks looking back at them, the state, and saying, well, did you comply with that? And we complied with it fully. Are they going to be saying, well, now show us where it is? So I'd love to have, I would like for folks who are in the system to be able to make those choices, to be able to make sure that they keep in line their existing licenses or have a provisional. Any thoughts on that?
Right, I understand the concern now. So,
oh gosh,
even under the staff's recommendation to extend the ministerial permits for 5 years, applicants could still come in to get a use permit to legalize the full operation. And the one issue is that we don't exactly know what the state's policy is yet because they are still formulating it. There's been more laws that have allowed them to push off CEQA compliance for their state licenses, which means that the county and the applicants don't have clear direction from the state on CEQA compliance. So for some of these applicants, I think that the state will be able to find them categorically exempt, even the multi-tenant, if they're maybe just 20,000 square feet or an acre. But some of them are going to need to go through environmental review at the state. And even if their permits are extended here, they could opt instead to get a use permit and undergo environmental review at the local level. And then the state would rely on our environmental document for their state license.
Okay. One final is, when you were receiving these applications beforehand, as we talk about the 85 in or the 57 that are still hanging, were they submitting environmental documents in a piecemeal way, or were they submitting them as a cumulative? So if there was 40,000 square feet that was to be analyzed, and I know you can't, once again, some of these questions are at best anecdotal, were they studying the entire 40,000 square feet, or were they studying 10,000? And just kind of, I'm just interested in how these came in, or was it a variety that you had from different places?
I can answer that, Supervisor. And it varies. It varies on whether the landlord intended to get a cumulative acre because they wanted to lease to people, or whether people wanted to lease land from them to potentially, amalgamate a cumulative acre. And so in those cases where either a hydrogeologic report was required because of groundwater availability zone 3 or 4, then they went big and had the hydrogeologic report evaluate the potential of 1 acre of cultivation, because they wanted to be able to either lease to other people or share leases. And then in the case of the biotic resource assessments, those would have been, they would have worked with the biologist to say, well, I would like to lease to a 10,000 square foot or a quarter acre, but I eventually could lease an acre out. And so in some cases, the biotic resource assessment was for 10,000 square feet. And in other cases, the biotic resource assessment evaluated a cumulative impact of an acre.
Okay. Remind me what the setback requirement is for the ministerial permits?
All of the setbacks are standard regardless of ministerial or conditional use permits. It's 100 foot in from the property line. It's 300 feet from a business or residential structure on an adjacent parcel. It's 1,000 feet from a sensitive receptor. And then the one setback that is adjustable is through the use permit process from sensitive receptors, I think parks, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Orr.
Well, I think that's good for me right now. I think, in summation, all of that, we still find ourselves in a mess with cannabis. And I just want to acknowledge that for us and our staff and trying to wade through this, and also for the community, it justifies why we're trying to do the full EIR, even though it's a laborious task. Because what I've heard is in some cases, you're talking about people fully and openly studying the entire impact, even if it was maybe more than was initially envisioned by a board. But at the same time, you have our departments, approving applications. And once again, I'm not a board member who says, if I go back to that night in 2015 when we sat here, or whenever it was, and talked about the for 5 hours and the multi-tenant usage, I don't remember if the intention was for it to be 10,000 or if it was to be 40,000 cumulative, or what was it? And I hate to say that, but I'd have to go back and look at the video, and it probably wouldn't be confirmed at all. We've continued to say we need to adapt this, but I'm not taking this as an approach of basically good guys and bad guys. I just want to try and honor what we've approved and what we need to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like Supervisor Rabbit has another question.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone is sitting here saying there's good guys and bad guys. It's we got a flawed ordinance that we need to fix, and there's plenty of reason about that. I will say this as to the price, and this is why I thought we should do an EIR. It is more expensive today because we have not done that EIR. So you have every applicant having to spend more money because they basically don't have a programmatic document to rely on and build upon to actually get the things done cheaper. And that's why it was such a mistake, quite frankly. And, so the reason it's expensive today is because of decisions that were made prior. Let's not repeat things as we go forward. Let's fix them and not look back. I do agree with that. And again, to me, that's, discretionary decisions require environmental review. The environmental review standard is different. And there's a problem because you have the same project that can be owned by one individual that has a different environmental review standard than a project, same size project owned by 4 individuals. And that's that's not allowable. And that's what we're here to fix. So I'm all for that. Again, I think today's big question for me personally is 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 7 years, whatever, is to land on that and why, and the consequences of that going forward and the vulnerabilities of that going forward without having the environmental review to back it up.
And Supervisor, did you have a question or no? Just those two? Okay. I would love to have an opportunity to ask a couple of questions, although I appreciate all of my colleagues who already asked most of the questions that I had. Andrew, at one point you described sort of the lion's share of the 85 multi-tenant operations that were approved as sort of following that pattern of the same 4 operators with 10,000 square feet, right? On sort of a number of different parcels. Do you have any sort of additional details sort of beyond lion's share in terms of what you estimate the percentage? And then, I follow up, basically I'm trying to get at, are there farmers who really are actually exemplifying what this ordinance was intending to do? Or was it really sort of dominated by, a handful of individuals?
No, there's definitely, and, without really digging down into every single site, I would say that approximately 20% of the multi-tenant permits that we've issued through our department are, parcels where 3, 4, in one case, 5 individuals, leased from a property owner and put together an application for 10,000 square foot and are farming in a co-op style. They may be resourcing the same distributor or purchaser of that finished product, but that's no different than any agricultural operation, whether we're calling cannabis agriculture or not. But there are folks that wanted to, provide alternate sources of income on already existing farming operations. Some of them are vegetable producers that wanted, a more lucrative crop to incorporate into their farming and production system, so they could focus more on, say, food production. And then others of them are just folks that, were friends that were cultivating in a garage space in South County, maybe. And when the permitting and regulated market opened up, they worked to get to sublease a 10,000 square foot plot or a quarter acre plot from somebody who was able to secure a lease for an acre, and have gone about it that way. And then others have set up specific leases on numerous parcels. So approximately 20%, I'd say, are only exist on one parcel. With that group of cultivators.
Thank you. And follow up, particularly highlighting that last category that you described of folks who were, displaced by regulation. I wasn't in this role when the original ordinance was passed. Neither was you, nor were you, and neither was Supervisor Corsi. But I'm wondering if I think it would be helpful for folks to understand the original intent of the ordinance. So could you sort of share a little bit about that? And I, again, have only sort of heard this, from all of you, but I think it would be helpful for members of the public.
Well, absolutely. I think the original intent, and, I was just a lowly ag biologist at the time that this started.
Well, I was just a farmer, so.
Yes, was to provide folks with a way into the permitted and regulated market. And, we really had a really great effort in allowing cultivation on RR and AR zoning. And of course, the original minimum parcel size that was promoted as part of the original ordinance was 2 acres on those RR/AR zoning designations. And then there was a lot of public outcry about the residential primary use of those zoning designations. And so we pulled away from AR and RR, and we focused on ag, focused on RRD. And in those zoning designations, the minimum parcel size originally was 5 acres. And we even got into permitting. I think we permitted 3 cultivation sites, two cultivation sites, but 3 permits. Of course, one is on Davis Lane in Pengrove, and one was out in Sonoma, South Sonoma, near Ramal Road. And then we realized that the 5 acres maybe isn't large enough to really create the buffer that our neighborhood compatibility issues have demonstrated is needed to separate the land use of cannabis cultivation from residential uses nearby and on adjacent parcels. And so then we made the minimum parcel size 10 acres, and it had to be in the ag zoning designations and RRD. And of course, this is outdoor cultivation. So, the larger we made the minimum parcel size and the more zoning designations we took away, the more we didn't intend to, but we ultimately did zone and acreage out a lot of the original producers that built this industry in Sonoma County. And they're hanging on by a thread if they're still in the system. It wasn't an intended consequence of trying to balance a contentious land use with the need for neighborhood compatibility and recognition of residential uses and primary uses in certain zoning designations. But it's where we are today. And I honestly look forward to the results of the EIR so that we can really carve out a definitive pathway that provides certainty and reduces the cost and barriers to entry for the people in this county who built this industry. Because the last thing we want to see is for them to go by the wayside and corporate interests really take over. And another thing that I just want to make an analysis of is that this isn't the gold rush. There isn't only so much ore in the rock. This is more akin to the alcohol industry. And, we've been regulating alcohol for over 90 years since prohibition was repealed. And there's still opportunity for small craft producers to enter a market, brand themselves, and create very lucrative, entrepreneurial ships. And I don't think that's something that's going to be missing from the cannabis industry, but it's going to be a long haul. And people need to recognize that you got to be in this. This is a marathon and not a sprint. And the sprint ended as soon as the prices, especially for outdoor, went to $300 and $400 a pound. Now we're seeing the issues where the taxes are really hurting the industry and the barriers to entry are so high and the regulations are onerous at the state level and at some local levels that it's really hard. And I'll stop there because I probably could go on for days. But I just want, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Follow up on that, which, first of all, I'm going to recognize it's a very subjective question that I'm about to ask you. But, I know personally of projects, in my district that are actually broadly supported by the neighbors, right? That are those projects that you described where, food farmers, this kind of thing, really positive integrated agriculture opportunities. I also know of projects that, took an entire neighborhood to DEFCON 1, right? Where, it's extremely tense, extremely controversial, and very, very frustrating to feel like these cumulative impacts were able to be built up without a full assessment of the cumulative impacts, right? I'm just wondering if you have any sense of the rough percent breakdown of kind of the former versus the latter, right? The projects where, maybe these were projects that might not have made it through, quite frankly, a use permit process because of the impacts, whether they are environmental, whether it's sort of the proximity to a more densely populated neighborhood, those kinds of things, versus, right, projects that honestly, really, I think met that intent of these are folks who have, farmed for a long time and they are, sort of part of the agricultural fabric of the community and achieve the support of their neighbors before moving through the ministerial permitting process.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the question, and I don't have any specific number, but I would venture that several of the sites that our department has been responsible for permitting through a ministerial pathway may not have been able to navigate a use permit pathway, and I think that's just because that there's an incredible amount of diversity and variability in the socio-cultural climates across the county, and that something that is embraced wholeheartedly by one group of Sonoma County residents in one area is vehemently opposed to by another set of residents and stakeholders, public stakeholders in another part of the county. And I think that's really what what we're trying to navigate with this EIR process is, what are areas that cannabis doesn't belong, and what are areas that cannabis does belong and should be in, and I think it's definitely agricultural or resource and rural development zoned, especially if it's outdoor. But where are those established or existing rural neighborhoods or enclaves that we should be creating buffers around? And we haven't concluded that. We don't know exactly where those are. I'm sure some of us could pick based on the opposition to specific projects. But until the EIR is done, we have a defensible ordinance to work with to provide permitting opportunities for cultivation throughout the county.
Thank you very much. Final question, which is just sort of a simple one. Are all of the multi-tenant operations maxed out, or do we have a number of, because you sort of suggested getting a rough estimate by dividing by 4 at one point, or do we have some that stopped at, say, 20,000 square feet, right? 2 permits or 3 permits?
We have several of those. We have sites that only have 2 operators. We have many sites. Well, not many sites, but several sites that only have 1 operator. But a lion's share of them, it's 4 operators, 4 separate small outdoor permits.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I would ask my colleagues if they have any other questions, then hopefully we can maintain the, deliberation for after the public comment, because I'm guessing there's a lot of members of the public who would like to comment, and I'm guessing it'll be a meaty deliberation as well. Supervisor Gorin?
Just a quick question, following up on some of the other questions. You had mentioned in your presentation that the state is still uncertain about its approval process for multi-tenant operations on a single parcel, especially in regard to environmental impacts. One of my colleagues did suggest that right now we don't really require the applicants to develop environmental impacts for each 10,000 square foot cultivation site. But we know that a 1-acre parcel going through another process does have to consider environmental impacts and cumulative impacts. So is that a reason for us to really differentiate how we think about the multi-tenant cultivation sites, and what is the state response? Are they currently or will they in the future require each tenant to consider environmental impacts and thus not receive a state license if in fact they haven't done that?
Well, I will also look for assistance from CETA here, but I think, if we compare, and also Scott, because if we compare the breadth of environmental review, there's a lot of environmental review contained in hydrogeologic reports. There's a lot of environmental review contained in biotic resource assessments, in cultural resource surveys that are all parts and components of an application for a ministerial zoning permit. And I think when we look at the state's process, because their process is a discretionary in total, that there is always going to be additional environmental review for ministerial permittees at the local level when they go to navigate the state licensing pathway.
But isn't it a given that each of the tenants will have to negotiate that pathway to the state to receive a state license?
That is correct, yes.
So we should be thinking about what we are requiring in order to allow them to become licensed by the state.
Yes, as well as what the state is both doing currently as far as what documentation they're requiring from the license applicant to be able to determine a project is categorically exempt from CEQA, and thereby apply that designation and issue them a license, or push them back down to the local level and say, this isn't good enough, we need more. And that's the part that they are not clear on yet to this date.
When will they become clear on that?
clarity at the local level is going to help the state. During this interim moratorium, the state, I think, has been more hesitant because they don't know if these applicants will be required to go through the use permit process. And if they are, then the local jurisdiction, the county would be the lead agency and the state would be the responsible agency and be required under CEQA to rely on our document in general. If we extend permit terms or continue to issue ministerial permits, then the state will continue to be the lead agency for the state licenses for those applicants, and thus would need to determine what their process is going to be. There are not very many jurisdictions in the state that issue these ministerial permits at the local level. So the state has generally been able to be the responsible agency, and that's the role that they're more comfortable in because that's where they usually are. So I think with your board's determination today, we'll be able to work with the state and applicants to see what is or how we can help to accommodate those pathways.
Okay, great. Thank you. Complications.
Okay, any final questions before we go ahead with public comment? All right, first I will ask if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person on this item. Seeing none, I'm going to ask Marcy to find out how many members of the public wish to speak on this item via Zoom. I do know that there are a lot of folks in the Zoom room right now, so I just want to get a sense of timing so that we can allocate our speaking time accordingly. So if you wouldn't mind going ahead and raising your hand if you are interested in speaking and making public comment on this item. We're just going to wait a moment for the clerk of the board to check in. And in the meantime, again, if you wish to comment on this item, please do go ahead and raise your hand virtually in Zoom. And Marcy, if you wouldn't mind letting me know how many hands we have raised at this point.
Absolutely. Looks like we have 36 at present.
Okay, so why don't we, let's see, hang on one second. Okay, given that number, I think we're going to do 90 seconds per commenter. And that will allow us to make sure that we do have time for public comment not on the agenda later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's begin with the first commenters. Sean, followed by MM and Adam. You can please unmute, state your full name and begin your comment.
Hello, my name is Sean Fronterhouse, and I am a landowner and a resident on Franz Valley School Road. And I would ask the board to extend the moratorium on the new multi-tenant ministerial permits pending completion of the countywide EIR. I would like to ask that they limit the renewal of existing multi-tenant ministerial permits to a maximum of 10,000 square feet per 10-acre parcel with a minimum of 1,000 foot setbacks. I'm concerned about water use. I'm concerned about the quality of our neighborhood with traffic, and I hope you'll consider this very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Martha and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. And first of all, it appears that our unelected county council and unelected ag director did try to sneak in some kind of last minute change to the ordinance in section 5. And I urge the supervisors to extend the moratorium on all multi-tenant permits. I think that's very important. I also think the supervisors should reject this 5-year extension on all current multi-tenant permits. They should only be renewed year by year until this EIR is approved, completed, and until there is actually an investigation into the misuse of this whole process. I disagree with Supervisor Gore that there's just one case that has brought us here today. No, this is happening all across the county. And as a matter of fact, I have witnessed huge environmental devastation in Bennett Valley due to a complex of multi-tenant permits that were given. And these permits are given under the dark of night without resident input.
And we thank you for your comment. That does conclude the time. The next commenters are Adam, Don, and Craig. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. This is a complicated issue and I appreciate the group's effort to get this right. It sounds like we're not there yet, and I'm pleased with the moratorium and believe it should be continued. I support alternative A. My family's home on Franz Valley School Road is separated by one property from a current applicant's location. I have an 8-year-old daughter and a 10-year-old son. And while we're generally pro-agriculture and pro-small business, multi-tenant permitting feels like an exploitation of a loophole, allowing industrial growers to get rubber stamps. When I hear supervisors evaluating business ROI and pro-small business, I get it. But I urge them, I'm a business owner myself, but I urge them to consider the negative impacts on residents and the natural environment of these industrial grows. My kids swim in an area of the creek downstream of a proposed grow, and that makes me really nervous. I hope we get this right. Impacts need to be fully evaluated, probably by an EIR at a per grow level. I support alternative A and believe fees should be returned for permits that are rejected as a result of the moratorium continuance. Thanks.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Don Duncan. I'm with Foxworthy Farms here in Sonoma County. And I was just calling in today to point out that the problem with moratoriums is they go on and on. We don't really need to drag this out until 2023, almost 2 more years. The applicants, we should point out, who these multi-tenant applicants did follow the existing law. And if it was flawed, it's okay to change it and to make it better. There may be some people abusing the system, but it sounds like from the comments today from the staff that we don't really know who owns what and who is doing what. And we need to be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are a lot of good people using this for its intent to get small growers into the system. And we don't want to cut those people off just because some others might be abusing the system. We can use the existing rules for problematic businesses. I also want to point out that refunding the application fee is not a sufficient redress for the applicants whose applications are pending. Applicants spend a fortune on other costs. They have mortgages and rents. They pay contractors. They have to pay for a biotic review and land surveyors and lawyers and much, much more. It's not just the application fee to get to the finish line here. You should process the existing applications under the current rules, even if you choose to adopt this moratorium. Thank you.
And the next commenters are Craig, John, and Samantha. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, this is Craig Harrison.
At least 70% of the 85 zoning permits proposed to be grandfathered are owned or controlled by Canacraft or Spark. They may own some of the other 30% along with Elion. This violates the 1 acre cap per person in the ordinance. The business owner definition, read it, quote, direction, control, or management of the person applying for a permit. That's in the ordinance. That's not some sneaky policy from county council. The big growers know this. They're lobbying you to remove it. They know all about this. Of Canacraft's 28 zoning permits, 15 are located on Spring Hill Road, where there is evidence of municipal trucking that violates the laws. There is no sustainable water source in violation of the ordinance. Why grandfather these? Under the government code, you cannot extend the duration of zoning permits from 1 to 5 years under the guise of an urgency ordinance. The 2016 MND does not support this. The assertions that this is exempt from CEQA insults the public intelligence, and I hope it insults your intelligence. Rewriting the ordinance to make it non-severable is a cynical and naked power grab to benefit big cannabis. If you think extending zoning permits for 1 to 5 years is legal, why insert a poison pill? Who's behind this? The ministerial permit process is a failure. We've learned that it hardly exists in any other counties. You issue permits at sites that lack sustainable waters. Why make it worse? I hope one day the Department of Cannabis Control takes over permitting here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Hello, I have a farm in Sebastopol. My neighbors here used to love me in this neighborhood for years. I was here for a decade. I grew pot inside a steel building at a massive level. And recently we changed everything up and we got licensed, and we run a farm which we've gotten nothing but straight A's from all of our enforcements, or not enforcements, our inspections, which are more than anyone can really understand. You get dozens of these on your site. They're nice people, but it's kind of overwhelming, and it's not like you do have a lot of enforcement. So people who don't understand that are really missing something. The neighbors really loved us. We fixed the roads where we were our road easements, and we helped the neighbors clear their gutters. But all of a sudden, once we got licensed, they hate us. They fly drones over our house to torment us. They make up stories about us shooting guns. We've never shot a gun ever on our property. The people that are against cannabis, they're going to be against anything else. They really like to run the cannabis people through the mud, and there's not an even kind of fight in that way. That's one thing. We only have 20,000 square feet on our property, so it's not us maxing out like all these big players that they're complaining about. And also just to have some integrity. I think the big players shouldn't be knocked around either, because they're employing a lot of people, and they've been here in this industry. And as much as it's a competitive thing, I think they should be allowed to take advantage of the rules the way they were. From our point of view, we'd like the county to let these applications go through the way that they were written.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the comment. And the next commenters are Samantha, Mary, and Lisa. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, please allow the moratorium to expire today and continue to issue multi-tenant permits. Sending small farms to the CUP process is a death sentence. I recently had a cannabis project finally make it through the CUP process after draining my life savings while waiting almost 5 years for approval. The CUP process is broken. We should not consider sending even one more project through that process until it is fixed. Those not following the spirit of the law need to be addressed separately. The answer is not to wipe out all small farms in an attempt to punish a few large ones. No business, big or small, should have to wait 4 to 5 years paying huge monthly bills, that's leasing or mortgages, legal fees, consulting fees, county processing fees, while their businesses are being held in government-imposed limbo. The permitting fees are a drop in the bucket compared to other costs it takes to achieve a permit. I am part of a 5-family multi-tenant indoor permit in queue, the only one submitted this year. It took us 1.5 years to bring the building up to spec. Engineering fees, inspections, and leasing costs amounted to 6 figures. The cost for lawyers, consultants, land services, and designers also amounted to another 6 figures. Our families all pulled together our savings. We could never have afforded to wait an additional 4 to 5 years, paying our lease and other fees before even starting our grows. A few years ago, even a few months ago, we never would have believed that the county would renege a law helping the small farmers they promised to help usher into the light. The price of cannabis is plummeting this year. The small farms remaining after the season will certainly not have the ability to pay the high cost and stick out the long wait with great uncertainty for a CUP. Please do not sentence our small farms to death and end this outrageous moratorium today. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Mary, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mary Plimpton from Franz Valley. Supervisors, thank you for your efforts to lead the clear crafting of policies around new and a controversial industry. I cannot imagine how difficult it has been for you. I can tell you how confusing it is for members of the community. Franz Valley is confronted with 11 ministerial permits that we feel are part of a vertically integrated organization, and we believe should be routed through the conditional use permit system. Concerned citizens of Franz Valley stand with those in Bloomfield, Bennett Valley, Bennett Ridge, Pepper Road, Liberty Valley, Barlow Lane, and other small groups that are concerned about the advance of cannabis in our communities. We ask you to vote yes on lawful actions in compliance with county codes, with CEQA regulations, and vote yes to extend the moratorium on new multi-tenant ministerial permits. Vote yes to renew existing multi-tenant permits up to a maximum of 10,000 square feet per 10-acre process with annual reviews for renewal. Vote yes to reflect the wishes of the majority of your constituents. Thank you.
The next commenters are Lisa Branchley and Vivek. Please go ahead, unmute and begin your comment. Lisa, if you can unmute, you should be able to make your comment at this time. Sorry, Lisa, we're not hearing you right now. A reminder, if you have challenges with the Zoom app, you can use the phone-in information or email comments to our bos@sonoma-county.org email. And if you can please, the next individual unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Two of us will need to speak to from the same email address.
Okay, please go ahead.
I will start. My name is Nancy Richardson, and I live in Bennett Valley. The county code is clear and unambiguous. Section 2688-254 F2 reads, multi-tenant operations. Multiple permits may be issued for multi-tenant operations on a single parcel, provided that the aggregate cultivation area does not exceed the maximum area allowed for the cultivation type and parcel size, in compliance with Table 1AD, the allowed cannabis use permit requirements. Table 1A clearly states 10,000 square feet of cultivation with a zoning permit, which is also known as a ministerial permit, is the maximum cultivation area per parcel. Now that's as clear as a law can get. There's no ability to interpret those plain words any differently. And there's no other language in our ordinance that would change these plain words. Simply stated, multiple applicants can apply for ministerial permits on a single parcel and the county's ordinance allows only a maximum outdoor of 10,000 square feet.
And thank you. That does conclude the comment.
My husband will speak next.
I'm Brantley Richardson. I live in the Bennett Valley. In addition to the code, section 26-88-254E, cannabis cultivation commercial, multiple permits. Multiple cultivation permit applications will be processed concurrently. Multiple cultivation permits may be issued to a single person, provided that the total combined cultivation area within the county does not exceed 1 acre. For the purpose of this provision, the entire cultivation area of a permit shall be attributed in full to each person who meets the definition of cannabis business owner of the permit holder. Simply stated, Sonoma County's regulation prohibits a cannabis operator from growing more than 1 total acre of cannabis within the county. There is no need to extend the multi-tenant permitting moratorium. There is only a need to apply the law. Thank you.
Thank you. And if the next commenter can please unmute and begin your comment after stating your name.
I guess it's my turn. My name is Viva. I'm calling in from Bloomfield to talk about the buffer zone. The conversation today went to, it used to be RR and AR, and I'm just here to say our town facing 8 ministerial permits, multi-tenant permits, and it comes out of the dark. We have no say in it. A conditional use permit would allow us to see the full scope and mitigate some of the impacts. And I just think it would be really, really very fair if you would consider a moratorium on ministerial permits within 1,000 feet of rural enclaves. So I hope you'll consider that. I would really like to see the moratorium on ministerial permits continued, or just follow the ordinance and only allow up to 10,000 square feet ministerial permitting on any one parcel. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing. I know this is very trying for all of us, and I really care also about the small farmers out there and hear how stressful this is for them too. I hope we can find our way through. Thank you so much.
And the next commenter is Richard, followed by Denise, and then Amara.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Section 3 of the proposed ordinance, which would extend the term of the so-called multi-tenant ministerial permits from 1 to 5 years, should be deleted. First, the proposed extension is well beyond the term of the proposed interim ordinance, as well as the anticipated certification of the EIR. Secondly, since it would be providing an entitlement not currently allowed in the zoning code, I submit that it would be a zoning code amendment requiring additional secret review, and which is not allowed under state law governing interim ordinances. After receiving public comment pointing out the flaws of the proposed ordinance, staff, or someone directing staff, apparently realized the questionable legality of Section 3. A revised version of the proposed ordinance was then posted. Rather than delete Section 3, it was left in. As if this wasn't enough, the severability provision of Section 5, which is common, was revised to a non-severability provision. This change would of course, benefit the cannabis industry and specifically a few large growers who, as was exposed in the Neighborhood Coalition report, have been allowed to circumvent the system. Please delete Section 3. Also, in Section 2 of the proposed ordinance should be revised to make inoperative the multi-tenant provision of the code, as was done in the interim ordinance adopted on September 21st. Thank you for your attention.
Please unmute and state your name.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Denise Drosky of the Warden Drosky Family Farm, residents of Franz Valley for over 5 generations and 115 years. Our properties are at 8811, 8799, and 8655 Franz Valley School Road, totaling 45 acres, representing the families of Bonrepo, Mart, Woods, Keller, Wilson, and Lattig. We are all, I am the spokesperson here to ask the board to accept staff's recommendation to extend the moratorium on new multi-tenant ministerial permits pending the completion of the countywide EIR to please limit renewal of existing multi-tenant ministerial permits to a maximum 10,000 square feet per 10-acre parcel with minimum of 1,000-foot setbacks. We have on this road experienced damaging fire and drought and have been unable to put the fire out as recently as last year, and the environmental impacts of large-scale farming, marijuana farming operations needs to have these environmental reviews. And we are directly impacted by the 11 different applications on 2.75 acres of the location at 8400 Franz Valley School Road with 2 adjacent parcels. I ask that the board please consider the unanimous input by the voting attendees of this conference to please take the time to complete the EIR and extend the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. I'm Amber Morrison with the law firm of Wendell Rosen in Oakland, and our firm represents the Dunlin family wine cellars in connection with the 11 small cannabis cultivation permits which have been submitted to the county and which has been the subject of a lot of discussion over the course of the last couple of hearings. If approved, those 11 permits would result in a cumulative cannabis grow of approximately 3 acres on 3 adjacent parcels without a CUP and without CEQA review. And you've heard that this continued practice by the county is concerning to the state. So we would we support staff's recommendation to extend the moratorium for the reasons outlined in the staff report. I had hoped to keep our comments focused on the need for CEQA review for these multi-tenant applications, but I also think it's important that the board hear other concerns about some of the hazards related to these integrated cannabis operations in the multi-tenant LLC approach. Specifically, since the 11 applications were submitted in April, my client and his employees have experienced damage to their property, perceived direct threats of violence to my client's employees, and 2 weeks ago, a break-in into one of my client's employees' homes. And these are things that up until this past spring had never happened to my client or his property since he's owned the property. In short, the county needs time to determine how best to regulate these cumulative multi-tenant applications.
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And the next commenter are Ruben, Jay Sale, and Jean.
Hi, my name is Ruben, and I have a small farm out in West County, or actually I'm leasing a small section of a farm out in West County. And I just wanted to say that I think this moratorium should be ended, and I think it should be easier to get ministerial access to more parts of the property. It is very difficult and expensive to jump through all the hoops the county says to do this, along with all the harassment from neighbors and everything else, paying mortgages, paying for all the in-depth studies on the property to grow a loan with all weather crisis, drought crisis. It's very difficult to be a farmer at this time, especially with markets like bottomed out. We can't sell any product at all. People don't realize how really difficult it is being a farmer, and they just want 10,000 feet setbacks from properties. They want more and more. And I think it's really unfair to people. They don't realize, like, we're not going to be able to pay our mortgage next month. Things are really difficult at this time, and it's really difficult for us farmers, and just making things worse isn't helping. I don't know what else to say. I thank you very much.
Hey, please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, my name is John Saylor, and I live in Franz Valley and have been so for several decades. And we went through the fire last 4 years ago. Out of the 90 homes here in Franz Valley, 50 of them burned up. And believe me, of those 50, they went through permit processes, building problems, the problems that extended, they had to wait for. Some are still trying to build their houses. So the only reason I say that is going through permit process and all the things that have been said about getting cannabis grown have been experienced about people making their houses to live in. And so I want to say that moratoriums are for figuring things out, not going ahead before you know what's going on. I've already heard from several members of Franz Valley about the 3 applications here in our valley that are multi-permit grows here. And this wouldn't be an issue if people did follow the ordinance. I appreciate what Supervisor Gore said in September. He says, I'm pro cannabis. I don't appreciate that part, but I do appreciate the part that he said, I show my support to the community by having a 10,000 acre limit to a 10-acre grow. If we just follow that, we would be doing great. Thank you.
And if the next commenter, please can unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rachel Ziert, and thank you very much for your time. I didn't expect to be here, so I did write to all the supervisors originally, but this is what I'd like to say. It's basically vote yes on the extension of the moratorium. And as far as I can understand, you're concerned about the LLCs and they're not the same entity, or they may be. All you need to do is go back to the ordinance, and the ordinance says to put 10,000 square feet on each, in each parcel. So what you could do is on renewal, because these are only a 1-year permit, reduce each back to the original 10,000 square feet, whether each LLC wants to go to 2,500 or, they want to bag it, whatever. But it's very clear. Your ordinance is clear. So I don't understand the misinterpretation. I also would like to request a roll call on the vote on the non-severity clause. I'd like to know which supervisor would agree to that or not. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next commenters are Sam, Janet, and Ricardo. If you could please unmute and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me? So sorry.
We can hear you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. Sorry, my answering machine starts ringing. Of course, I don't want to answer the phone. Okay, sorry about that. I'm here. This is Sam De La Paz, Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange. And, I just want to really empathize with a lot of the neighbors' concerns and also the concerns around any exploitation of any component of an ordinance or a set of laws and regulations put in place. I'm, intimately concerned for both community members and our small farmers and small operators that I represent, along with our membership at the Hessel Farmers Grange. The one thing that I would love to emphasize here today is that very apparently we're pretty outnumbered. In public comment here. And I think that's largely due to an exhaustive period of 5 years trying to get to permitting and a fairly disenchanted group of farmers. I just want to emphasize that, we really have an opportunity here to not just put a blanket moratorium and, create further barriers to entry for small farmers, but to really focus on what is going wrong and how we can address those issues specifically. I also want to consider the environmental impacts of the 40 acres or so that are in process right now in Sonoma County. Again, compared to other agricultural impacts, let us please be realistic and understand that these people have been waiting 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Janet Cho. I'm a landowner and resident of Santa Rosa Bennett Valley. My comments represent those of hundreds of individuals in my neighborhood who've submitted a signed statement, but can't necessarily be here because this is in the middle of a work week and time. I would ask the board to vote yes to extend the moratorium on all ministerial multi-tenant cannabis cultivation while we complete the EIR, and to not extend the ministerial permit term unconditionally from 1 to 5 years. We believe in limiting all new ministerial permits, including multi-tenant, to no more than 10,000 square feet total combined per parcel with an annual renewal process, or to otherwise go through the CUP process. We urge you to apply these same rules to all renewal applications that must be resubmitted annually. Again, supervisors, thank you for your time today, and I urge you to listen to the majority of your voting constituents.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Ricardo Molato. I'd like to start off by thanking everyone for taking time out of their day and their lives to discuss this beautiful subject. Just a few years back, this topic would have been impossible to have. But thanks to everyone, Board of Supervisors, cannabis operators, staff members, cannabis lovers, and dare I say, even the cannabis haters. I want to sympathize with everyone frustrated through this. Thank you all again for investing your time. With that said, I urge you all to end this moratorium and possibly, hopefully, refine the CUP process and or create a safer, streamlined path for local cannabis ag farmers. So far, if we continue with the options the staff has provided, it will kill small farmers. The same small local farmers who have been here for decades, right under our noses, growing beautiful medicine, providing for the world. I'd like to be treated similar to other agricultural crops. I am one of 5 indoor permits filed this year. Out of 5, I am 1. This doesn't seem like a similar problem to the outdoor issues, and I would appreciate to, at the very least, treat the indoor permits different. It is a lot more than just permit fees. I have invested time and money with lawyers, consultants, engineers, environmental studies, et cetera, et cetera. I will never get the time back. I wonder if I will be reimbursed every cent. To the haters, indoor provides no smell, no view, no noise, allows to recycle water.
Thank you so much for the comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Galen Tornaby, even though it says U Solar. Sorry, I'm attending from work. So I would like to encourage the board to extend the moratorium on new multi-tenant ministerial permits pending the completion of the countywide EIR. Limit the renewal of existing multi-tenant ministerial permits to a maximum of 10,000 square feet per 10-acre parcel with a minimum 1,000 foot setbacks. I didn't announce where I'm from. I live next door to Adam, who spoke earlier, at 8300 Franz Valley School Road, and 1 parcel away from the 11 applicant 2.75 acre issue that we're all concerned about. Our main concerns, we are a small farmer. We grow wine grapes on our property, and we are also a bonded winery. We are concerned about the water consumption associated with cannabis grows and the odor that could taint our grapes and make them unsellable, putting us out of business. We are also concerned about the amount of traffic that the operation will potentially increase, which we've already experienced in our area. I would agree with Ricardo with respect to the indoor being very different from outdoor, and strongly encourage to listen to what he has just said and to take it into important consideration. I think all of us in Franz Valley would love it if these operations were indoors and in downtown Santa Rosa. Thanks.
The next commenters are Anne, then Deborah, and Lauren, excuse me.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
So good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Anne Aurora, and my husband and I own 55 acres on Franz Valley School Road. I'm here to express my huge support for the staff recommendation to extend the moratorium on the multi-tenant provisions of the county's ordinance. Without an extension of the moratorium, we're concerned that the avoidance of having to secure a conditional use permit and doing appropriate levels of environmental review of these larger scale multi-tenant permits will continue to result in a proliferation of these permits, which will threaten the livability of the county and for its residents, as well as viability of Sonoma County as a world-renowned wine growing region. Moratorium extension is necessary to stop these types of permits, which have cumulative impacts on the environment, including air quality, groundwater depletion, fire, safety, and waste management. If the moratorium is not extended as recommended by staff, the cumulative environmental impacts of these small permits taken together as a whole could wreak havoc on the environment of our small Sonoma communities such as Franz Valley, Bloomfield, and others, and could likely impact property values as well. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Deborah Epstein. The path is straightforward. Just you need to follow CEQA and our ordinance. This would mean to limit renewals of multi-tenant zoning permits to 1 year, an aggregate 10,000 square foot per parcel, no more than 1 acre total cultivation throughout the county for related parties. This is just the plain language of the ordinance, not the 1 acre cumulative that ag is permitted. Tenants can collectively apply for 1 acre under CUP, but should only be allowed to cultivate aggregate 10,000 square feet until a CUP is issued. This is required under CEQA for a state license. Immediately void any issued multi-tenant permits that violate the ordinance, i.e. to those with more than 1 acre total cultivation with related parties. It's not rocket science to identify them. You know that the LLCs with the same address are the same party. The draft ordinance was modified with a poison pill once staff realized that extending zoning permits to 5 years was illegal under the urgency ordinance. This underhanded manner of trying to ramrod an illegal act through by tying it to a legal act necessary to correctly administer the ordinance is reprehensible. Furthermore, all zoning permits as currently applied are invalid under the ordinance and similar state laws. They do not allow discretion to establish sufficient setbacks to meet the health and safety clause. The minimum setbacks are accepted as sufficient and the county knows they are not. They should have at least 1,000-foot minimum. I sincerely hope that you will uphold state and county law and not cave under pressure from the cannabis industry. Thank you very much and good luck.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, I'm Lauren Mara. I live in Liberty Valley. According to your county code, multi-tenant ministerial operations on a single parcel should be a max of 10,000 square feet. I live near a multi-tenant ministerial operation with multiple LLCs, around 40 hoop houses, totaling about 4 acres of cannabis. You adopted this moratorium, you acknowledge these operators found a loophole and aren't operating within the intended scope for the ministerial permitting program. I can't even begin to understand why you'd allow the term for current operators to be extended from 1 year to 5 years. These operators are in violation of the ordinance. You've acknowledged that, therefore their term must not be extended. I urge you to extend the moratorium until you've developed a new ordinance and county-wide environmental impact report, as well as a comprehensive enforcement team. Please consider a 1,000-foot setback from residential property lines and come up with a plan beyond zoning and parcel size alone to determine the suitability of a particular parcel for these commercial operations. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Hal Plimpton, and I'm calling from Franz Valley. You spoke, my wife Mary spoke a little earlier. Mary and I have been there for over 50 years that we've enjoyed the beautiful valley. Her roots go back to the 1850s in Franz Valley. So we have a very keen interest in seeing the things only positive move forward. And so to that, we ask that you add vote to extend the moratorium on the new multi-tenant ministerial permits pending completion of the countywide EIR. Also, that you limit the renewal of existing multi-tenant ministerial permits to the maximum 10,000 square foot per 10-acre parcel with a minimum of 10,000, pardon me, with a minimum of 1,000 foot setbacks. And finally, that you enforce the County Code Section 26, 880254 F2 and Table 1 AD. Thank you.
The next commenter is Jeffrey, followed by Bill. If you can please unmute and state your name.
That's me. I'm Jeff Matthews. I'm a 35-year resident of Bloomfield. I would like to request that all applications for multi-tenant cannabis grows under the ministerial permitting process through the Department of Agriculture within 1,000 feet of rural residential enclaves be held under an ongoing moratorium until a comprehensive EIR and CEQA study can be completed and incorporated into the permitting process through PRMD. Conditional use permitting process, if that through PRMD. Currently, the Agricultural Commissioner is making discretionary determinations as to which rules and regulations he wishes to enforce. He's already told us during previous Zoom meetings that he cannot legally do this. Discretionary determinations can only be made through the conditional use permitting process at PRMD. We in the rural residential enclaves adjoining the agricultural zone properties need this 1,000 foot buffer zone, EIR and CEQA studies to ensure our safety and preserve the environment we have cherished and enjoyed over many, many years. The term NIMBY has been bantered about throughout this process. All I can say is you can call me a NIMBY, but you can't call me a fool. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name. This is for Bill. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, this is Bill. Thanks. This is Bill Krautz of Sebastopol. In addition to continuing the moratorium, I believe the county needs to properly apply the existing law. Section 26.88-254 F2 covers the multi-tenant, multi-permit operations. Simply stated, if the multiple applicants apply for ministerial permits on a single parcel, the ordinance only allows for a maximum cultivation area of 10,000 square feet per parcel, not per application. So 10,000 square foot permits are not allowed. Also, section 26.88-254E covers multiple permits for issued to a single person. Simply stated, the county regulations prohibit one operator from growing more than an acre of cannabis. The analysis shows that the permits that large growers are gaming the system by submitting multiple applications under different names. And finally, I'd say it doesn't make sense to give a ministerial permit which was issued for 1 year, a 5-year extension. It should stay at 1 year. Thanks very much.
And the next commenters are Victoria, Joanna, and Kim.
Hi, my name is Victoria. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I live in Bennett Valley, and I would like to request that the board would vote to extend the moratorium for the existing multi-tenant permits and any new multi-tenant permits on the basis that you never ordered the EIR that you were supposed to do and that you've admitted repeatedly that your process is flawed. You also admitted to approving stacked permits, so there's absolutely no reason to extend any kind of permits to anybody. Additionally, I'd like to ask you as a board to justify approving any development of any kind while our governor has asked us to reduce water intake by 20%. Thank you.
And if Joanna can please unmute and begin your comment. This is for Joanna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. This is Joanna Cedar with Sonoma County Growers Alliance. SCGA recommends that the Board of Supervisors allow this moratorium to expire. We agree that there should not be two separate permit pathways to cultivate an acre of cannabis, yet the solution should not be a moratorium, but a ministerial permit to cultivate an acre of outdoor cannabis. This scale of cultivation is supported by the mitigated neg deck from 2016, and further CEQA review is robust at the state level. The county should not punish small farmers for the actions of those who misrepresent the ownership of their businesses. Multi-tenant operators should not be forced by the county to go into business with others for the purpose of a CUP just because they are operating on the same parcel. And the county should analyze ownership on a case-by-case basis rather than implement a blanket draconian moratorium. Should the county want to amend these multi-tenant provisions, it should do so within the context of the EIR in progress and an ordinance update which will follow. Agreeing to refund county fees is insufficient, given the land costs and legal and consulting fees that many have made attempting to be in compliance with the ever-changing rules and county regulations. Changing the rules midstream is neither business friendly, nor does it instill confidence in county government, nor does it aid those equity applicants who are entitled to this pathway. Please let the moratorium expire. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Hi, yes, I would like to echo what Joanna said. This is Kim Gardner, and I have a multi-tenant permit, and we're just a small farm, and many of us were in the CUP process for years and got nowhere, and thankfully, due to our zoning, we're allowed to get the ministerial permits. If these same people who are saying they can't enjoy their property anymore due to some plants being grown next to them, what if it was we're in the dairy area? What if it was a cattle farm? Are they going to tell them they're not allowed there because they don't like the way it smells? It's completely unfair to the small grower to do what is being done. I understand some people are maybe not following the rules, but as the saying goes, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Help the small farmers, and if you want to rein in the bigger ones who are maybe not doing right by this ordinance, fine. But throwing it out, or people saying, oh well, temporarily, don't operate your farm until the EIR is done. Imagine going into business and the rules keep changing as you're buying buildings and trying to build out your business. It's unfathomable what's going on and what we've been put through, and hopefully the board will see that.
Thank you so much for the comment. And the next commenters are Seabreeze, Carol, and Kathy. Can you please unmute and state your name?
Hello, I'm Betsy Lauer. I'm calling in to express my strong support for the staff recommendation to extend the moratorium on the multi-tenant provisions of the county ordinance. I feel that the staff has given very careful thought as to how to allow the small family and legacy farmers to continue to cultivate small cannabis grows, which is important to the Board of Supervisors and which was the county's original intent of the multi-tenant provisions. Staff has acknowledged that the multi-tenant provisions are being exploited by commercial cannabis interests and that the county's ordinance needs to be amended to close this loophole. Without an extension of the moratorium, we are concerned that the end run around having to secure a conditional use permit and doing appropriate levels of environmental review of these larger scale multi-tenant permits will continue to result in a proliferation of these permits, which will threaten the viability of Sonoma County as a world-renowned wine growing region. The moratorium extension is necessary to stop these types of permits, which have a cumulative impact on the environment. The primary environmental concerns are air quality, odor, groundwater depletion, especially during the current drought, fire. Cannabis is a highly flammable combustible oil, safety, police and fire, and waste management. If the moratorium is not extended as recommended by staff, the cumulative environmental impacts of all these small parcels taken together as a whole will wreak real havoc on the environment and in our small community of Sonoma, such as Blomfield, Franz Valley, etc.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Carol Kai, and
Carol, we're having a little trouble hearing you. Can you please try again?
I just feel like the way that the
Sure. Can you hear me now? That's much better. Thank you.
yeah, sorry, I just feel that the way that the cannabis ordinance was designed was flawed from the beginning, and you just need to, and your answers in front of you, the 1,000-foot setbacks to residences is the answer, and you've had it all along, and you just refuse to do it, even though you have multiple people on multiple fronts telling you that living so close to a cannabis farm is untenable. And so, you know, of course, they used cow rules of how the 300-foot setback was using cow rules of where you should, how many cows you can have. And that's exactly what they used. They didn't use cannabis information. They used a different thing. They popped it onto cannabis. So anyway, I agree that we should extend the moratorium and don't extend the multi-tenant to 5 years, keep it to 1 year, and all that Greg Harrison has said and Deborah Epstein has said. I agree with all their arguments and reasoning. Thank you.
The next commenter, Kathy, if you can please unmute and begin your comment, and then following that, I'll turn it back to Chair Hopkins.
Hi, this is Kathy. I'm also from Bennett Valley. I want to say that I do strongly support the moratorium, but I am strongly opposed to renewing the existing permits for a period of 5 years. Why a 1-year permit would just be all of a sudden grandfathered in to be for 5 years just makes no sense to me. They should be renewed every year, and then those who have taken advantage of the loophole and have more than the 10,000 square acres on the multi-tenancies thing need to go back to just having their 10,000 square feet until the new ordinance is out, and then they can also apply based on whatever those agreements are. I also would like to say we hear a lot concerns for the small farmers, and I do have concerns for the small farmers, but that's not what's happening out here in the Bennett Valley. It is large LLCs. It's Wellsprings Road. It's what's happened on Mantanzas Creek. It's all over here. So if you don't know whose these LLCs are and haven't really looked at it, you need to study that. So again, it should go back and make sure that everybody has to follow the rules, which is only 10,000 square feet under all circumstances right now, and only renew for 1 year. Thank you.
And that does conclude the number of people who originally raised their hands when we asked for hands to be raised. So now, due to the fact that it's 4:30 and I actually received a message from a public commenter who has been waiting for public comments not on the agenda, and so an interest in sort of moving forward with our deliberations, which we anticipate will probably take the better part of an hour, we are going to shorten the time to 1 minute for the remainder of the public commenters. We had about 13 people join sort of midway through the meeting, so we want to afford them the time to speak, but we're going to tighten it up a little bit. So Marcy, if you could please reduce it to 60 seconds, and we will go to the rest of the commenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. And again, just a reminder, if you could lower your hand if you are wanting to comment on matters not on the agenda, we'll introduce that at another time. We're still on item number 19 at this moment. And the commenters are Dustin and then 2 phone attendees.
Hi, my name's Dustin Gibbons. I'm one of the owners of 965 Solutions. We're a manufacturer and distributor here in Santa Rosa. And I would like to urge the board to allow the moratorium to expire. 10,000 square foot permits totaling less than 1 acre is a drop in the bucket in the environmental impact of viticulture in Sonoma County, where they're applying pesticides and contaminating our rivers and streams. Cannabis uses vastly less water than these grapes, besides the opposing viewpoint that you guys are hearing. The impact of this ordinance to the operators in the pipeline is devastating. These are local small farmers that have been Sonoma County residents for a long time. They've got given this pathway to get out, to come into compliance, and the doors being slammed in their face. I also urge the board to extend the permits to 5-year renewals. The cost of renewal is far too costly, and the margins are far too low for small farmers. Thank you.
And the next commenter, you are a phone attendee, so please listen to the prompt to unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Kim, and I live on Barlow Lane. And the purpose of my call today is to have you consider not renewing these multiple tenant farms. The approach is as though if there's one farm, then there's the second one, and there's no impact on the neighbors. That just isn't true. There's double the traffic, double the noise, double the smell. Previously, where my house was, I never smelled cannabis. But now, with that additional amount of cannabis growing, I smell it on a regular basis. It's nauseating. We need to control the amount of cannabis grown in the neighborhoods, and it should be 1,000 feet from anybody's house.
And the next commenter is also a phone attendee, so please listen to the prompt and unmute.
Hello?
Yes, hi, please
Okay.
unmute.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nancy Grallman calling in from Friends Valley, where we have witnessed the reality of questionable multi-tenant ministerial permits. Unfortunately, the first exposure to this proposed operation came as a shock. And then as we started to understand the ministerial process, we realized that actually your codes had been exploited. It puts the future of willingness to follow environmental and other rules in question and worries us all specifically for the water. This mistrust won't be dissolved unless a moratorium is extended countywide, pending applications terminated, and renewals extended only for a year. Unfortunately, it looks like to us that corporate, financial, and political interests have taken cynical advantage of the idealistic small farmers. This board, planning, and ag commissioner owe it to county residents to bring us together in some sort of sensible regulations. Thank you.
The next commenters are Lorraine, Valerie. And just a reminder that it is 1 comment per person per item. And then the next commenter would be Tim.
Hi, my name is Lori Pasquilla. I'm a compliance consultant for the industry. I believe there's recommendations that are made in the summary report that do not adequately take into consideration the small family business operators who are already in the permit review process or who may have an existing permit. All the applications I've worked with have looked at cumulative impact report studies, probiotics and hydrogeology studies. They look at everything on the site. They want nothing more to be environmentally, economically sustainable, and they care about neighborhood compatibility. Given continual political interference in the cannabis permitting process and the continually changing rules, I think that the process needs to be significantly improved. I recommend voting no on the moratorium and putting your efforts towards finalizing the ordinance and allowing a pathway forward to the small business operators in the county who have worked so hard and spent so much time and money in trying to have a business and are fighting prohibitionist neighbors.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is, am I on Valerie Dallas?
Yep, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I apologize. My name is Valerie Dallas. I'm not a cannabis hater. I agree with the staff suggestions of 1 ministerial grow per 10 acres. I also request a moratorium on all ministerial grows within 1,000 feet of rural enclaves until the EIR is complete. I think that if there was a minimum of 1,000 feet setback, and I think I said the other thing wrong, I'm sorry, setback from rural enclaves in all cannabis permitting, much of the problems that we are facing over and over and over, and that's been going on for the last year, would just go away. Where I live in Bloomfield, cannabis could right now be grown 100 feet from numerous R parcels, and also right next to our public historic graveyard that's used by lots of people in our community and in our county. So Sonoma County did commit to—
Thank you for the comment. And if the next commenter, please unmute and state your name. Tim, if you can please unmute. Tim, we are not hearing you right now. Unfortunately, I'm sorry about that. We do have phone-in information on the first page of the agenda. And comments can be emailed to bos@sonoma-county.org. The next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute and state your name. I've just re-prompted. You'll hear to press *6 to unmute. Okay, so sorry, we're not hearing this individual right now. I'm just going to test out to make sure we can get through for our next commenter, make sure we're not having any issues. Vivian, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Yes, hello. I'm Vivian Donald. I live in Bennett Valley. I am very much in support of the moratorium on new multi-tenant permits, and I oppose allowing current multi-tenant operators to have their permits extended from 1 to 5 years. I feel quite strongly that cannabis, although a great medical product, is not a normal agricultural product because of the strong odors associated with it. should be grown inside because it doesn't need outside terroir and all that. So it really, to me, is an industrial product which should be grown in industrial areas inside where the smell could be controlled and isn't next to people who live there and isn't next to people who are trying to do things like have tasting rooms where the smell will just destroy their business. Thank you very much for the work you're doing on it.
And the next commenters are Susan, Michelle, and then Vince.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and Board of Supervisors. I'm Susan Kirks. I'm from Petaluma, and I wanted to support the residents of Bloomfield who have been speaking to you this afternoon, particularly Viva Edelson. I thought her comment was so thoughtful and really considerate, considering what the Bloomfield residents are enduring. When you discuss today and make your decision, please think about people's lives who really would be ruined with some of the permitting process that is occurring now. And the 1,000-foot setback is very reasonable. And think about your constituents. I really do not want to have their lives ruined. And that really is what a large part of this is about. Thank you.
And Michelle, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you for allowing the community to convey our concerns today. My name is Michelle Parr, and my family has been growing grapes in France Valley for 50 years. Like any farming endeavor, it has been an investment of many precious resources. I'm calling to express our strong support for the staff's recommendation to extend the moratorium on the multi-tenant ministerial permits, which are being exploited, and the loophole must be closed. An EIR is necessary to study the impacts of water, odor, and air quality, fire, safety, and waste management, all of which impact those around the cannabis grows. We urge the board to extend the moratorium and include a provision for at least 1,000-foot setbacks to adjacent homes and vineyards. If a moratorium is not extended, the cumulative impacts of these small permits taken together as a whole will potentially damage the environment and the small rural communities of Sonoma County, like our Franz Valley. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name's Vince Scholten. I'm president of the Hessel Grange. I'm also NorCal Growers owner. I've been in this permit process for going on 5 years. I still don't have a permit on a commercial property that's been here for 50 years. I've had a commercial nursery here on the property for 50 years. If you were to impose 1,000-foot setbacks, you would wipe me out. You allowed houses to be built next to my beautiful land and nursery, and now you would wipe me out. The moratorium, if you have to go after these large guys that are abusing the system, that is what you have to do. But you are going to destroy small farming in Sonoma County. In fact, you're going to drive it all underground where the black market will flourish. You will make no tax money, and you will destroy the small farmer. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
The next commenters are Alexa, Ann, and Daniel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. This is Alexa here, Alexa Wall. And I just want to echo what many of the growers have said, especially obviously Joanna's comments from SCGA. We did send in a detailed letter, and same with the Cannabis Business Association of Sonoma County. You've heard a lot of input from farmers, and I just wanted to point out one thing. We are right in the middle of harvest season. This week, last week, farmers, our hands are really in the dirt right now, quite literally. So I know a lot of people wanted to be here and speak, but unfortunately they just weren't able to. So I wanted you guys to recognize that. And secondly, I wanted to talk about cannabis taxes. That's something that you guys can change right now that is irrelevant to the EIR. Right now, you guys base it on the size of our garden. So whether you're getting $1,000 a pound or $200 a pound, we're being taxed the same. It's a square footage tax right now. It's not fair and it's not working. And it's going to be one of the reasons that we go out of business. Please, supervisors, that's something you can change right now. Let's talk about it. Thank you.
If you can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Ann, and I have lived in Bennett Valley for 30 plus years. Supervisor Gore earlier spoke at length about the long history of this flawed marijuana regulation and permitting process. The fact that just last week, the non-severability clause was revised at the last minute, perhaps in hopes that no one would notice, demonstrates that the dysfunction continues. Only through continued and intense citizen involvement has an almost complete carte blanche ordinance favoring the commercial cannabis marijuana growers been averted. We are counting on the county and the Board of Supervisors to follow the law and protect the residents of Sonoma County and just not the cannabis industry.
The next commenters are Daniel, Lisa, and Ron. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Dan. I live in Liberty Valley, and I support extending the existing moratorium on ministerial multi-tenant cultivation, and that you reject the staff recommendation that the ministerial permits be extended to 5 years. That makes no logical sense, and I think that based on some of the board's questioning of that, they understand that it makes no logical sense. And I just also wanted to point out that we're meant to believe that this whole thing is just some debacle, right? That it didn't work. But the reality is that this was an ordinance written by the cannabis industry because of all the tens of thousands of dollars they dumped into local government, and they basically bought their own ordinance. But luckily, the neighbors found out, and I'm so proud of my neighbors for getting together and standing up to stop this billion-dollar industry from buying our beautiful bucolic neighborhoods and ruining them. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Lisa Lai, and I'm calling in to ask that you please remove the moratorium. I am one of the people who has an application pending. It's been pending since March. I'm tied up in the Native American issue for a 10K that's considered stacking because our President Vince, who was just speaking, allowed me to use 10K of his property, but he had a nursery permit pending on it. So it is getting mixed up in this, even though I am a small farmer. I do have a CUP for less than a quarter acre on a burned down property. This is the first time in 10 years I don't have canopy in Sonoma County. Which is why I'm actually able to speak today, because I'm not harvesting plants like a lot of my colleagues are. We are small farmers and we are struggling. So please don't add another blockade to us getting permits here in Sonoma County, which is where we live and are raising our families. Thank you.
Ron, and then Sandy and Lauren will be the next commenters.
Yes, thank you for this time to comment. My name is Ron Edwards, and I think a lot of the issues that are being presented are disingenuous, particularly by the grape growers, which if they had to go through the environmental process that cannabis growers have to go, they would fail. The 1,000-foot setback is just really overextension of the issue. And we've continually seen this movement. First it's the smell, and then it was the crime, and now it's let's move it indoors. Well, the crime, that issue has really dissipated. If you move it indoors, then the argument is going to be, look at all the electricity being used, it's the waste. So these issues keep going. If there was a solid thing that we were working on, and this is farming, this is a farming community, the roots of Sonoma County are based in farming, and we should look at it that way, and it should continue. Also, the tax should be tiered to market value, similar to the way the state does, because the price is going down, the tax is staying high. That's untenable. 5 years is a reasonable business plan. Thank you very much for time.
Next commenter should be able to unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Sandy. Can you hear me? Hello?
Sandy, go ahead. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm calling to support the moratorium. In fact, if somebody wants a 5-year extension on their permit, then I think we should have a 5-year extension on the moratorium. But I would like to support the EIR and CEQA. And I am very, very interested in taking the time to reflect on what worked and what didn't work as far as the policies go. And a suggestion that maybe there should be a policy manual with a glossary of terms, because it's an ever-changing evolution of language, and I don't think everybody really understands it. We are very compromised where we live, and we are very concerned about the water consumption. We are very concerned about the crime. We're very concerned about the road erosion and the use of easements and the destruction of the easements. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Lauren Mendelson. Hope everyone can hear me. I'm a local resident, attorney, and medical cannabis patient. And I am calling today to oppose this moratorium on the grounds that I do not think it helps small farmers or the county's program overall. I do not think it supports equity. If we're talking about ways to help those who've been most harmed by the war on drugs, it's expensive to get land here in Sonoma County. This is a barrier to entry, and by this pathway was created to help small operators get licensed. And it may be being taken advantage of, and I think the county has the responsibility to police it better if that's the concern. And if the concern is environmental impact on these multi-tenant sites, then applicants in the pipeline ought to be given an opportunity to submit cumulative environmental analyses. So I urge you to take that into consideration and do what you can to help the small farmers that are trying to do things the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, and that does conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. Before we begin deliberations, let's just take a brief 5 to 10 minute bio break for everybody involved, and we'll be right back.
Hi, and thank you, everyone. We are going to resume the meeting in just a moment. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to make sure that the board chambers are unmuted in Zoom. Excellent. And Chair Hopkins, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Marcy. I want to thank all of the members of the public who took time out of their day to call in today. I know that there are wildly divergent opinions on this topic, but I appreciate that everyone, I think, was very thoughtful and very civil, and appreciate you participating in the process. With that, I will bring it back to the board for deliberation, but maybe before we launch into deliberation, are there any sort of questions that folks still want answered from staff or that arose during public comment before we launch opinions? Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Gore.
I wonder if staff could address the question or the statement that the ordinance only allows 10,000 feet maximum on multi-tenant permits.
I can answer this one unless you were leaning in, Andrew. We have received this comment several times that the ordinance as currently written only authorizes multiple permits up to 10,000 square feet. Staff and the county has implemented the ordinance consistently since its adoption to mean that there can be multiple zoning permits up to an acre, as that's the maximum area allowed on the parcel. Looking back at the staff reports, that was the intent of the ordinance. And so I think staff's interpretation is supported by the plain language of the ordinance and documents showing the intent. That said, staff's proposal to amend the language would achieve exactly the same thing as the commenters have proposed, that there could be multi-tenant operations only up to 10,000 square feet or what is allowed with one zoning permit. And so if that is the policy that your board prefers, I recommend that you do it by adopting this new language rather than reinterpreting old language, because it's easier to show that that's the intent of the new language, and it would be more defensible if we were in court with that new language.
And I would only add that the entire time that we've been permitting and administering the policy as written is that the maximum scale of any individual permit authorized for weights and measures to issue, ag weights and measures to issue in ag zoning designations is 10,000 square feet.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Gore and then Supervisor Gorin.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to this severability clause issue and see if we could get some verbiage or something from our council, because I wasn't tracking that as a big issue coming into today. And there's been a lot of, I know Supervisor Corsi jumped into that, but a lot of, I heard accusations or preconceived notions about the intent of that. And I want to just understand from staff what was put in, what it means in terms of the implication, because I was really focused on the moratorium and the extensions and the other things that we're doing today.
The intent of changing this to a non-severability clause was that when we were reviewing comments as they came in, and our practice is we review every comment and then look at the documents that we have before the board, and every comment from either side liked one portion of the ordinance and didn't like the other portion. And it highlighted for staff that the direction that we heard from the board was support for or potential continued support for a moratorium only if there was a path forward for current operators. And so it highlighted that the board's intent, or what we thought is the board's intent to bring forward, was that those provisions be linked and either rise or fall together. And if either one fell, we're always thinking about what are the consequences if an ordinance is challenged. Where does that leave us? That the board's intent might be for staff to revisit the full policy and bring forward a different comprehensive solution.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gorin.
We did, alternatively, we didn't really discuss your recommendation for refunding permit fees. So I want to ask a question about where the $200,000 figure came from.
I can answer that. That is the permit fee for a small outdoor multiplied by the number of permits, excuse me, that are subject to the need for withdrawal. So that's where that figure comes from. It actually, I think it's almost exactly $200,000.
What is the permit fee per each application? Did you say that?
It is $3,800, 38 and change, $3,800 and change.
Is there a fee for renewing the application?
Yes, there is. The renewal fee is a combination of the notice of exemption fee and the hourly fee for the review of the renewal. Sometimes there are minor changes to the sitemap, and the annual site inspection fee, and that's a $600 fee.
So in the cumulative fee for renewal is about $600, or is it?
It's more like $900 because there's an admin processing component to it and some review by an agricultural inspector biologist. And that usually amounts to about 2 hours. So when you add the 6 with the 2 and then the notice of exemption fee, it usually comes out to right around $900.
The $3,300 fee is actually pretty small compared to all the other expenses of applying for a permit and doing the technical studies associated with the application. I'm curious why you think it's important to refund the fees if in fact the board decides we're going to continue the permitting for 1 to 5 years.
Okay, can you say that again? Sorry, Supervisor Gorin, I'm just trying.
Well, you're proposing potentially to continue the operations for 5 years, and yet if we discontinue them after 5 years, you want to refund their permit fees?
No, we only want to refund the permit fees for those that have applications that have been submitted to us where review may have been started or in the process. And we want to essentially give them the money back from their application fee. Those are the ones that would not continue.
Thank you. I was a little confused there because you're referring to the applications in process and not yet permitted. Is that correct?
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, and we heard from one caller talking about the need for a zoning code amendment, and I think it had to go to the length of time on the extension. And could you speak to how we look at that? And I understand, I think that the nuance must be that the moratorium itself being 22 months and change is not going to coincide with the amount of time to complete both the EIR and whatever new ordinance or new regulations come out of that. How does that all play into each other? And can you just address the need for, if there is a need for a zoning code amendment, and how we are maneuvering that course?
You're right. The urgency ordinance is going to expire undoubtedly before any new ordinance is adopted. So in order to continue the prohibition on large-scale multi-tenant cannabis permits, staff would bring back a permanent ordinance, which would go through the Planning Commission and then to your board through the regular process where we do zoning code amendments. And so that likely will not take the full length of time until that this urgency ordinance has, but it gives time to see if the smaller multi-tenant provision is utilized, and time for staff to prepare it and go through the process. Did that fully answer your question?
Yeah. I know that it's a complicated issue, and I do appreciate that. Yeah, no, thank you.
So I do have one question, and that is on a number of commenters raised the indoor versus outdoor issue and sort of this idea of, not having a moratorium on indoor. And so I'm just curious with respect to CEQA and kind of, potential risk of litigation, is there any difference between indoor and outdoor? It seems as though the environmental footprint and, would be smaller in an indoor operation. I just would love to get some clarity around that.
I don't think that there would be any difference in terms of looking at whether multiple indoor projects should be analyzed together versus multiple outdoor projects. It ultimately comes down to the same issue of whether the full scale of the use is being evaluated at once versus smaller pieces of the use based on what the ownership is of the applicant.
Thank you for that. Are there any sort of policy options that could facilitate sort of multi-tenant indoor on some kind of a different pathway?
Would you be referring to multi-tenant indoor in agricultural zones or just industrial zones?
I was thinking more industrial zones, but curious to hear how those answers would be different. Industrial, because it's sort of clearly zoned for that, right? As opposed to, I know agricultural typically requires more modifications. And so just curious.
We might need to think a minute longer on policy options, but just to clarify what applications are currently in, those are multi-tenant indoor in an ag zone. In an industrial zone, we have not received a permit for multi-tenant, and I think it's because the permitting in industrial zones, and Scott could speak to this more, they are often categorically exempt, much easier to permit because the environmental impacts are not as big of an issue. It's fully contained. They're usually on city services. So the permitting process for those is much faster. The ones that we received in industrial zones were issued much more quickly. So that might be why we haven't seen multi-tenant applications in industrial zones.
And one more comment through the chair on that. Also in commercial and industrial zones, even taking a step back and not just looking specifically at cannabis, in those land uses, it's more common to have something like a use permit. One site with multiple little use permits for each kind of tenant space or compartment. One that comes to mind is the Kenwood Shopping Center, I believe has 4 use permits each for little spaces. So each of those use permits does need to analyze the cumulative impact at the time that they go in. But it's commercial and industrial just tends to have kind of that different setting. And we see it sometimes also, like areas around Sutton Place near Santa Rosa or 8th Street East for ag processing.
Thank you very much for that information. Any other further questions before we shift into deliberation? Seeing none, I would ask staff just to bring up the slide that has the recommended actions, and then I'll ask my colleagues to sort of each take a turn just kind of sharing broadly their thoughts and their perspective. And then we will need to work to achieve consensus because a moratorium is a 4/5 vote. So just wanted to throw that out there that we need to at least get 4 of us to agree on whether the moratorium, if the moratorium should move forward and what conditions would be applied to the moratorium in order to move it forward. So I would ask who wants to jump in with kind of the big picture perspective first. Supervisor Gorin.
Well, we might separate step number 1. We may come to agreement on continuing the moratorium until September 10th, 2023. You might take that as a first step.
I think that's a good sort of place to start, but I think that it will probably also depend on what the moratorium looks like as to whether, folks might support it. Does anyone want to share kind of their big picture perspective and thoughts on where they want to go with this ordinance and sort of the plan that they like to see into the future. And then we can kind of maybe go for a straw vote for your suggestion, Supervisor Gore. And Supervisor Gore, I see you leaning in.
Yeah. So we have the solution staff recommendations, okay, in front of us. So even at our last meeting, I wasn't supportive of a full moratorium all the way through. I'm interested in how we go through this right now. I do believe, however, that if we get some of the other provisions in it with extending active multi-tenant permit for 5 years, increased inspections, compliance, and that we provide a pathway for individuals to either can move forward with a conditional use permit in a discussion about, we've always talked about expediting conditional use permits. I'd like to request that, but is that really real? Is that really rational and realizable? And then on the other side is, I think it would be interesting, I'm also interested in this issue of, we've talked about 10,000 square feet. We've talked about applications that are coming in that haven't studied anything cumulatively, right? That come in at much higher. But in the middle of it, I have a lot of questions about applications that have been mentioned by folks who, where is it 20,000 square feet? Is it because of their, as was mentioned by the commenter, about having an existing facility on site and an outdoor usage? And I'm interested in that a little bit from staff. So I'm not going to ask staff to go into that right now, but I'll just throw those out as a few high level things that provide an avenue for people who pursued this, whether it was, well, they pursued it based on what the law was written and how we were approving permits. And so for them to have a path to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Warren, anything to add?
Well, I want to listen to the discussion. This is a very complex conversation because there are like multiple moving parts in this to try to define what that moratorium looks like and the factors going into this. I'll just say pretty blatantly, I'm not in favor of extending the multi-use tenant permits by 5 years. I'm looking for something smaller than that. That is fair and makes some sense because I'm not sure exactly how we got to 5 years and that equals a fair return on investment. But I am looking on and would consider expedited pathway for re-permitting for these folks. And that was the conversation that I had with Mr. Orr yesterday, is being somewhat appalled by the length of time that it's going to take us to process CUP. And that's actually how we got to the ministerial permits in the first place, how almost constipated we have been in processing permits. So I want to be fair to the growers, and I'm looking for any discussion on how we can expedite the processing if in fact we go this direction. And I think we probably will. But I also think we need some mechanism to determine whether or not the applicants, the permitted applicants, actually are small growers. Because I think our current definition, our current structure got us to this place, and the definition is just not appropriate to the needs. So I'm still looking for the mechanism for small growers, but what we have now is not that mechanism.
Thank you, Supervisor Warren. And I do agree that our permitting process could use some prunes. Looking to my left, that was a dad joke. Do I get credit for a dad joke on that one? Supervisor Corsi or Supervisor Rabbit?
I'll start from the bottom. I'm gonna support continuing the moratorium at this point. But on the bottom, I think that we should allow new applications to come in for a total of no more than 10,000 square feet. And I think that has the potential to help with some of the small growers. Maybe I'm kidding myself there, but I feel like that's more in line with the intent. On the 5-year extension, I have a problem with that because we don't know what happens. We don't really have a good idea of what happens after 5 years. If the intent here is to legitimately investigate and define the cumulative impacts of these projects, somewhere, sometime, we've got to get these people into the CUP process. And, you know, I know that doesn't really work for people until we get an EIR done, but we're not saying where in this process that happens with the 85 or so active permits that are out there. We're extending it for 5 years and then not defining what happens after that. So if anybody has any ideas on that one, I'm willing to listen.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And I think I am in favor of continuing the ordinance or the moratorium until the 10th of September in 2023. As I understand it, you could rescind that at any given time. So you can't extend it beyond that date, I believe, but you could rescind it before it expires. So that just pushes it out to, quite frankly, the logical date. And even then, we're not going to be complete with the process for the EIR and then whatever the new regulations or ordinance is going to say. I do have heartburn over the 5 years and been trying to really come to grips with that. I think my gut tells me that the longer you extend active multi-tenant permit terms, the more complex the legal picture becomes. And I don't really, I don't want to go there. And it does seem very disproportionate to have a 5-year extension on a permit that someone signed acknowledging it's good for a year. And I just don't see that. I would feel more comfortable if it was truly tied to one of the other actions that we're taking, including even the September date, or to be able to extend it in process, but at least have it be tied to a date that that is set that we're working through. The moratorium, although I obviously in support of, again, like I said earlier, only moratoriums are usually set so that you could fix the problem that it recognizes needs to be fixed. In this case, we have to do a couple other things as well, and timing is of an issue. I recognize that, and I think that's why staff went longer than shorter. But for me, I think 5 is just a step too far. So I do appreciate the work and trying to find balance, and have some other comments later, but don't want to mix those in now.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. And as for me, I wish like we could sort of do with all of the cannabis applications that there was a way really to sort the wheat from the chaff. And, there are a couple of comments that really ring true for me. And the public comment was, don't punish a few small farmers because of the big ones who are abusing the system. And also hearing concerns from folks who are worried about paying their mortgage next month. And I do know, really good local family farmers, right, who are really doing everything right. And, and aren't creating any kind of concerns in their neighborhoods. And so it's hard for me to imagine a sunset for them that would involve, a tremendously expensive process in order to keep doing what they've been doing without problem to this point in time. And so, I would sort of be looking for ways in which we can, find some way of differentiating between those operations. Maybe it's, for instance, only allowing folks to not to stack across different properties, right? So you can have a 5-year extension on, one property, but not on others. I mean, I'm just brainstorming, but the point being that that's, I think, my biggest concern is, throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And so I'll be looking for ways to try to see if we can, possibly wiggle our way through to continue to support small farmers while also stopping what seems to have become a loophole for larger operations to really stack permits and go through an easier process than they otherwise would. I will support the moratorium, but I would like to make sure that it has these kinds of modifications and has path forward for some of these folks who are truly acting in good faith and meeting the original intent of the ordinance. So that's kind of where I'll be approaching things. With that, so let's take them, sort of 1, 2, 3. Do we have support for continuing the moratorium until September 10th, 2023, and allowing multi-tenant uses that meet the cultivation area allowed under one ministerial permit of 10,000 square feet. I'm seeing nodding heads. Supervisor Gore?
For me, the only issue is that part of my vote is tied to if it's a 5-year and other things. I just have to be honest with that.
I agree with you, actually. Supervisor Gorin?
I want to understand what the second phrase of that, it allow multi-tenant uses. So what it is we're saying we're going to allow the current multi-tenant uses, each of which is under 10,000 square feet or under. So what we're putting a moratorium on, but we're allowing continuing the 4 tenant uses on an acre. Is that what this is saying?
So currently, well, I think staff could probably explain, but currently you can get up to 10,000 square feet through a ministerial permitting process, correct? If staff would like to sort of explain
Yes.
that in a
Yeah,
little.
and what that means is that there would still be a multi-tenant provision, but that multi-tenant cumulative could not exceed 10,000 square feet, which is the maximum size of any one single ministerial permit that our department can issue.
So you could have a 5,000 and a 5,000, for instance, right? It's sort of what we're getting.
That's correct. That is correct. Yeah.
So what this says is we're continuing the same ministerial permitting process that you are using right now for any 10,000 square feet. And but how does that affect? So the multi-tenant uses could total no more than 10,000 square feet in the future as you're moving forward. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And I support that.
All right. So now comes sort of the trickier stuff. Supervisor Robert, were you leading in? You want to?
I was only going to recognize that, in fact, a single person could go out and cultivate 10,000 square feet today. So the only real change there is to allow a group of people to cultivate 10,000 square feet in any combination that they want. Correct?
Correct.
It's really just, yeah.
You don't get a whole lot out of that in terms of, right? Yeah. So the next is the extension of the active 85 permits for 5 years with increased inspections and continued compliance with the ordinance, including all enforcement mechanisms. So where do we stand as a board on this? I heard concerns expressed by a majority surrounding the 5 years. I'm wondering if there's an alternate proposal for that.
I'm recommending 2.
Can I ask staff sort of, so if the moratorium were to expire on 2023 and there was it went for 2 years, right? And so that would actually carry folks past the expiration of the moratorium. What would then happen at that point in time? Or is that all pending whatever policy you would have in place at that point?
With the proposal as drafted, we would extend the permits as soon as your board adopted it for 5 years. So the expiration date for those permits would be extended. And then the moratorium would expire in 2 years. So if your board was looking at a shorter period of time, I do think tying the expiration of the permits to the term of the urgency ordinance would probably be the most logical. And at that point, staff would be planning to bring back a permanent ordinance. And in that permanent ordinance, at that time, you could determine whether there would be any further extensions for those permits or whether they should go into use permits, and allows a little bit more time to evaluate if there's concern about the 5-year extension right now.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you for that suggestion.
Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Rabbit.
Just a question. Does staff feel that these existing multi-tenant operations at some point need to go through the process of getting a use permit?
I don't know necessarily that they all need to, given the current policy and the baseline activity, but a lot of them will be desiring to, in order to change the scale and or scope of their operation to perhaps add some mixed light. A lot of the outdoor folks are finding that they'd like to be cultivating using light deprivation and some mixed light methodologies. And then they would also like to have propagation areas, and the ministerial permits do not provide for propagation area. And if they want to maintain genetics, they may wish to have a small indoor component so that they can vertically integrate at least their cultivation system. And so I feel, and this was something we've discussed in developing these policy options, is that many of them will want to pursue a use permit to really better develop their operations, to save money on purchasing clones, to be able to more vertically integrate their cultivation system.
Would any addition to these projects require a use permit? Let me just ask it this way. If, for instance, they decided to remove 10,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation, could they replace that, say, with indoor cultivation of similar scale without getting a use permit?
No.
Any change would require a use permit?
When you look at the land use table, the maximum amount of indoor and mixed light on an ag zoned parcel is 500 square feet of indoor and 2,500 square feet of mixed light, respectively. So, hypothetically speaking, yes, they could take out 10,000 square foot of outdoor and replace it with 500 square foot of indoor and 2,500 square foot of mixed light through a zoning permit. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Scott, but any substantial increase in mixed light or indoor over those square foot limits in ag zones would require a use permit.
Okay.
I would just add that almost whenever you're looking to add either mixed light or indoor, it's going to instantly cross over into use permit territory. Even if they had more than that now in terms of total cultivation area, once those were added in, even under kind of current rules, you'd be looking at a use permit.
Okay.
And so to just one more comment to expand on the question, I do think that as applicants realize that they need a use permit, I do think a lot of them are going to be making that business decision of, well, if I'm going through that process anyway, I guess I'm not just going to look at outdoor. So I do think that a lot of that will be fueled by business decisions, more so than kind of the regulatory side.
Thanks.
Supervisor Rabbit, were you leaning in on this one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just I thought you might have been. And looking to my right, any additional sort of comments and concerns and questions on this?
Yeah, just a couple things. One is there were two things that I was interested in, which was the term, and I support the 5-year term. And then secondly, is the opportunity to move it towards anything that we can do that flexibly moves people over towards conditional use permits. And that is not just for applicants in the system with the 85 that are out there, but those internally, if that deals with the state licensure issue that was already discussed.
So it seems like we have sort of some members of the board who, okay, sorry, Supervisor Rabbit, you're leaning in?
I did want to say, and it actually came with the discussion with Scott, if it makes sense to scatter the renewals through the year of the same year, or using September 10th, 2023. I guess I'm asking staff if having an absolute date is better, or having it related to perhaps an existing permit date that would allow staff to have a better metering of permit applications. Because I know that part of the fear is to have everything come in the door on the same day and have them be delayed that much longer. And that's another discussion I know that we need to have in terms of how can we speed that process up going forward. So I just want to, as we talk about the date, I just wanted to throw that out and get staff's recommendation as well, or opinion.
Thanks. We did see when the initial ordinance rolled out, even though we were hoping to see kind of a scattering of applications, every time we had a final date, we would see a pretty significant uptick in applications, getting, essentially 100 in the last week, for example, of August 2017. So it is always better from a workload management perspective to kind of parse it out. So if the board was to elect to either say, all of them, by, this date in September, or just extending each permit by the length of the moratorium based on whenever they were due to expire. The second one is more manageable, especially when it comes to the Permit Streamlining Act, of trying to make sure that we're giving truly meaningful completeness letters for each application, letting them know that these are all the things that you're missing in order to get to that full complete application. That's a lot easier to do when it's not all of them at the same time. I don't know the full breakdown of when these renewal expiration dates are. There may be some that kind of clump together and we do get that kind of middle ground. But I hope that gets to the point of your question.
One of my challenges is that I would love to see an expedited CUP process for those 85 folks. But I also want to just acknowledge that I was promised an expedited process on a particularly controversial one in my district that was supposed to come to hearing 2.5 years ago. So, I guess I don't necessarily trust expedited. I also am a little bit concerned about the cost for our small farmers. So could staff describe the opportunity for an expedited CUP process for some of the folks who are in this if they don't want to change anything, right? So I'm just talking about copying and pasting. So exact same sort of, current project, shifting it over to a CUP. Would there be some opportunity for an expedited process? And would there be some opportunity for a fee reduction or a fee waiver to just get folks sort of going in the system that we would prefer for these kinds of projects?
I will say that it's definitely a problem when we offer priority or an expedited process unilaterally across the board. When everyone's a priority, no one's a priority. Things that can happen in the application that make it go faster are if we had a project operating right now under an existing permit that didn't change anything. It just basically said, this is my project description now. I've been operating 3 years. I'm moving it over. There's a much stronger argument for continuing under a baseline. And we've seen what the impacts are from the last few years of them operating. And so if nothing is changing, that significantly speeds up our ability to kind of get through that analysis, rely on work that's already been done through the Ag Commissioner's office. We will have had many reports that are hopefully still within a scope of time that are useful. So the fewer changes, the stronger we're able to kind of put it ahead of the process. In terms of fee waiver, that's not really something I have any control over. Any use permit that would come would be an at-cost project. So the more complex it is, the more it's going to cost. So again, if things are rolling over as essentially the same as what's been happening, that would end up being a cheaper permit, at least on paper. It is a public process. Every neighborhood, every area is different. So those are all things that could impact the total cost of the permit.
Thank you for that. And given, sort of the lack of expedited processes to this point, I would tend to side with Supervisor Gore on a longer permit extension, period, like 5 years. I also have no desire to get into a sort of penalty relief program situation, which has been, very challenging. And I just hope that we've got some lessons learned from there, which I do think that we do. And I know I've had conversations with staff regarding stepped up enforcement and inspections, on some of these projects. But what I'm hearing is 2 years from Supervisor Gorin, 5 years from Supervisor Gore, 5 years. And then I'm going to look to my colleagues on the left to see where your Supervisor Rabbit, 2 years, Supervisor Corsi.
I'm worried that the 2 years creates a situation that we're just talking about. The 2 years from now, you're going to get inundated by this. I'm looking for, is there any incentive that can be offered? If we have a 5-year period, is there an incentive that gets people to do this permitting prior to the 5 years expiring?
Take that one. I think that the incentive is getting out in front of everybody else. Acknowledging that every time we've set a deadline, there's huge upswell right before that deadline. If you get in 2, 3 years or 1 year ahead of that, you're really locking in your place in line. We try to move forward every application, as efficiently and equitably as possible. And so if we're comparing a project that came in 2019 versus a project that came in 2021, the 2019 project is going to get that first go at it because it's been in the process longer. Every project is someone's dream, and we try to get through those in that order. It's we do encounter complexities, especially when we're looking through CEQA, which may bump things around. But all else being equal, if you're in first, we're going to get to you first.
All right. I say press go on 5 years. Let the race begin.
So it sounds like we have 3 in support of 5 years, 2 in support of 2 years. Is there an opportunity to achieve 4 votes on this, which is what we would need for the moratorium to move forward?
Well, go through that again, because I'm like Supervisor Corsi, I'm very interested in building in incentives for these folks to move sooner than 5 years. I don't want to wait 5 years and then have them say, oh my, what are we doing now? And then go through the same conversation. So tell me why any of these folks would move sooner than 5 years.
I'd say that if we set an expiration after 5 years, that would mean that unless they had a use permit, they would have to cease operations. They would have no ability to continue. So that would be a starting incentive, at least as brought forward at the moment.
Well, I'm not comfortable with 5 years. Let's try another compromise. How about 3 years with incentives for expedited permit processing to be discussed later?
So my concern there again is with the word expedited, that we have really struggled with that in this program. But I really like the idea of, incentives. And one thing that I would venture is, I'll be honest, I feel less inclined to give incentives to people who have multiple permits across multiple properties. But for folks who only have one, who are really that sort of core group of small farmers, if they, apply in the next 3 months or 6 months or something for a CUP, if we do have a dramatically reduced fee that we are able to subsidize with other cannabis revenues, I would love to see that kind of a program, because I think that incentivizes them to transition. It, gets them through the process. And I would also say probably for just a sidestep, right? Like, we're not going to give them a discounted rate for dramatically expanding their operation. But if they just want to transition the exact same site into a CUP, I believe that's something we should incentivize.
Well, and I would be comfortable with that. That's exactly what we want to incentivize, those truly small growers, not the multiple applications of the same LLC in different parcels. And is it possible to bring back some scenarios for expedited processing? Could we hire, and we do hire, contract planners just for this group of folks. And so I'm looking for a way to acknowledge the challenges that we are creating and also resolve some of the issues that we're experiencing.
So how do other folks feel about the idea of an incentive for some subset of this group to shift over to the CUP and potentially an expedited system wherein we have a contractor come in? Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I think incentives are a great way to go. And I think that we need to actually expand that. And again, if we're worried about the larger operators taking advantage of the ministerial multi-tenant piece, why not incentivize them with 2 or 3 or 4 acre grow sites on much larger parcels that are in the ideal location? It's always been about finding that right location, defining that right location. The size of the grow doesn't matter once you're on that site. I would imagine instead of having to, have a LLC on 10 different properties, just go out and have one centralized grow facility that's going to be much more efficient, all on one property that is not in a neighborhood and doesn't have that conflict. I'm all for that. And if we can incorporate that as well and not just nitpick the incentivizing for the existing sites and that may or may not be in the right locations now, I think that would be really the way to go. I think there were so many things said earlier, the taxes, let's look at that as well. Let's change this. If we have an industry in the county, let's make sure they can succeed. Because right now, all we're doing is creating adversarial situations that no one wins. And I'm all for incentives and whatever we can do. And to Scott's point, we need to, can we not have a trailer across the street like we did after the fire rebuild with a cannabis leaf on it and have it be dedicated permitting? What's that cost? What can we recoup and how does that work? We have funds within the cannabis ordinance now that we can take and get this thing going, because if we don't, I agree. It's not fair to the growers, the cultivators. It's not fair to the neighborhood. It's not fair to staff. So I think we need to really think big, fix this thing once and for all, and move forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Actually, I chuckled at the idea of a truck with a cannabis leaf because I was thinking people might think of it like an ice cream truck or something, and for a different purpose entirely. Supervisor Corsi, what are your thoughts on this one?
I don't know. It seems like it's getting more complicated instead of less as the more we talk. How long ago were the first multi-tenant permits approved?
2018.
So some of them are 3 years old.
Yeah, some of them renewed in 2019, 2020, and early 2021.
All right. I'll tell you what I was thinking out. I'll say it out loud. Was 5 years from the time a permit was first issued. That makes sure that there has been time for some of these folks to get a return on their investment. It would stagger the workload for all, and it would provide a longer time for newer operations.
I would have concerns with that policy just because I don't think that 2 years is necessarily long enough to get through a use permit process. And you almost feel like the folks who've been in it longer have a greater expectation that their business would continue if it's been annually renewed. But that's just me personally. Thoughts from Supervisor Gore or Gorin?
It's what do you say, Supervisor Gorin? It's Christmas all over again. The reason I say this
is the gift that keeps on giving.
but the reason I say this is that this expedited conversation, if we were going to truly allow Scott and others to talk, Supervisor Hopkins and I were on an ad hoc for 2 years. That was direction from the board. We sat there, Scott come in with sheets of 120 different CUPs. Why did we use MIG instead of land logistics? We already hired consultants. They changed out. We went through this. We tried to expedite, not bad process, but get the process moving. We set up maybe 20 or 30 for hearing waivers, all of those by certain groups, whether they lived close to it or not, appealed those. All of them got appealed to the board. We went through original jurisdiction. I am the least person who is a naysayer. I am just saying that failure is why we are here now. So acting like it's going to change is not going to change it. And that's one of the reasons that I have not supported like these changes that only tighten restrictions when we hardly have any cannabis grows in the freaking county already. So, just to state like another opinion on why we're in this place. I've heard that we have 4+ votes for a moratorium, but for that to be happening, I'm interested in the others. I'm not interested in voting for a 2-year. It takes that much time to go through the process. I'm personally going to be strong on the 5-year because people have put time into this process, and for them to be able to transition. And if the votes go differently, I'm okay with that. That's all of your rights. So, but I think the one thing I want to say is that I think the idea of like we're trying to form I'm interested in Supervisor Hopkins where you're at with the amount of years too, because it sounds like for us to be on board for a moratorium, that there also is that other provision. So I'm just going to throw that out there and pass it back to you.
I still am on 5 years, again, with the enforcement provisions that have been described by staff. I know Supervisor Corsi, you had proposed sort of 5 years from the passing of the permit. Supervisor Abbott, you were still on 2. So are we going to get a moratorium today, or aren't we? I guess is the question. And Supervisor Corsi supported 5 as well.
Through the chair,
I need to
we're
turn the
not
microphone on.
hearing anybody in the chambers. Can you please repeat that for Zoom?
Thank you so much. I forgot that little button. I'm the middle child. I like to have everybody working together and to try to create the compromises. And we have some strong feelings. And I also have some strong feelings. I think 5 years is too long. And if we want to come back and talk about incentives for folks to act more quickly than 5 years, then I'm willing to do that. But I think right now we're talking in a vacuum, and we're frustrated because we all, I think, want the same thing, but we lack faith in the system and our ability to achieve our aims, in spite of all of your great efforts in getting us there. So I'm willing to hear from staff or board members on how we craft the compromise. I'm suggesting 3, move from 2, and we need a 4/5 vote. Gee, super majority, isn't that fun?
Yeah, and perhaps staff could also walk us through what happens if we fail to pass a moratorium today.
One question that I wanted to ask, I know that you're looking to ask staff a question, but I realized that I wanted to clarify the policy options being discussed, whether it's 3 years, and if a use permit is filed before the end of that 3 years, the operator can continue while the use permit is in process. And if that's the case for each of the terms that the supervisors are looking at, or whether the 2-year, 3-year, or 5-year would be an absolute end to that ability to operate until it is fully permitted under a new land use permit, because that would really affect, as you know, the length of permitting time really affect the amount of time that those operators would be in operation.
I think we'd be probably looking to the folks who are proposing shorter time limits regarding the question as to the use permit. Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Abbott.
Well, I do appreciate that. I don't think we want to head down a penalty relief program 2.0 kind of path. So I guess I would be curious on what, and I also would want people to get in sooner than later, but what would be, I'm familiar with what PRMD does for a notice of completeness. I'm not familiar with the Ag Weights and Measures does. Is it just filing a document gets you in the queue and get you those extra years, or is it actually what point do you say that the process is complete? Because we're looking at the process now extending, up to 5 years, as we've heard. So I'm just curious on how you strike those dates.
Yeah, so I think just to be clear, the status quo right now is that if somebody has a permit and either prior to their renewal or upon renewal or prior to that, they submit a use permit application, they're allowed to continue operating until that permit, a determination is made on that permit. If someone submits a ministerial permit application to our department, we review it for completeness. Basically, that's the first step. And they turn in the application, it gets processed by admin, it gets routed to an inspector biologist desk, and the first thing they do is review it for completeness. If it's not complete, they'll send the applicant a letter and let them know, hey, I'm missing these items to start review on your permit application in the form of a memo. And it follows the same permit streamlining act to the best of our ability as is possible.
Okay.
And could staff outline what happens if we do not pass a moratorium today? I believe that the last moratorium we passed was for 45 days. And so could you walk us through what happens if and when it would expire?
Oh, I'm not muted. If a moratorium extension is not adopted today, then the moratorium would expire, and the Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures would continue processing the multi-tenant permits that they have. And those are, of course, ministerial, as we've been discussing, so that they wouldn't have discretion to review those on any other criteria, and would continue issuing renewals and new multi-tenant permits.
So in other words, we would potentially go from 85 to 85 plus 54.
Correct.
Supervisor Gorin?
Well, we don't want that. So I think we do need to continue the moratorium. Let me see, how late can we be here tonight? So I'm still looking for the compromise here. Scott, I know you are a great defender of the incredible planning ability of your staff and the realistic estimation of the staff time for permitting and considering the permits. Is there any way that you could suggest that we could effectively expedite to create incentives for expedite processing for these multi-tenant folks?
Not off the top of my head in front of a live studio audience. That would. I mean, I'm all for coming up with some creative ideas, but I don't have any right now that would be meaningful that I'd be able to back up with anything other than common sense. It seems like a good idea, and I don't think I should do that.
Tennis would be so proud of you. So let me ask, and I know that David Rabbit's suggestion was off the cuff, but it's something that we've talked about in the past of creating incentives for those folks who are, and we know who those folks are, of permitting multi-tenants on various parcels on the land owned by the same folks. And so is there a way that we can bring that forward as an incentive to increase the size of cultivation in those instances where the land is very large?
Well, I believe that would require us to craft something similar to what we saw in chapter 38 and go and take that to the planning commission, because it would be a zoning code change, would it not, Scott?
That is correct. And any permanent ordinance would have to come through the planning commission.
Well, that certainly speaks to the fact that it could be a faster process than 5 years that we're talking about.
If I could suggest, I think that, the discussion around increasing the maximum cultivation canopy per an individual eligible parcel might best be addressed through the EIR and subsequent policies developed thereafter. And that, what we're working with right now is an ordinance that is defensible, and making a change to still provide a pathway to what's currently the maximum cultivation, but through a use permit eventually. And, what we're talking about is being able to give these people some certainty for some amount of time. And I've heard 3 years, and I've heard 5 years. And I think the consensus is seeking somewhere in between that, provided that they apply for a use permit sometime within that number of years, whatever that should be.
3.5, 3.75. No, I'm just kidding. So I am concerned by an applicant's ability to turn in a paper extending their ability to cultivate anytime within whatever time period it is, 3 years, 5 years. And is that a mechanism that we can consider? Could we limit tenants' ability to turn in renewal applications for some period of time for that if we were to agree on 5 years with the provision that they would not allow to renew permits just turn in the renewal for permits within the first 3 years or something like that.
So if I
Can I just clarify, just so I know what you're saying, Supervisor Gorin, before it goes to staff? So are you suggesting that we would say 5 years, but you basically no penalty relief program unless you applied for your use permit within the first 2 or 3 years of that 5 years? Is that what you're suggesting?
Thank you. I'm thinking of that, but I'm exploring whether or not, okay, we could agree on 5 years or something, but limit the ability to renew permits at some point during that period.
To renew permits or to shift over to the CUP process, do you mean?
Yeah.
So either sort of you get into the CUP in the first 2 to 3 years, or sort of there's no guarantee of anything.
Right.
I actually would support that because, I don't want to get in a situation where suddenly there are a bunch of last minute applications and then we wind up in the penalty relief program, which has been a giant headache. And that would also incentivize folks to get their applications in earlier. I feel like that's a reasonable compromise personally, but I would be curious to hear from staff because there was a question to staff.
I think I got the clarification that I was going to ask for, of that, whether it's 2 years or 3 years, they submit for a use permit in that time frame, and that buys them the full 5. But anyone who isn't an early adopter isn't getting that same leeway. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly.
And I think that was my intent, to try to really up the incentives for them to move forward with a different process and limit the ability for them to just casually renew the permit year after year after year until, time is up.
I do think that is something that we could implement on our side. The biggest question to me comes to it's the what happens at that 5-year point. Just to be clear, is it if they have a use permit submitted, they're working diligently on their application, they can continue? Or is it, we'll give you 5 years, but at that 5th year, at that last day, that's the cutoff and you stop until you have a new permit? So I think those are the two biggest paths that affect how well staff will be able to implement. If we do have a day where a certain number of applicants will no longer be able to operate, we will face extreme pressure to move project A behind project B, move project Q up to the first in the line, because no one will want to be shut out. And it goes back to my earlier comment on the earlier you submit, the better off you are. But anytime we have a true drop dead date, it's going to be putting extreme pressure on staff to get everyone through before then. And that'll be our intent, but it is a pressure point that would just be down the road.
So I wonder if it might be possible if, and this is a big if because we haven't checked yet, but if we get sort of board consensus on this kind of a proposal, if we could actually bring back not a policy item, but a process item to discuss, say early next year, when we talk about what could an expedited process look like. Because I know, Scott, you have ideas, but they're just not ready for the live audience yet. And also looking at possible ways of reducing, fee costs for folks who are just trying to keep literally exactly status quo and sort of sidestep into the CUP process. Because I feel like that it's too much to try to have that conversation now. I don't think that any of us are really equipped to do that this evening, but I think it's an important conversation to have. And I think that we all have a lot of questions about process and how quickly we can move through. I'm just wondering if my colleagues would appreciate a process conversation at some point next year, regardless of today's outcome. It seems like that's something we should get into, in my opinion.
Well, that is what I suggested a little bit ago, and I'm comfortable with that, but I have to have some comfort level in where we're going with the actions tonight, that what we discuss in the future, January, February, may actually impact the ramifications of these decisions. So I think we're all grappling with the incentives, the carrots and the sticks in this process. And we need some comfort level that we're in agreement on those carrots and sticks.
It's sort of a chicken and an egg, sort of like a Supervisor Gore's point about supporting the moratorium but not, if other things don't happen. So where are we on the 5 years, sort of no extension unless you have applied within the first, I don't know, question mark, 2 years, three years time period? Supervisor Gorin's suggestion. I see a thumbs up from Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
I think the issue, even though we're talking about transitioning, there's some people who are not going to want to do that. They want to get what they can out of it. But if that's the way you want to vote.
But wouldn't they still, so they would still have 5 years. They just would only have 5 years at that point.
Okay.
That's my understanding. Is that, so they would have 5 years, but then it would be the 5-year sunset date. If they wanted to continue, then they would need to apply in the first 3 years to guarantee being able to go beyond the 5
That's
years.
fair.
Right. Okay. And then I also do want to highlight under the staff recommendation, it did say at the end of the term, permittees could apply to renew their permits in accordance with the land use regulations in effect at that time. So it's possible that some of the parcels might be eligible for a different pathway after we have completed the EIR, and they might actually be eligible to continue cultivating without sort of a sidestep into a different process. Is that an accurate assessment from staff?
That is an accurate assessment. After an EIR is done, there may be parcels that are much more suitable under a new ordinance, either through a ministerial or discretionary path. There may be ones that go the other direction, and it may actually be harder. But we will have much more certainty, as we kind of continue through that EIR process.
So I have actually a question that you just raised by that, which is if someone is going through a CUP process, they want to sidestep from where they are into a CUP with exactly the same footprint, then somehow the ordinance actually tightens up and renders their property ineligible for the future. What happens? Does it depend on timing? Does it depend on how we treat the pipeline provision at that point in time of ordinance adoption?
Yes, it would be pipeline provision. Sita, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I agree. It would depend if the permit hadn't been issued yet, how it's treated under the new ordinance would depend on if and what kind of pipeline provision you adopted with it.
Okay. So do we have a 4/5 on that? I'm seeing one nod on the 5 year with must apply in the first 3 years, hard sunset at 5 years unless you have applied within the first 3 years, or if your property becomes eligible through another pathway through the EIR process. I'm seeing it's my favorite Susan thumb. It does this. I've seen that one before. You dragged us over to you. All right, so I'm seeing 4 thumbs, which would be the sort of 4/5 that we need. Which brings us to our third item, requiring the multi-tenant applicants to withdraw applications and pursue use permits or modify to fit newly prescribed limits and refund all permit fees or withdrawn applications. All right, I'm seeing thumbs up on that. Okay. All right.
But I would encourage us to fund the refund of the permit fees, not out of general fund contingencies, but the cannabis fund.
CAO Bratton, do you have anything? Is that a viable source of funding? I support that recommendation as well.
That's viable. It could come out of the cannabis tax. So either pot is fine.
I assume that's what it was personally, because it is general fund.
We had
dollars.
recommended that it was coming out of the board contingencies.
Oh, no, it should come out of the,
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion with everything that we just discussed, or just say I move all of that? That could be another.
Can I
CAO Bratton,
can I have a clarifying question around the applying within 3 years? Does that need to be a completed application?
My recommendation would be that it is.
How do we define completed application? Because sometimes there are completed applications that are then sent back for additional studies.
There is a process that Permit Sonoma uses when they review applications as it comes in. It's more or less dictated by statute. You deem whether it's complete or you send out a correction letter. So if someone waits till year 3, right at the end to submit, they run the risk that their application won't be deemed complete and they'll miss the extension. Versus if you do it earlier, so that's the incentive, it gives staff time to review the application as it comes in. There's a 30-day window when it comes in to review it and determine if additional materials are needed and to get a letter out to the applicant.
Is there a statutory requirement for Permit Sonoma to respond in a certain amount of time, deeming the application complete or incomplete?
30 days.
30 days. Okay. All right. How do we feel about the definition of completed application and that taking place in the first 3 years?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So note to all applicants, do not wait until December 3 year or whatever. It's like, it won't be December.
Whatever
It'll
that
be,
deadline
right.
is.
Yes. 3 years from today's date.
I have a request from the planning staff. Can we take a brief recess to allow them to get you the language for the motion that we think will encompass everything we've done?
Absolutely. Excellent suggestion. Thank you all.
Great.
We will
Thank
take
you.
a brief break and eat some chocolate over here. Happy Halloween.
And thank you. We are ready to resume the meeting. So if we could please have the slide taken down. Perfect. Thank you very much, Chair Hopkins. We're ready.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So I believe that staff has some language to present to us for making this motion tonight.
I do. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay.
And of course, I can't read that.
And I'm having a hard time. And so I think it's
Is
everybody.
it possible to enlarge the view, Sita?
There we go. That's better.
Oh, thank you.
Is that large enough?
Yeah, because if you could scroll down so we could see the A.
We need an
Right now
A.
we're only reading, there we go.
Better.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sita, do you want to just read it aloud also for
Yes.
members of the audience? Because some folks might be on their phone or something, or it might be hard for them to read.
I will. Okay. So this would be in place of section 3 in the draft ordinance for current multi-tenant permittees. Where there are multiple cannabis cultivation zoning permits on one parcel, subsection A, the expiration date for each zoning permit is hereby extended for 5 years from the date the permit was issued, except that a zoning permit will expire if the use ceases for a continuous period of 1 year. Subsection B, if an applicant submits a complete application for commercial cannabis cultivation use permit within 3 years of the date the parcel's last zoning permit or renewal was issued, the zoning permits will not expire until there is a final determination on the use permit application or the use permit application is withdrawn. Applicants must diligently pursue their use permit application, including timely payment of all permit fees, or zoning permits will be subject to revocation. Subsection C, where an applicant does not submit a use permit application in conformance with subsection B, the zoning permits will expire in accordance with subsection A, and the use must cease unless or until it is fully authorized under the appropriate land use permit. Subsection D, permittees must continue to pay the monitoring and inspection fees authorized by Sonoma County Code Section 2688-250L for the zoning permit. The county will conduct at least 2 inspections per year, plus follow-up inspections at the county's discretion. Zoning permits remain subject to enforcement, including suspension or revocation in accordance with Sonoma County Code Section 2688-252.
Great. I do have one quick question, which is what about in case of fire? So I appreciate the zoning permit will expire if the use ceases for a continuous period of 1 year, but I also recognize that we have been hit by some significant disasters that could potentially cause a 1-year disruption.
Maybe Scott can speak to how we treat non-conforming uses.
Reference the non-conforming use section of the zoning code, Scott. What do you think of that?
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I couldn't hear what you just said.
We could cross-reference the legal non-conforming use section, Article 94, since we've had to address that issue before.
What I was going to say is that usually when we write a ordinance in a time of emergency, we address permits in process. For example, during the pandemic, we've essentially told the expiration on a number of different permit types for the duration of the event. So it is something we generally will consider and address. And then outside of that, we do have the non-conforming use section of the zoning code, which covers things like acts of God and the like. So Council, if I missed anything, please.
The non-conforming use section has language regarding the ability to reconstruct and repair in the event of an emergency, but it is not in this termination of use section, and I pulled the language from there, though I know that we have told that termination for non-use from the legal non-conforming section in the event that there's emergency. So either I think we could address it when those emergencies arise, as Scott mentioned, in the urgency ordinance, or try to include some language here that would address that.
Just speaking personally, I'm comfortable with either as long as sort of there's an intent of the board. I assume that if there were to be a catastrophic fire and someone's business burned up and when it took a little longer than a year to get back on board, that we'd be okay with that. Okay, I'm seeing concurrence for the board. So you do feel that that could be written into the urgency ordinance if and when a disaster strikes?
I think so, and any legal non-conforming use it has the same provision as similar provision to what is in here, the termination for non-use of 1 year. And doesn't have the exception for a natural disaster. So we would need to address that in an urgency ordinance regardless.
Okay. All right. Any other concerns or questions? Supervisor Gorin.
I think that captured my intent. The print is still tiny. And I would, if we get the board to support this, thank you. Blow it up. If we get the board to support this with a 4/5 vote at least, could you update the resolution or the ordinance and then forward that corrected resolution to all of us so that we really capture this wording?
Yes.
Supervisor Rabbit?
So I just want to be clear, because I thought what we were doing was trying to incentivize early activity. But the way I read it, the first thing says we're going to extend them 5 years. And then it says that if you submit within the first 3 years, you get to stay in as your CUP or your use permit is processed, which could take, I mean, it's going to take right now, 2 years would be a good stretch, but it's going to take more. So what we're actually doing is extending it beyond 5 year period of time. Am I wrong? I just don't remember that being the direction.
Through the chair, you are not wrong in your reading.
But I think the second part of this is we were going to have a conversation early next year about what expedited permits would look like for the multi-tenant operations. So I hope that we can get to a place where no, 5 years is it. And we will work on expediting. And that's my interest. I'm not comfortable with 5 years even, but this is the compromise to try to get to 4 votes or 5 votes, hopefully.
And I think the action item is that the use would have to stop operating at 5 years because they didn't get that application in by the end of 3 years. Is that am I reading that right? I think I am.
Correct.
Yep.
Well, I thought the negotiation was that if we're uncomfortable that 5 was too much, as I read this, for those who get their application in within the first 3 years and at today's pace, which is 4 or 5 years, you're talking way beyond the 5 years. I mean, I agree that we need to figure out and whatever expedite means, I mean, processing of permits, we need to figure that out. But it was the 5 year mark that still gives me pause. And quite frankly, I just feel like I have this eerie feeling that we're just picking our lawsuit.
Is there something that you would recommend to modify this wording to give you that comfort?
Well, I like it coterminous with the ordinance because I think that's defensible and that's a date that's picked, and that's what the moratorium is meant to address, is fixing a problem within an ordinance, and that's why they have them in land use. I would ask staff, if you pick that, doesn't mean that you can't take action at some point from that particular point in time and go forward. Is that not correct?
That's correct. We could extend the permits for the term of the urgency ordinance and allow applicants to apply for a use permit before that ordinance expires. And then when we bring forward a permanent ordinance that addresses the multi-tenant provision, we could again take another action related to these permits if your board wished.
I mean, I think we've all said it, not so bluntly, that our multi-tenant section has a fatal flaw. And if we either extend the moratorium or we fix the multi-tenant provision as quickly as possible. And then if we do it with the permanent ordinance, it needs to go through planning commission process or BZA, whatever, but it's a longer process, but it takes care of it. Meanwhile, you leave the door open. And I do think that, I personally think that we're legally vulnerable there. But I don't see this necessarily making us less so. And that's what I was hoping for. And that's why I keep saying something much shorter than the 5, because I think if you leave it at 5, that will be the outcome. We'll be challenged.
So Sita, is there a way we could modify the wording to get the comfort level that I need and Supervisor Rabbit needs? I'm not interested in having the operations continue past 5 years. I think that's pushing it for me. And I know part of it hinges on what we mean by whatever that word is, expedited permits. But yeah, I think you understand why we're having some issues.
I do, and maybe I don't know if this would be supported by the rest of the board members, but maybe what I'm hearing is that we could extend the permit terms for the 22 months and 15 days and allow applicants to submit for a use permit before that moratorium expires, and they could continue operating under their current permits until there's a final determination on their use permit. And that would allow them to operate likely for about 5 years under their current zoning permits, but would require that they were going through the use permit process.
So instead of the 3 years of the date, it would be whatever the date is by September 10th, 2023.
Right, closer to the 2 years. And at that time, when we brought back a permanent ordinance, there could still be a policy option for your board to extend those permits further if you chose.
Well, I'm comfortable with that modification of changing 3 years till the date of the moratorium expiration.
So we need to check though and see if we actually have a 4/5 on that. So can we repeat that one more time? It would be 22 months and 5 days, or what was the odd, strange number?
10 days or something.
It's 22 months and 15 days.
Okay. But then what would happen? Then if you didn't have a use permit filed, you would actually just be kicked out of the program. But if you had a use permit filed, you would have the full 5 years. Is that the policy change that's being discussed?
Right, that if a use permit was filed, you could continue under your zoning permits until there was a final determination on the use permit. Otherwise, those permits would expire.
So to me, that's a sort of fundamental policy change that we hadn't agreed to before the break. And so I would not support that change, and I would support the language before us. But I'm curious to hear everyone else's perspective. Supervisor Gore, Supervisor Corsi, who haven't chimed in.
What's in front of us was my understanding of what we reached as a compromise. The 3 years was the incentive to get your application in quickly. And this is what I agreed to.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes, likewise.
So Supervisor Gorin, do you not agree to this language? Do you only agree to it if it's amended? Because I think we definitely have 3 votes for this language.
I do understand Supervisor Rabbit's point. And I agree with his point. I'm not interested in seeing the continued operation after 5 years, but we have opportunities to change that as the ordinance comes forward. So yes, I will go along with this wording, but I do share those concerns that what we don't want to happen may continue past the 5 years.
Supervisor Rabbit, anything to add?
Well, no, I don't think, and perhaps it's the word compromise, because it's not a compromise to add time to the 5 years. It would have been a compromise to have something less than the 5 years, more than the 2. I get that, but less than the 5. But what we've done is add as much as up to, in today's timeframe, an 8-year period of time, which that wasn't discussed prior to going sending staff away. So, but I understand. If the board has a different direction, the board has a different direction. I just think we're legally vulnerable. I think that we'll be dealing with this for quite a while to come.
Well, I have confidence that this compromise will not result in continuing operation for 8 years. And so I think we all have a commitment on this board that we're going to do what it takes to cease operation under the current guidelines and construct for after 5 years. But we will have the opportunity to really focus on how we continue discussing expedited applications for this particular class of permits. And I think that is really important, and when we get to early next year.
Okay, so do we have a motion on this one to approve sort of as amended?
If I may, I think the motion you need is to move staff's recommendation, which was on the slide with the 4 areas or three areas with this modification to the resolution.
I don't see anybody stepping up. We have 4 votes, but who's stepping up here?
Move to approve.
And I'll second that.
All right, Marcy, if you would please lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
No.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
There's a part of me that wants to say no and just scuttle the whole thing. I thought the compromise down there was for me to buy into a moratorium. Okay, fine. No, I'm not voting for it. Put in a proposal if you want a more.
Chair Hopkins,
Yes, not that it matters at this point, because I thought we had consensus. All right, we are back to the drawing board, folks. Supervisor Gore, do you have a proposal that
I'm
you
going to
would
put it
support?
back on the proposal. Obviously, that was a little bit of theater, but I will move to approve and I will vote yes this time.
And I will second that, and we'll go through the roll call vote again.
If I may, we need to reverse the order of that. Someone on the 3 side has to
That's
move to
true.
do it
Okay.
again.
I'll move staff's recommendation as modified.
Second.
A roll call vote, please, Marcy.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
No.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins,
Yes, and never before have I so much felt like I was in the dentist chair for for a conversation with the board. Thank you, staff. Thank you to my colleagues. I know that it has been a long and difficult conversation, but we did achieve a consensus, at least of 4, to move this forward. CAO Bratton?
We just have that third item about the fees, if we want to take a vote on reimbursing those fees out of the cannabis tax.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on reimbursement out of the cannabis tax? And this is rather than looking to general fund contingencies to reimburse on the folks who will no longer be able to move forward in the process.
So moved.
And I second.
Marcy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Okay, with that, I believe that we have successfully completed the cannabis item. CEO Bratton, County Council, are we missing anything else on that one?
No, I think we've covered it.
Thank goodness. All right. Thank you all so much, staff. And I do look forward to the process conversations going forward and on checking in on this as we move forward. Thank you. And we are going to just postpone our board member report outs given the late hour and shift directly into public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. And I do want to apologize. I know that there are a number of members of the public who are here in person. I do not know if they are here in person anymore, given the late hour. But if you left, I apologize. And if you did not leave, I would love to welcome you into the chambers right now. All right, we've got about 5 people or more. To see in the shadows back there. 6, okay. Thanks so much for joining us this evening, and we'll get started whenever you introduce yourself on the timer. And would you mind coming a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you? Appreciate it. Thank you. Try again. Sorry, we may not have had it at full volume.
Hello?
Through the chair, I'm sorry. I don't know if we heard the amount of time.
We're going to go with 2 minutes.
My name is Kai Daniel Lewis. On behalf of the Sonoma Independent, for the past several weeks, I've been working to create this document that I would like to enter into the public record today. It is a list of all the VPL and many of the VBU permits between September 1st, 2020 and August 31st, 2021 that involve enforcement of code relating to unpermitted dwelling occupancy. Upon request from Jonathan Greenberg, we have received 139 items that Permit Sonoma selected as their list. I found over 60 additional examples. This document is incomplete and it may include a few examples that do not apply, but I would like to submit it to the record as a list of recent instances in Sonoma County when affordable housing units were threatened with eviction. This research seems sufficient for the Sonoma Independent to base the statement that over 100 people are forced out of their affordable housing situation in Sonoma County annually, amounting to over 1,000 in the past decade. I'm going to be 33 years old and I've lived in Sonoma County since I was 14. I'm skilled, educated. I attended Summerfield Waldorf High School and UC Santa Cruz, but alas, I cannot afford to live in Sonoma County unless it's in an affordable unit like a travel trailer or tiny home, which I would be happy to rent if they only offered a sense of security, which they do not at present, as this list makes abundantly clear. So please consider changing the situation that is forcing myself and many others who are the children and grandchildren of our community to move away from the region we love because housing is unaffordable and because the affordable housing that exists is under attack by Sonoma County's government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we, if you leave that there on the table, we will grab it and make sure that all the board members are able to review it. Thank you very much. Good evening, Jonathan.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Greenberg. I'm the editor of the Sonoma Independent and a journalist. And I guess I come here tonight with what we feel is an important crossroads. that you, our elected Board of Supervisors, are the only government body with the authority to rein in the destructive code enforcement system that Permit Sonoma continues using to this day, that results in the eviction of hundreds of renters from the most affordable housing in Sonoma County, meaning evictions from trailers and tiny homes and yurts, which are by current practice unpermittable in the county. We have counted close to 200 evictions of the most affordable, safe housing in Sonoma County in the past year alone. This is from statistics that we have spent many days, weeks, scouring through and sorting through for the excuse of the health and safety of the people living there. You're going to hear today from a wonderful woman, Copper Woman, a 70-year-old grandmother who is being ordered evicted from this beautiful tiny home. You could see the video on YouTube that 5,000 people have seen from the property of Andrea, who you will also hear sing to you when I'm done today. For her own safe and healthy, she will be homeless at the age of 70. Permit Sonoma is ordering Andy Culbertson to do something to Copper Woman that would be illegal, criminal, under state law right now with a housing emergency, had our very government not chosen to order her to do so. So at this stage, we are urging you to represent us by acting in integrity with the intention of...
Thank you, Jonathan. That does conclude the 2 minutes, but if you have more that you didn't get to, we can leave it there on the table and we will all read it. And you can also send an email.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just, I should have reminded everyone, it's been a while since we've done public comment in person for a lot of you. So there's a sort of green, yellow, red system. So when it's yellow, then you've got 30 seconds left. So that kind of lets you know how you're doing. Sorry, I didn't mention that before, Jonathan. I would welcome the next person to the microphone.
I'm Copper Woman Sasso, and they told me I couldn't bring my guitar in, so I'm going to try and sing the song a cappella. Please don't take my home away from me. I'm happy, I'm healthy, and I'm 70. Home is where my heart is feeling free. In my tiny home in community, I've spent plenty of time without a home, and now I've landed a safe one of my own. Permit Sonoma has red tagged me. Why is my own government evicting me? Make change, change the law. Stop the government evictions. Make change, change the law. Protect the unpermitted people. Protect the unpermitted people. I drove down a street just the other day. I saw a homeless village. Along the way, will I be homeless and join them there? I'm asking you to show that you care. I think you would agree that it's time to make changes to this eviction paradigm, uprooting low-income people just like me in the name of health and safety. Please don't take my home away from me. I'm happy and I'm healthy and I'm 70. Home is where my heart is, and hundreds like me in my tiny home in community. Make change, change the law. Stop the government evictions. Make change, change the law. Because everybody needs a home. We all need a home. Please let me stay in my home.
Thank you very much. That was amazing a cappella. And I wish I could hear it with the guitar sometimes. So you did beautiful voice. All right, if the next person wanted to come up to the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Andy Culbertson. We own the lands, the property where Copper Woman is staying currently with their tiny home. I'm in Sebastopol. And I also too was going to sing a song because public speaking is not a comfort zone for me. But basically, I'm just going to speak from the heart. And it's my family. We have 2 children, my husband and I, and we also have some other friends that live in our house. And we love Copper so much. We call her Copper. She's an amazing being, an amazing human. She brings so much light to us, so much humor. She brings song. She brings care. She takes good care of everybody. We take good care of each other. And I really feel like for her to be in another position, maybe homeless, is not to her best interest at all. We would lose somebody that's so special to us. It's just like a member of our family. I feel like it's really important, not only for her, but for other people as well in Sonoma County, to go beyond the current laws and to expand our taking care of each other in community, especially. Isolation is not healthy for anybody, and especially somebody who's more aged and that's wanting stability in their insecurity. So I'm coming to you with a big, deep wish. It's a big, deep wish of my family and our current community that Copper stays with us in a place where she feels loved, she feels safe, and she's also very healthy and a contributing person in our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us this evening and for sharing. If the next person wouldn't mind stepping to the microphone. Welcome.
Thank you. We've only been here a few hours, but that's okay.
Yeah, we can start over your time once you get the microphone balanced.
My name is Leah Maisel. I have been a resident of Sebastopol for 2.5 years. For over 40 years, I lived in the San Francisco East Bay. As you all likely know, the homeless in and all around every freeway, etc., which is what exists down in the Bay Area. Now, locally, we see that there is so much here as well. However, we have been able to provide a fairly low income option for a renter with a beautiful yurt that is loved by many. A lot of people wanted it when we put it out there. With the county helping precipitate in and around 200 evictions of family units due to not accepting tiny homes, yurts, etc., it only serves to magnify the problem terribly. This is housing that doesn't even cost the county any money at all. It provides homes for many that could not afford a full apartment or a house. The only thing we can see is that the county needs to set an example and not have a heavy enforcement of the rules that allow this to happen. It was possible after the 2017 fires. Why not now with a global pandemic and a housing crisis? And it just always reminds me, if the national law is that marijuana is illegal, but it's legal in many states now. Obama decided to overlook enforcing those things, even though it's illegal federally. You know, this just doesn't need to happen. There are so many people that need housing, and I couldn't believe Murray Street in Sebastopol and places like that. There's 30 RVs lined up with people.
Thank you very much. And that does conclude your time.
Thank you
No,
for
I
your
appreciate
time.
your thoughts.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care and have a good night.
You too.
Good evening. My name is Paul G. I'm here to speak on the Permit Sonoma Causing Homelessness and how Sonoma County can be a leader in solving the homeless crisis. Permit Sonoma red tagged my yurt recently, giving me 30 days to rectify the violation. I can either get a permit to demolish the structure or get a bunch of permits to bring the structure into full building compliance. The yurt is a low-cost structure that allows me to rent it out for a relatively low price. It generates some income for me, but also provides low-cost housing for the community. The cost of bringing it to full building code compliance is cost prohibitive. I would then have to charge a much higher rent, and that defeats the purpose. The alternative is to demolish the structure, which not only removes yet another low-cost housing for the community, but also a forced eviction of the current renter who loves living there, and adding yet another person into the already extremely high pressure rental market. Think about that. The demolition of the structure will result in adding 2 additional units of pressure on the low cost rental market, affecting mostly the low income sector of our community. This is my personal situation. However, there are hundreds of other similar cases in this county, and maybe thousands of similar cases in this state, and who knows how many more in this country. Will Sonoma County continue to add to the homeless problem or be the leader in solving the homelessness? The county should have a moratorium on enforcement of any red tagging that results in eviction of renters from low-income housing, such as tiny houses in yurts and RVs and other such low-cost housing. Now think about that. Are people more safe living in a low-cost housing such as these, or are people more safe after being pushed into homelessness by Permit Sonoma in the name of health and safety? Furthermore, this solution is cost-free and has the effect of adding numerous low-cost housing immediately.
And thank you very much. That does conclude your 2 minutes, but I appreciate you taking the time to come and speak this evening.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Have a good night. Do we have anyone else who is waiting to approach the microphone? Okay, that does conclude the public commenters in person. So we will go ahead and transition to Zoom. All right, Marcy, if you want to go ahead and commence, and if anyone who wishes to speak could please raise their hand now. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can our first commenter, it would be Jana, then Julia, and Ellie. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Good evening, everybody. This is Jana Blunt, president of SEIU 10 to 1's Sonoma County chapter and employee of the Recorder's Office. As you've already learned over the past weeks, until ARPA funds start being allocated in December, you'll be hearing from many of your workers right here to demand a hazard pay bonus. We county employees are in our 5th week of demanding this due to the excessive hardship, dangerous conditions, and financial impact placed against us as public servants and essential workers. Our workers used to have supplemental paid sick leave and Emergency Family Medical Leave Act leave. The county opted to let these federal COVID-19 leaves expire on September 30th because there's no longer any tax credit incentive. I've since learned that this decision is largely the cause of the mass exodus at Economic Assistance. We've also got long-term vacancies at the Community Development Commission and ISD2, as well as a shortage of qualifying applicants. Many folks want to frame the state of our workforce as experiencing a labor shortage. It's wrong. What's really going on is more accurately described as a living wage shortage, a hazard pay shortage, a child care shortage, and a paid sick leave shortage. Big respect and big appreciation to one of our roads crew foremen. I just heard from him today. He and his crew spent 20 hours out in the rain on Sunday to keep the public safe and the roads open. He feels that they should be compensated with hazard pay, and I hope you agree. I yield my time.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good evening. I'm Julia Rapkin from County ISD and an SEIU steward. Previously, hazard pay was used as an incentive for workers to perform dangerous work like handling explosives, pesticides, climbing trees, scaffolds, cranes, etc. It didn't include, for instance, the risk and the stress of going into the county jail to fix the computer network, possibly contracting a highly infectious disease because you entered a congregate setting that is prone to outbreaks, and bringing it back to your coworkers in your own office or your family. It didn't include the emotional labor of providing support to our colleagues on the front lines, like public and behavioral health workers who themselves were stressed, not just by their jobs and concerns about the pandemic, but a new layer of technology they had to use. Most of us in the public sector, most of us work in the public sector to support our communities and make a difference in people's lives, not for the rate of pay. Yet the stress endured through the pandemic has made people reconsider their priorities, and many employees feel taken for granted. By approving hazard pay, you acknowledge the additional risks and stress we take on during a crisis and keep staff in local government jobs. Thank you. I yield my time.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, my name is Ellie Muehlrath, and I work for Sonoma County Regional Parks and a member of SEIU. I am speaking tonight in support of the approval of hazard pay for County of Sonoma employees. Regional Parks employees have been essential workers during the entire pandemic amidst an unprecedented surge of park visitation. I personally led in-person summer camps and childcare programs at the height of the pandemic and before vaccines were available to us. Other park staff were cleaning bathrooms during COVID with shared rain suits as PPE, providing face-to-face customer service and engaging with aggressive visitors while working in the field to promote proper mask wearing in the parks. As disaster service workers, regional park staff also supported the vaccine distribution effort once again before vaccines were available to us. Extra help employees are especially vulnerable during this pandemic as they do not receive the same health benefits and sick pay as permanent employees, and many lost work hours as a result of the shutdown. As frontline workers, regional park staff deserve to be compensated with hazard pay along with the rest of Sonoma County employees for risking their life and their family's health and safety during this pandemic. I yield my time.
And the next commenters are Jill, Sasha, and Andre. Please unmute.
Hello, my name is Jill Caden, and I work for Sonoma County Regional Parks, and I am a member of SEIU. COVID, running rampant since February 2020. I'm here to let you know being on the front lines is stressful and hazardous, and that we've all been working in the park since April 2020. While everyone was in quarantine, we were out running the parks, coming in contact with hundreds of people. When everyone was told that being outside was safe, our beaches, trails, picnic areas, and restrooms became overcrowded due to hundreds and hundreds of people from all over Northern California coming out to Sonoma County parks. We interacted face to face with those hundreds and hundreds of people daily at the kiosks, the trails and the campgrounds and the beach. And most people were not wearing masks or social distancing till this day. We had to sanitize and clean restrooms 5 times a day. And it was not easy moving people to close down restrooms for that cleaning. And at that time, with no vaccine in sight in all those months and all the people dying then and now, and COVID still running rampant today, it is a stressful situation for all of us in the Parks Department. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Sasha, if you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, my name is Sasha Cohen, and I'm here with the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Just kidding. I work for Human Services Department and Economic Assistance. I'm a member of SEIU 10-1 and a union steward, but I'm here to read on behalf of someone in management at the District Attorney's Office. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Hopkins and board. You and I make a decent living working for the county. The same cannot be said of the lower paid employees in my department. Not only do they financially struggle in normal times, but now they've lost most of their childcare options. Our clerks, victim witness advocates, secretaries, and especially our extra help staff get paid far less than we do, while most are in the district line of fire in this pandemic. As managers, we're kept more safe, often sequestered from the public, either working remotely or behind closed private office doors. Please appropriately compensate our lower paid staff who are undergoing trauma at a greater level than our own while continuing to faithfully serve. Thank you, and I will yield the remainder of my time for the sake of your well-being and hope you will consider our well-being and prove hazard pay.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Andre, are you able to unmute? Okay, I'm seeing that Andre's left the meeting, so I'm going to move on to the next commenters. The next three commenters are phone attendees, so please remember to listen and unmute when prompted.
This is Mary Morrison, and I am with the 9/11 Truth Campaign. I don't know what that person meant, the last caller meant by saying that she was with the 9/11 Truth Campaign when she wasn't. But for the past year, supervisors meetings have been from the comfort of your homes on Zoom, and you still limit public comment on matters not on the agenda to 60 seconds, which is hardly time to say your name. Yet you allow speakers on matters on the agenda speak without limitation. Week after week, you fail to enforce the time set in the agenda for public comments on matters not on the agenda, making it nearly impossible to schedule or for the public to participate, which seems to be deliberate. Surely you must know, you people are all on schedule, that when you change the time of public comment every week, from week to week, and then you don't enforce the time set, it's impossible for people to make public comment. None of you deserve to be reelected when all of your actions point out that not one of you really cares what your constituents want. You bring people, anyway, I submit my time.
Okay, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign, proud of it. Hey, Boss County Supervisor Linda Hopkins, since 9/11, we, the betrayed people, have suffered from elected public servants concealing sex-starved, power-crazed, Enron puppet President Bush knew Exhibit 1 about 9/11 and tried to use it to kill our First Lady. Saving our First Lady from her husband's treachery caused 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11. President George W. Bush left our First Lady, Laura, in the White House on 9/11 to be a sitting duck for his sponsor, Ken Lay's surprise attack on the West Wing with on-time hijacked United Airlines Flight 93, Exhibit 2, crashing into the West Wing to painlessly take out Lay's intended target, energy czar Dick Cheney, and his anti-Enron VP staff from Halliburton. You and your predecessors, County of Sonoma super puppets, are the best informed legislators in the country about 9/11. Thanks to John's great uncle, William F. Cordes, his father, Theodore A. Jenkel, and the 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton. On October 8, 2017, made in China satellites, directed laser beams, ignited man-made wildfires, 2,600, Exhibit 3, homes in less than an hour, but killed only 22 victims on a Sunday night. Apparently, Sonoma County Sheriff Mark Essex saved the lives of thousands of county citizens, probably following a warning by Communist China's top foreign agent, San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown. Boss Damn Willie got a low-key early warning, Exhibit 4, about 9/11 from his California energy controlling partner, desperate Enron builder Ken Lay, not from his airport security, quoting
and thank
Wizard
you
of
very much for
Deception
the
Willie
comment.
in the
That
San
concludes
Francisco
the time.
Chronicle.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Rick Hannon from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Boss Damn Willie Brown got a low-key warning, Exhibit 4, about 9/11 from his California energy controlling partner, desperate Enron builder, Ken Lay, and from his airport security, quoting Wizard of Deception Willie in the San Francisco Chronicle. 7 years later, Wiz Willie denied getting the call. Exhibit 4-1. Communist China's great goal is to take over the world, starting with our county of Sonoma. You, dear lady, and the 9/11 Truth Campaign. The Made in China wildfire attacks in Sonoma County are exposed by the recent claim by PG&E officials that the PG&E was not responsible for the Kincaid wildfire, Exhibit 5, and no doubt not responsible for the man-made made in China so-called Tubbs wildfires. I have told you, dear lady, that the board and PG&E at public board meetings before witnesses that PG&E had nothing to do with this so-called wildfires. They were all made in China by a Chinaman at a desk. Now, you and 3 super puppets are corruptly conspiring to spend over $26 million of public hush money to build a new county administration building in the Santa Rosa Mall, 2 miles from the rest of the county facilities that are next to Highway 101 that neither your staff nor any constituent needs or wants. Spending your constituents $250 million, Exhibit 6, PG&E so-called wildfire relief settlement, and the federal COVID-19 relief money, all while your constituents are sick of distracted by the global COVID-19 pandemic and suffer growing economic instability from rampant inflation with no end in sight. Creating a democracy-killing nation.
Thank you for the comment. That does conclude the time. If the next commenter can please unmute, state your name, and begin.
Daniel from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Our top local elected public servant, Linda Hopkins. Moving our county administration office to the downtown Santa Rosa Mall is a criminal waste of our taxes that distracts you from Communist China's secret war against our democracy run by its top foreign agent, Wizard of Deception, Willie Brown, who is now our phantom U.S. president. Our County of Sonoma 5th District Supervisor Linda Hopkins, chair of We the People's Sonoma County Board of Super Puppets. You, Super Linda, Susan Gorin, Chris Corsi, and James Gore are bound by oath of office, Exhibit 15. Elected public servants conspiring to spend over $26 million, Exhibit 21, by demolishing the existing brick building and then rebuilding a new county administration office in the downtown Santa Rosa Mall, 2 miles away from the existing courts, jail, and sheriff's office, which your constituents can easily reach by Highway 101. There is no reason for this project. There is nothing green or sustainable about it. You are diverting 20 million plus from We the People of Sonoma County's federal COVID-19 stimulus relief funds and 250 million PG&E so-called wildfires hush money settlement for laser beam ignited explosions that were anything but natural. You are giving aid and comfort to Communist China, goal of ending American freedom by destroying our democracy without even firing a single shot. By wasting our time and diverting Sonoma County's residents' relief money, ignoring that Sonoma County is under attack and the true source of those attacks. All of the combined with that the past year supervisors meetings are from
And thank you for the comment. That concludes the time. The next commenter is Susie, followed by a phone attendee, and then RJ.
Hello, my name is Susanna and I work for the Sheriff's Department in SCIU. There are a few reasons I feel that we should be given hazard pay for having to continue work in our environment that we work in. There has been potential emails sent out almost every day saying that we've come into contact with somebody. We get text messages on phone calls from our sergeants and sergeants on asking what our exposure was with an individual. Having to know that we got these phone calls and having to know that we potentially could have taken it home to our families until our next testing day. Even though we do have PPE guidelines that hope and protect us, we are still dealing with this with our families every day. We recently had an individual who lied about having a COVID test, and we dealt it with his property and himself like we would a normal person, coming to find that he was tested positive just a few minutes before he got arrested. No one in booking was wearing an N95 at this time, and the inmate refused to wear a mask. After we found out, we had to put him in a negative airflow cell to protect everybody in the environment. But a couple of people will not come into the jail, as we do have a high degree of potential getting COVID. Please think of our families as we've helped and kept your family safe. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is John Jenkel. Except for Supervisor David Rapp, your board, Linda, Super Linda, is a mess. This board remains silent to conceal that traitor President Joe Biden unconstitutionally opened our southern border under public betraying Martial Law 107243, the Iraq authority to use military force, Exhibit 8, to justify and facilitate U.S. government-sponsored child trafficking over 37,000 migrant children over July and August, with thousands of unaccountable children who are being transported in waiting police cars and buses, Exhibit 10, apparently for our top pedophile president, Joe Biden, and reported pedophile U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, Exhibit 11, and other pedophiles in government. Thank you for reporting this, Mr. Tucker and Miranda Diven.
Hey, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Richard Lane, and I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to consider public power for Sonoma County. Public power utilities are one of the three primary types of electric utilities that serve customers in the United States. Public power utilities are not-for-profit, community-owned, and locally controlled. All in all, there are 52 municipalities in California that provide public power to the residents and businesses, according to publicpower.org, a not-for-profit that tracks these things. 1 in 7 Americans are served by a public power utility. More than 2,000 communities in 49 states and 5 U.S. territories have a public power utility. So, if you live in a public power community, it means that you own your electric and can participate in running it. It means you benefit from affordable energy, better service, and a utility that cares about the overall well-being and growth of your community. Residential customers of public power pay 11% less than customers of investor-owned utilities. Outside of major adverse events, for example, storms, customers of a public power utility are likely to be without power for less time, 62 minutes a year compared to 150 minutes a year for customers of private utilities. My friends in Southern California ask me, why do you pay so much for electricity? And the answer is, of course, because we are still beholden to PG&E. If one of the Board of Supervisors were to champion public power and get Sonoma County out from under the destructive and usury thumb of PG&E, that supervisor would be a hero to all of Santa Rosans. I thank you for your time, and I really hope you consider public power seriously.
And the next commenter, please unmute and state your name. This is Jesse.
Hello, my name is Jesse Wren. I work with the Sonoma County Parks Department. I believe we are deserving of hazard pay, the same as any other worker who's exposed to deadly contagions would be. We see a vast more than of the public than most of the people who work at the county do. Sometimes at the entry station at Dorham Beach, we'll encounter upwards of 300 people in the span of an hour, most of which are not wearing masks. We handle money, which they have been holding themselves for long periods of time. We clear trash that has been contaminated potentially. We clear restrooms, which contain human waste and human byproducts, as another way to continue our exposure. We expose ourselves daily to it in a multitude of ways, and we risk bringing it home to our friends, our family, and our loved ones. I feel if anyone is in a position to award hazard pay for a position, and we're in my current position, they would do so, and I believe that we are deserving as well as anyone else is. Thank you for your time, and I see the remainder.
The next commenter is a phone attendee, followed by Hannah, and then it looks like Andre.
Hi, John from 9/11 Truth Campaign. Our First Lady, Laura Bush, apparently was saved from death in the White House by her power-crazed, sex-starved husband on 9/11, former President George W. Bush. 9/11 planner Ken Lay, Enron investor Warren Buffett apparently arranged for a star flight 41 minutes late. United States Flight 93, Exhibit 2, to be shot down over Pennsylvania on 9/11. U.S. Air Force Major Rick Gibney shot down 41 minutes late. Hijacked, United Airlines Flight 93 was the Sidewinder missile on 9/11. Ask our phantom president, Willie Brown. He and other California Employment Retirement Association's CalPERS directors booked to fly to New York at 8 a.m. on 9/11, but San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown got a full 8-hour warning. Exhibit 4, probably from Ken Lay, calling off the surprise attack on the White House by hijacked United Airlines Flight 93, crashing into the West Wing on 9/11. Our creep president didn't take Laura to Florida for 9/11 to launch her Read Don't Watch campaign at Emma E. Booker Elementary School, which had been planned for weeks. Instead, our president left our First Lady in the White House on 9/11 to face certain death, with Ken Lay's intent on 9/11 targets U.S. Energy Czar, anti-Enron VP Dick Cheney and his anti-Enron staff from Halliburton. 2. Had 9/11 gone as Willie Brown, California energy bandit partner, Enron boss Ken Lay planned, anti-Enron Energy Czar VP Dick Cheney would have been painlessly assassinated in the West Wing of the White House by 4 on-time Al-Qaeda Martyrdom Battalion suicide bombers.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the time. You could please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name's Hannah Daypray, and I'm a member of SEIU. Oh my goodness, that's my picture. Sorry. Well, that's a little about me. I work at RCC Redwood Children's Center. I'm a forensic investigator, interviewer, and I used to be an emergency response social worker. So I've come with other stories before. 2, I think are important to know is we had a case where there was a 18-month-old baby and had a bleeding frenulum. For those of you who don't know what a frenulum is, it's the tissue that connects your tongue to your jaw. That was broken ribs. Nobody was allowed in with the baby, especially during COVID, and we had to come up with safety plans. So I spent hours in the hospital with this baby. Of course, I came home and had to sanitize like I spoke the last time. Another story is we had a mother who is suffering from mental health issues, strangled her child almost to the point of death. I spent many hours in the ER with that child, not being allowed to have other people in, especially during COVID. Initially, because of protocol, I had to have my mask on, but the child couldn't see my face and was crying. So I had to take it off. These are just another examples of what we've gone through, and $1,500 a year honestly is almost insulting, but I think it's something. Last, I would humbly ask Linda Hopkins and the Board of Supervisors to please ease up on the wildfire layers from China. Thank you.
Andre, if you are able to unmute.
Hi, this is Andre Burkett. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Well, as a county employee, I'm taking this as my last opportunity to speak to the Board of Supervisors before I'm no longer a county employee. I don't want to bring you a story. I want to bring you back a couple of meetings ago where Jenna Blunt, our president, spoke, and the board asked her a question or directed her that she should, make a proposal and bring it forward. And she explained that the union has already done it 3 times. If you can believe that this is a fair thing to expend some of these funds on for your own employees, then please direct your staff to offer the invitation to the labor unions to come and talk and negotiate for a reasonable compensation for all the stories you've heard and more. This doesn't help me. This is the last time you're hearing from me as a county employee. But don't think in the slightest that I'm not going to still be around, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the union and others into the future. I yield the rest of my time.
The next commenter is a phone attendee. Please unmute and state your name. It appears that we've lost that caller. Just looking to see if they're still here. And I don't see this person in the Zoom. So with that, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And I do want to thank the members of the public who participated this evening and wish Andre a happy retirement, and thank all of the county employees who waited, I know, many hours to make public comment, as well as our other folks earlier who provided us with some song and some thoughts on the yurt challenge that we are facing in Sonoma County. Can't respond to that right now because it's not on the agenda, but look forward to bringing that back at some point in the future. With that, we do have a couple of adjournments for this evening. So if everyone would mind taking a few moments of silence to recognize some of our community members who sadly left us too soon. From the 1st District, Chris Macedo Garcia. And from the 4th District, Patrick McDowell. Please join me in a moment of silence. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. We will be convening again next week.